Hello, legionnaires, and welcome to episode 258 of RPG Digest. I am John Maxley Slow. Along with me today are Brett, Heathen Dog Grissomer, Kevin, Boomgun Siembieda, and Transdimensional Sean Roberson, who join us for another episode of Gamer Talk. There we go. Today we're going to talk about the Palladium philosophy of gaming at the table, and maybe we'll dive into some of the aspects of writing the books as well. But it's mostly like, hey, let's see. Not supposed to, that's a bad word. Let's see what their philosophy is just in how to play the games and why it's so flexible, so fun, and why we love the Palladium games. Now, as always, we are extremely grateful you are here with us today, and sincerely thank you for your time and support of both Legion of Myth and Palladium books. Before we get started, as always, got to knock out the announcements. We can get this crap out of the way, and then we'll get started to our awesome conversation. Please consider supporting Legion of Myth or its charity, the Wounded Warrior Project, which, by the way, some people think that the Veterans Day stuff ended it. Nope, we're still accepting donations until probably the last week of December when I have to submit everything. So it's still open. Please donate. It would be awesome. Great Christmas gift to a hero out there. Rumble Rants Super Chats of less than $20 I will read at the end of the segment or topic, while those of $20 or more I'll read immediately as I can without derailing the conversation. If you're feeling extra generous, Super Chat or Rumble Rat $100 or more. Man, they tried to get me drunk the other day. $100 or more. I will drink in your name, and you can ask any tabletop RPG related gaming question of your choice. If you can't tell, I'm a little I can't even think triggered on that right now because the last stream. We sincerely thank you very much for your kind donations. Don't get me drunk in front of Kevin. Just be bad. Be like my dad scolding me for to give a little something back to those of you who do support us. If we reach $200 or more in Super Chats or Rumble Rants, there will be a $50 Hunger Games style Palladium book gift certificate giveaway towards the end of the live stream. And lastly, a special shout out. Sincerely, thank you very much to our new viewers who are here. I've had a few people behind the scenes say that they've been new to the channel, love our Palladium stuff. Well, hopefully you love this as well. We'll find out. So I hope you enjoy this live stream. Share it with your friends and come back to join us again. Now, with that out of the way, what is good today, gentlemen?
That intro song is pretty epic, I gotta say. I mean,
I wish I could take credit for it. It's all
AI,
AI, man.
AI. Yeah, 3 cheers for AI. But you gotta input the text for the song.
Oh, yeah, and you have to get the right one. You run it like, that sucks. Let's do it again. Why can't you pronounce this word correctly? And you're retyping the word. My favorite, I don't know, did you
phonetically?
Yeah, did you ever see any of the riff songs that I made?
No, I don't.
I'll send you a link to them. Trying to get it to say Zytikix.
Oh, I bet. No, but I have had people share different riffs or Palladium themed songs and different AI generated stuff with me. And there's a guy that's done a ton of really cool stuff that he did art montage with music and narration and stuff. No, it's pretty neat what you can do. And there is a trick to how you prompt things, how you phrase it, right? Obviously you have to have the concept, right? Of what kind of music it should be, or if you want more, just however you get prompt to get that stuff out of the AI can be tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no AI expert at all, but I'm also not a good artist. I know what my ear wants to hear, and I know what my eyes want to see, but I need somebody else to do it for me. Instead of arguing with somebody that's gonna, I think you should go this route. I'm gonna get what I want. And I'll just prompt it, fix it.
Yeah, my art was never published till I published it myself.
There you go.
Hiring someone on Fiverr quickly becomes a Benjaminer from all the rewrites and stuff.
No, it's like Kevin said. It's I'm an okay artist, and Mike Majestic is a fantastic artist. Because I did a piece of art for the tribute section of the TMNT.
So it depends. Do we want good art or do we want cheap art?
Right.
All right, we got a couple of super chats up there. Let me go over here. Pop. Oh, we got a few super chats. So Law Dog with a smiley face. Thank you very much for. I can't see what that is. It's too small.
Party face.
Oh, it's a party face. Oh yeah, we're here to party for $4.99, we're partying.
Discount party, but okay.
Now
do you want a good party or do you want a cheap party?
Now we can get a pizza.
There's a fifth of hooch right there.
Boo, Vanguard. TW Enhanced Glitter Boys for the win. Okay. I didn't know that was the discussion, but did I miss something?
It was a totally Riffs CS discussion preceding the beginning of the stream.
Okay. Thank you for the $25, though. You're awesome. for that. I just don't remember that conversation. And then Law Dog again. Let's see, he's up in the ante here. Let's get Mac drunk at 8 in the morning. Dude, I'm already on like no sleep and grumpy as it is. The last thing we want to do is get me hyper and drunk.
These guys are grumpy.
Yes. Well, for you, you've had the entire day to prepare for this. We've all had an
I've been
hour.
awake all day. Yeah.
It was an interesting weekend. So you know what? Here I am. All right. So let's just start talking. First thing we always have to get out of the way because people are excited about this and they want to know what kind of updates we have. So, of course, we still got the Christmas packages going on. There's definitely some turtle shipping updates. And is there anything else? Like the thing that I've been beat up about recently and like, why are you asking me is like, when is Beyond the Supernatural and when is Rifts Antarctica coming out? I'm like, how the hell do I know? So can we address these Christmas packages, turtle shipping updates, and those two books apparently?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of the problem with so a certain amount of people are concerned because we're now offering the turtle books and the Mutagen Green Dice and the Game Shield on our website, and a number of backers have not yet gotten their rewards. So first of all, I want to say that most backers, the majority of backers, have been sent their rewards. And then the other problem is apparently our third-party shipper, in which, you know, their shipping process is entirely out of our hands. They had originally projected that everything would be shipped at the latest by December 17th.
Which is just a few days from now.
Right. And that the majority of stuff, as in 90% of it, would have shipped by last week. Well, apparently they're having a bunch of labor problems with the holidays and stuff and part-time help not showing up and things. They're way behind. And they're making a Herculean effort because the sales guy has been out there shipping. The owner of the company has been out there shipping. We know this because they reached out to us on Friday to let us know what was going on and to apologize that it's taking much longer than they expected. But, it takes time. So anyways, we offered our stuff on our website based on those original numbers and the fact that a couple of weeks ago they were kicking ass and they were getting tons of stuff out.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they've had a bunch of workers call in and quit and get sick with the flu and all kinds of crap. So, we can't help it. We're sorry that that's the case, but there's nothing we Palladium can do about it. Meanwhile, for those of you who may have ordered from Palladium directly, we've been busting our backs to get everything out. Yep. So all of our pre-orders went out this week. New orders have been going out. Christmas surprise packages, which is what's been mostly on the screen, a bunch of our stuff that, the Christmas surprise packages are epic. People are going crazy over the turtle books. They're going crazy over the Christmas surprise packages. And you guys are killing us, but thank you because
it's a good type
we want sales, we want money, we want to make you guys happy. But everyone waited to order a damn grab bag surprise package until like Black Friday, and now we're being inundated. We've been working seriously. We're all in the frickin' warehouse from like 9 till 8 in the morning, or 8 at night, and.
Well, one of the reasons we started late was because Kevin had to run in the back, and you heard a whip go off a couple times. Like, don't worry, it's just the hobos.
That's right. Slackers, just because I'm on an interview, get to work.
And the other thing I want to put out there, I know there's a lot of fans who are like, oh, is this because I got the miniatures or something? No, we did report earlier in our newsletters that the miniatures came in after a lot of the other products. But the big thing is that the majority of fans ordered just 2 books, maybe one or two more items, right? But if you just ordered 2 books, that's actually the big majority of fans. And so all of those should have gone out by now that are going to the US. So what's happening is 2 books is pick and pack, but then when you get up to 4 items, 6 items, and every little thing counts. The Musing Green dice is an item.
Yep.
The art print sets, that's an item
Yep.
that they have to pick and pack. It doesn't matter that it's to you it's free, right? Or it doesn't matter that compared to the Mutagen Green foil edition cover book, that's so much more, costs way more. It's just that much extra complexity. And so what happens is it means that it can take 4 to 5 or more times as long to pick and pack one order for the higher level backers. And that sucks, because I know the people that are watching this show and responding on our Palladium webs on our like Facebook page and stuff like that, most of the people are super fans. So you probably backed it at the highest level you could. So it really sucks. And we, that's not like we didn't tell them, that's how they wanted to do it. And I think it's the right way to do it. But at the same time, it can be frustrating. And so we're sorry that there is an overlap. We thought it was going to be negligible. It does sound like, though, that they're running into, like Kevin said, we just found this out like a day or two ago. So apologies for that, and it's not intentional. The other thing is yes, we are offering the stuff on the website, but again, it's only the retail version stuff. So
Correct.
So you can still sit on your high horse of smugness and say, well, I'm getting things that no one else will ever get, right? Because the exclusive items, like the Kevin Eastman cover, the Sophie Campbell cover, all that stuff, it's still exclusive. It's never going to not be exclusive. And so you'll still be getting that exclusive stuff. And in fact, it has been cited in the wild already as being sold at comic book shops, because we actually had quite a few shops that backed us at the retailer level. And that was a point that Jeremy made when we were talking about this earlier. So it is out there. The basic stuff, the black, white, and red edition, the core 2 books, the Game Master screen, and the Mutagen Green dice are out there in the wild. So we hope that you won't begrudge us this. We didn't do this with any intention of hurting anyone's feelings, slighting anyone. The timelines that were reported to us just didn't end up panning out exactly how we thought they would. And at the same time, we did want to make some of this stuff available so that people could try and order it before Christmas. We had a ton of pre-orders.
Exactly.
We wanted to get those out to people before Christmas as well. So so we hope that everyone will be patient with us and just understand that this is also like just a massive project. I was doing the math with my parents. My dad is, an engineer. He kind of knows math, and we did, 50 weeks in a year, 5 days in a week. If Caleb was shipping this stuff out, it would take him at least 5 years to ship all the products out if it was just going out of the Palladium warehouse. So this is a pretty Herculean, all by himself. And that would be in addition to everything else that we normally sell.
Right.
So, I mean, it would be like if everything else stopped for 5 years. So it is a pretty Herculean task. The numbers are kind of large. When you get to like 8,800 backers, and I'm probably another 1,200, at least probably total of 10,000 with the backer kit pre-orders, right? We hope that you guys will give us a little bit of understanding and patience, just because it is a big, complicated thing with a lot of moving pieces, and we're not trying to upset anybody.
No, not
last thing we want to do.
And I do want to point out for people who may say, "Hey, I got a cool TMNT print or deck of cards in my surprise package." I've cut open some of the additional print sets, and if someone is a TMNT fan, especially if they were a backer, because a lot of you have reached out and said, "I backed it or already got it, and I'm so excited," and we know that they ordered at a lower level. I'll throw in one TMNT print that I think they might like as part of their swag. Or I'll throw in a deck of cards, because hey, they probably didn't get this, and it's kind of a neat, again, kind of a swag thing. But those have been few and far between as well, because we respect and appreciate our backers. you guys help make this an incredible success, and people are going. The good news is people who have gotten these books are going absolutely nuts over them, which makes us feel great. And because we busted our butts to give you the best freaking product imaginable. And I know there's a lot of talk online about them, and a lot of people showing them on unboxing videos, and people are just so excited about it. And then if you haven't gotten it yet, you're like, well, what the hell? Where's mine? I want mine. And we want you to have it too. And like I said, it's unfortunately kind of out of our hands, and it does take a while to pull and pack this stuff. I've been in the warehouse with my staff the past week or so, and pulling grab bag orders and packing grab bag orders. And we've hired 2 part-time people, and it still takes a long time. And we sent out 150 packages. It took us 2.5 days, because there's lots of things to it. It's not just, hey, we just pick this stuff up and throw it in a box. I mean, we make sure we put them in good boxes, make sure they're padded well so they don't get damaged on the way out. And we're trying to, especially when it comes to surprise packages, we're trying to pull stuff that will surprise and please the customer who's getting it. And it just takes freaking time, because you got to make the boxes, and then you got to pull the books, and then you got to put the books in, nicely, and then you got to pack them up, put all the padding and stuff in, and then you have to, seal the box and give it to Caleb, who's been busting his butt trying to get everything done and do all the invoices and the packing slips and then the postage, and it takes time, folks. And we would hope
a company of like 100 people at least.
100, 1,000.
You've been around for. Look, I worked at Target Direct, in the early 2000s. I know those conveyor belts. The books just come down the conveyor, they go beep, and then they slide right into the right aisle. The person just stands there, puts them in the box, wraps it up, tapes it, and sends it out. You could do
the box magically locks itself up. Yeah, and that's the thing. I saw this one concern online, so I just wanted to let people know. Now, there are a few people, I think it's, one of those things where people post when something is great or when it goes wrong. So like a few people said, oh, someone got a damaged book. So far from what we've gotten reports of, it's less than, I think, 20 so far out of 6,000-8,000 people that have gotten shipped already, that there have been. So that's like a tiny number, right? And at the same time, if you do have any issues like that, please reach out to the shipper. If you can't,
yes.
If you have any issues with that, reach out to Palladium. You can call us Monday through Friday business hours, or you can go to our website portal, the help desk. And
but there's really nothing we can do, though, Sean. If they reach out to us, all we can do is
tell them,
reach out to Shipping Pilot.
Right. I know that, but my point is if you don't get satisfaction from them, let us know. Right.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Right. So at least we know. But the point is most people aren't having problems. And if you do see anyone that has a problem, encourage them to contact Shipping Pilot and us if they have any issues with Shipping Pilot. So far, we haven't had a lot of problems like that. I just want to put it out there just in case. And then the other thing is some people were like, well, I saw one guy getting worried. He's like, what if my, limited edition item is damaged? Are you going to have replacements? Yes, we do. We have a number of replacements. So rest assured, we did we actually were a little generous on the map for that, so that we also have plenty of stuff that we could put into Christmas packages in years in the future, or into special auctions, 10 years down the road. Kevin's really great about planning stuff like that. I mean, that's why we had some really cool stuff to include in this Ninja Turtles, campaign for the Kickstarter, is because Kevin is good at planning stuff like that. So just please try not to worry. We appreciate everyone's patience, and it's actually just a really big task. So we appreciate everybody.
Any time that I've seen a Kickstarter that earns, depending on what it is, of course. I mean, if it's a product that's worth this much money, it's a little different. But that's over like 100,000, 500,000, $1 million, especially. There's never not a hiccup. And one of the things I learned a long time ago, and I think we talked about this right when you first announced it. Like, oh, we're gonna have this ready to go at such and such a date, and I'm like, I have never in my life backed a Kickstarter that released on time. Yet there's still people who have backed many more Kickstarters than me, oh my God, these people screwed it up again. They can never get it out on time. Like, when has there been one other than either a failed one or one that was literally done already? And I've seen that before. And then they're like, let's just see how much I can get out of this, and ship it out.
Well, Titan Robotics delivered within like a week or two of what our plan was.
Right,
Yeah.
but I'm talking in generalities here. Like you were saying,
yeah.
like, these things happen. Yeah, and they happen every time on every Kickstarter. Like,
well, especially and in this case, it especially happens when your Kickstarter is hyper successful, right?
Yes.
I mean, this did way bigger than what we had. I mean, we gave real numbers and we did projections. We actually really did our homework on this when we were doing our contract and proposals with Paramount, and we gave them very real numbers. Now, it's not my first rodeo, so once we announced and I saw the people just bookmarking the Kickstarter, I knew that it was going to be way bigger than what we had told them, right? But in this case, it really is a victim of the success, because it was just, a lot of this has just been part of how many different things we're offering, how many of them need to be printed.
Well, or circumstance. Right? Max, you're absolutely, I don't mean to cut you off, Sean, but Max,
you're good, Kevin.
Right. Even with Titan Robotics, while the issues we ran into with Titan Robotics never impacted our backers, it sure as hell impacted us, because the printer we were using got bought out by a big conglomerate who didn't give a shit and cropped out books. So our job was like the last job that we sent to our longtime beloved printer.
Not been done. Yep.
And we get these books in, and the gold editions and the hardcover, what they call the litho edition with the color cover, like the turtle books, they had like a big blemish that ran down the middle, and depending on where the blemish was, it was either super obvious, and some of the blemishes were bigger or smaller than the others.
Yeah, some of them were almost undetectable.
And then the gold foil were like a piece of shit. So what people, this is kind of thing you don't see behind the scenes, is me and Sean.
We were back there like 2 weeks, hand going through all the books.
We're sorting through every single book, every single book.
And we couldn't have anyone else do it, because Kevin and I decided, like, we can't let something, if something isn't if we didn't go through it ourselves, we don't want to blame Wayne or Al or somebody like that for the mistake.
Right.
So we personally went through all the books, and there's plenty of other stuff for them to do too. This is the midst of trying to fulfill a fairly successful Kickstarter, and so, we built in time. So even with that kind of a really insane hiccup and delay, we still were able to deliver basically on time.
But there's always crap like that happens behind the scenes that impacts, just like, the shipping company. They didn't anticipate that their part-time help would bail on them. They didn't anticipate the flu. And so things are delayed, and it sucks. It sucks for us because we're taking the heat. It sucks for you because you're dying to get these amazing books, and you will be happy when you get them. And I keep saying books, but the other rewards, the dice tray, the dice tower, all that stuff, the poker deck, the print sets, they're all fantastic. You're going to go nuts over them. And we're trying to get them out as fast as we can, but there's only so much we can do. And now, I hate to say it, we haven't even talked about it, but with Christmas shipping, some of the packages could be delayed, even though we have our shipper shipping everything by more reliable types of shipping methods, and like UPS and FedEx and that kind of thing, rather than something like media mail. So that's one thing I will say to people that are in the US. They're like, oh, this is more expensive than what I normally order from Palladium. Well, you're getting a lot better shipping for your exclusive items. So
apparently a lot of packing peanuts. We keep hearing those comments either on the Discord or even in chat here. A lot of packing peanuts.
I mean, if that's what it means, that we only have 12 to 20 reported damaged books out of like
Oh yeah,
It's
nobody's
like
complaining. It's just funny.
Right? I'm like packing peanuts, cool, whatever, man. That's not what we do, right? When Palladium packs stuff, and we've had a lot of fans
They
comment
throw in
very
body
positively
parts.
about how we do. But I mean, like Caleb packs stuff really well, right? So I know Kevin does, and we all try to
Everyone
make sure
does.
we
We
pack
could,
it
we
really,
really
really
care.
like tightly. Yeah, we do, and we know you care, and so. But it's just funny because they're doing a good job, but they're using a completely different method. We haven't been to their operation, so it's all we've seen photos and videos of the facility and stuff, but it's a very different operation than what we run.
Awesome. Well, hopefully that clears up. Oh God, I cannot talk. This is gonna be a great day. Hopefully that clears up stuff for folks out there. By the way, for anybody watching this later, we're starting this like many hours earlier, and I don't even know if I'm awake yet. Figure that out at some point. But yeah, so I mean, hopefully that assuages people's concerns. I know I've received a few behind the scenes where people are like, what's going on? What's going on here? Yada yada. Just because we have Kevin and Sean on the live stream doesn't mean I daily call them. So give me a status update on your business
Right.
practices. I could
Well, and
imagine
we
that'd be a
just-
great phone call. I'm going to try that one time. So Kevin, please report what you got going on right now.
Well, we just
hear a
hope that they
dial
can be
tone
patient
after
with
that.
us. It's we really don't want anybody to have a rough time, not get stuff before Christmas. We're trying to do the best for all our fans, and from our perspective, we understand that the fans have a different perspective. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I heard that people were guessing why things. There are some people that seem to think the West Coast would get it later than the East Coast or something, and that everything that went on the same day, right, in one big mail wave.
Wait,
No,
it doesn't go from the cargo container and just fly in drones
just
to everybody's
fly
house?
out of it. It's like the letters in Harry Potter that fly in the chimney, right? No, it would be cool, but no, and I'm not trying to dog on anybody, right? It's just we just appreciate that we're doing our best, and sometimes we also run into things that, like, I didn't know about this until just a day, I think a day ago. I read my email because of different time zones, and so I feel bad, but I mean, there's also not really much I can do about it. And the company we're working with, they are like, everybody's in the trenches, like Kevin said, even the owner. So, and they're literally driving in from out of town to the facility, a bunch of different people that normally work remotely. So I just hope everybody can be patient with them and with the process.
Well, that's a combat drive right there.
There we go, right? Roll percentile.
All right. I think we got a super chat up here. What was that again? Oh, there you go. I want Maxwell drunk in front of Poop Gun and Ethan Dog for CS Propagandia.
Propaganda. That's how it is. That's Florida propaganda.
Now, again, you don't want me drunk in front of Kevin and Sean, because one of two things will happen. And Heathen Dog's been around for my drunk escapades back in the past, so I'm either going to become really hyper and start taking off my clothes, or or I'm going to start cussing them out in ways that don't make sense to anybody but me, but damn it, I'm right. So
you're not an I love you man. No, I love you.
No, I'm not an I love you man, but I'm definitely a high five man. I don't know why, but I gotta. Hey man, come on, high five! Like, yeah, no, we don't want to do that.
Yes, let's avoid that. That sounds good.
All right, let me get this off the screen here. Stop sharing. There we go. Any other? So we've talked about the Christmas packages. I showed them on the screen there a little bit. We talked about turtle shipping. Any other Palladium news folks should be aware about? Of course, where is that book that I wanted 20 years ago or whatever?
Well, for some of that, in the case of the book, check our, what's it called, Sean?
The project status page. So if you go to palladiumbooks.com, you can go, and there's I think it's under one of like the information type tabs. We have a project status page. So that's and we created that. I actually worked to create that. I went and like talked to Kevin and made a list of like everything ever announced, ever, and when it was canceled, and we have it all there for your viewing. And that's a great place to see the status of things. As of what's on our plates. In the most immediate, I know some people have been asking about the Kevin Siembieda and Sophie Campbell adventure for TMNT Redux. that's coming along. And then I've been working on Bestiary 2 and Chaos Earth First Responders. And so most recently shifted more fully to Bestiary 2. So that's the priority that I'm working on right now.
Yeah, and then we're also working on Island at the Edge of the World, the second edition with second edition updates in it. And
really cool art updates, really cool art.
Yeah, we did some. Yeah, Sean was pretty blown away by the art updates we did in it. And although most of the text is pretty much the same with a few additions and just sort of, tweaks to make it, directly compatible with second edition rules. And then, our goal is to get the 2, and it's a goal. It's not, this is when it's coming out, folks. It's a goal. Our goal is to get the 2 long-awaited Beyond the Supernatural books out by next fall. And then
so that's after you finish in South Expeditions and Antarctica, correct?
Correctamundo, absolutely. So
I didn't hear any Roadhogs in there.
I didn't hear a timeline. But those are our goals.
Yep. And we're working on a bunch of other things behind the scenes, trying to set stuff up and get things together. So there's a number of other projects that are happening. We just don't want to announce them until we can announce them.
Yeah.
And then you still have time to get Christmas surprise packages in time for Christmas. If you order this weekend and up till about Tuesday, after that, it's either, hopefully you get it. And my experience has been 8 out of 10 times you will get it before Christmas. All the carriers really try hard to get stuff to people. Beyond their you gotta ship it by this date. They try to do it even if you ship it after that date. So that's good. And then I try to always leave it a surprise, although longtime supporters of the surprise packages already know this. But I typically extend the surprise package. Our deadline is Christmas Eve, but historically I extend it another 2 or 3 weeks after that.
Tell them that, because now they're going to wait 4 weeks and blame you for not extending it long enough.
I hope not, because I don't know when we'll do a January another one of these. So I wanted to mention it now. Because January is crazy for us, and I'm going. Oh, that's the other thing I should announce is, if you're on the East Coast, especially if you're in Pennsylvania, come on over to Page, the Philadelphia Area Gaming Expo, where I'll be there as a guest. Matthew Ballant will be there as a guest. There's all kinds of other old school guests. In fact, Ed Stark, who wrote Birthright, he's one of the main organizers behind the convention. Obviously, he'll be there. J.M. DeFoggy is going to be there. Our buddy Tom Roach from who does Red Duke Games and the Cthulhu Cookbook. He's going to be there. They got all kinds of cool guests. Professor Dungeon Master is going to be there, and all kinds of cool stuff.
Oh man, you're going to get to meet Professor Dungeon Master?
Yeah.
Hey, tell him I'm a fan.
So come on down. We don't do the East Coast very often, and I have no idea when I'll do it again. They're inviting me as a guest, so I'll be there. And then the only other thing, and I'm already kicking around ideas where we should do some kind of special. People should gather and go see it. Sean, you don't even know this yet because it just happened.
What's that?
At the end of January, the Worlds of Palladium books the exhibit will open up at the Detroit Historical Museum.
Oh, wow.
No.
Whoa.
Detroit.
Wow. I mean, they've been talking about it, but
I hadn't heard from them.
But yeah. I know it's been a while.
Like a year.
Dog's going to have to make a trip now. A Legion of Myth.
And,
I'm not funding it though, because you're right there. You don't get any TDY.
Oh. Well, I don't go to Detroit because, you know, historically Detroit has tried to kill me several times.
You're like right across the street from Detroit.
I live a mile from the border, and I'm just happy that Detroit has kept its evil heathen dog hating ways within the city limits.
I'm
Detroit
not going
ain't
to say
that
things.
bad.
Detroit ain't that bad.
Detroit looks
Put,
like a
put that on a
recovering war
bumper
zone.
sticker.
I now know what the next T-shirt we're selling is.
No. People are gonna say I'm some kind of istophobe if I finish that story, even though it's exactly what happened. But I'm just gonna let it go. But yeah,
all right,
okay.
well, with that,
so that's what it is.
Walter, Law Dog for a $20. Thank you very much again, there, sir. Walter MC, love the GM screen. That's the new standard for all GM screens across the industry, as far as I'm concerned. I'm gonna order another one just to have an unopened one. An unopened GM screen?
Well, thank you. No, Kevin knows this. I actually did a lot of research and designed that, and worked with our production partners. The only thing they had to switch the kinds of glue they used, and so the one thing is for the fans is just let us know how it holds up over time, so that we have that feedback. That if you do have any issues, just let us know, because we're really happy.
That's a menu from a restaurant that you stole.
Mamma mia! It's
actually really like cover quality board. So it's sturdy. It'll last you you can probably give it to your grandkids if you take care of it.
It looks very similar to some stuff I ordered a few years ago, 4-panel screens that I can put sheets in. So I can't wait to do a comparison of that to see, because obviously we got the turtle stuff on there, which is
and it should be
I
easy
prefer.
to take the sheets in and out, but I prepared those inserts as well, so they should be very useful with all the updated rules. I mean, you can use them with any of the games you want. So
yeah.
All right.
So it's like half GM screen, half Trapper Keeper.
Kind of, yeah. With really badass art on it, yeah. So, and that's the other thing is, keep us.
Hey, all of my Trapper Keepers had badass art on it. You stop
it. But we want to do this for the rest of the game lines too. So, really happy to hear your feedback. We appreciate the feedback, and any further feedback you have down the line, even if it's like, oh, I was disappointed by this or that. We want to know that, because it's not. We don't just want to, blowing sunshine up our butts. We want to know, if you have any issues with any of our products, we want to know, so that we can keep that in mind in the future. Can't correct the past usually, as long as you got a good life out of it or something. But yeah, if in 5 years you're having issues with the glue, or it gets in the warm sun and suddenly the glue doesn't work, or it gets in the freezing temperature and suddenly the glue doesn't work and it all comes apart, let us know. We just need to know stuff like that.
All right.
Okay.
I think with that, unless there's anything else that you guys feel is left on the table there, I think we can get into our primary discussion for today.
I'm ready.
All right. Sounds good. So these guys know generally what the idea of what we're going to be talking about. Sean added some stuff on there. And honestly, Sean, I don't really care where you jump that stuff in, as long as it makes sense at that point. But I know there's some things that you want to make sure we clarify. So please don't let us end without doing that. But the overall concept, like the 10,000-foot view right now, is you've heard us say here a lot that we feel that Palladium is a framework. In fact, I think the best games out there are a framework, not a law book. So we kind of want to understand at like a 10,000-foot level how Palladium sees. Now, this isn't like this is the right way to do it. This is just how we see its use at the table. How you do it is your business, but I get questions all the time about how does Kevin do this? How does Kevin do that?
Right.
I'm always like, I don't give a crap how Kevin does it. This is how I do it. It's my table.
Yes.
Well, the gaming expectations have changed. We discussed this in previous interviews as well.
Yeah,
so
well,
a lot of people want to know what's the right way to do it.
Yeah, I'll be upfront with you. I don't care about those people at all. I think they need to have better trainers, so to speak. And not, and that's on us. That's on us who have been around for 20, 30, 40 years.
And that's the point, right? Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. So look at that. That's why watch this. If you're a newer gamer, I don't think it matters what you play, right? Hopefully you'll get something out of this interview.
Yes.
Because
Exactly.
I think that any game system you should use it and maybe take it with a pinch of salt and decide what you want, flavor it how you want. You want like whenever I use any recipe, so inevitably there's something I'm going to leave out. There's something I'm going to add, right? Even if I look up, how to make chili or something, right? There's something that I'm going to change. It could be even the simplest recipes for egg salad, right? There's going to be things that I'm going to change because I know exactly how I want, what I want to get out of that egg salad sandwich or whatever. So it's the same way with our games. I mean, you can look at it as, if you look at it as like an ingredient list for a fun game. I think that's a great way to look at the games. And if you need to change it and add a pinch of salt here, take out the onions or whatever, like do what works at your table. Absolutely.
So my suggestion to that is always play rules as written first, even if you're experienced, because you might not know why the game designer put in there what is in there. The example I like to use all the time, because I like to bust its balls, is Pathfinder. You make one change to it at like 3rd level, and all of a sudden by the time you're 9th level, that entire rule is broken, and you're like, oh crap, how do I undo this again? And there are other games out there that do that as well, which is why I don't like the lawbook games, because you have to see where that butterfly effect is going to end up somewhere. But a game like...
Oh, I was going to say for sure. And one of the things I brought up is there was rules in the Edge of the Empire, the Star Wars game. And I played in like 2-year-long campaign as a player. And there was something I remember reading in the system at the very beginning. And I was like, that's stupid. That's dumb. That is not going to work. And it was awesome. It was really good. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, actually seeing it especially the way my game master applied it, it was fantastic. So I don't know, Kevin, if you had anything to say there too, or...
Yeah, no, I agree with what everyone has said completely. And I just wanted to add that when I was designing our games, I never thought of them as a framework per se, but that's exactly how they're designed. Because I always felt, so when I was coming up in role playing was new. D&D was the hot new thing. Yes, I'm old. And and there were all these other games coming out that were experimenting and doing different things. And the early rules for D&D were pretty sparse. So even though it was a role-playing game, it had tons of rules, was very rulesy. And the role-playing part, you really had to kind of come up with on your own. Same thing with the world-building part. There wasn't a lot of definition to the world. In fact, when I was designing my various games up until like the late 80s and early 90s, I still had people saying, you can't do what you're... In fact, when I was planning riffs and word kind of got out, I had numerous industry people come up to me and say, you can't do it. You can't do a world that's that specific. And I'm like, and unique. And I'm like, but of course you can. We've already done Turtles. We've already done Robotech. They're very specific settings. People want that. They want really clear, unique, fun worlds. And they're like, no, it's got to be generic, and you got to be careful. And no, and then what turned out to be the big games, the games that had very specific worlds: Turtles, Robotech, Rifts, Palladium Fantasy, Shadowrun, Vampire the Masquerade. All these games that had these unique, deep worlds were the ones that became mega hits. And it's yes, but people didn't perceive it that way. And so I also always wanted to give my players a ton of flexibility, and the game masters for that matter. So I wanted them to take my framework world and make it theirs. And that's the whole point. That way you guys can have tons of fun and create your own unique environment.
Well, there's also precedent for the generic, milk toast watered down game. I mean, WotC did it with D&D. You had AD&D, and you had all these separate worlds. You had Dark Sun, you had Ravenloft, you had all this stuff. And then when WotC took over, they got rid of all of the unique worlds and just pushing the generic stuff. And then years later, they brought back the unique worlds. Why?
Well, they brought back the unique worlds by ham-fisting them into the generic stuff, and it didn't even work half the time.
No, and they brought it back because people wanted it. They wanted that stuff, and then when they brought it back wrong, and it was a thing. But yeah, they were scared that specificity and something that is unique and different and cool was not going to work because you wouldn't sell enough. And
right,
they ended up getting the opposite problem.
Well, I was going to say with the Palladium system, one of the things is that it is also sort of a framework because, for instance, the original Palladium Fantasy, Turtles, Ninjas and Super Spies, they had they had the original action economy, right, of the game. And then when Kevin did Heroes Unlimited, he added actions because you're superheroes. A lot of them have super speed and superhuman reflexes. And that carried over into Rifts, where it's essentially superheroes, right, in a post-apocalyptic setting. Whether you're a juicer or a robot pilot or some bioboard or something. And so it's one of these things that, and even like when it comes, not just action economy, but when it comes down to the percentile, we talked about this before, and Ninja Turtles, Prowl starts higher because the characters are ninjas. The idea is, in the title, you're trying to have characters that are going to be able to sneak around and do, covert stuff like that.
So let me interrupt there because I think this is a good point to ask this question.
Theme. And so, my point is just that even in Palladium, when Kevin's created the games, even when they use the same core rules, there's still that kind of a framework mentality so game masters think about that if you're doing a specific setting.
So what do you say to the folks who say, and this is something that's been coming up again in my comments, is no, Palladium needs to unify the system. Like, I shouldn't go to this book and find it to be different than this other book. Personally, I disagree with that, but there are folks out there who are like, no, it's got to be unified. I don't like the fact that I have to look at this other book to get what I want when it should be here. And and why is that Prowl different? Like that doesn't make sense. Right. Just tell me that Prowl is 50%, but in Ninjas and Super Spies or in Turtles, it's just you get a plus 20 bonus off the cuff. More. I call it backward think, and I won't dive into that right now. But I really think that a lot of times people look at it the wrong way. They want all the openness, and then they want you to define it later, where I'm of the mindset, old school Dungeons & Dragons, Palladium, whatever, defines it here, and then you open it up as you see fit.
Yeah, Kevin, do you want to talk about that, how that kind of evolved as you were designing the games?
Well, yeah. So the reason you see that in our games, and I can understand people who would like to see the exact same skill or power or whatever to be exactly the same in every single book. I get it. And Sean and I have kicked around ideas with that, but I approached every setting that I did as a unique world unto itself. Now you can merge them and combine them, and that's the other part of having a megaversal game system where it's all pretty much compatible, but not identical, not exactly the same. And that was deliberate, especially at the time. And again, as Sean said, I think thinking has changed, and also we're here for 40 years now. So, like when Palladium Fantasy came out, that was the only game we had, and it was like, boom, it's that. And then I did Heroes Unlimited, and while the basic combat and skills were very similar, it's a superhero world. So it's in some ways it's a very different game than a lot of our other games, although it's again very compatible to anything from Rifts to fantasy. But I just kept looking at them as unique unto themselves with a compatibility built in, so that if you wanted to cross the streams, you could. Or when you went from Palladium Fantasy to Nightbane or Heroes Unlimited, it wasn't like, oh, I got to learn a whole new game system. It's like, oh yeah, I get this, although wow, this is different, or this is completely new, or gosh, it's the same freaking skill, but look at all the different things it covers.
But Kevin, I read here that it's -20 to the control roll, and I read there it's -25 to the control roll. Which one is it?
So,
whichever one you want to use.
Right. So one of the things is that, and after talking with Kevin about this, I mean, it's kind of evolved. He's kind of an auteur. I mean, he really, I don't know of anyone who's created one set of core rules and then built so many universes instead of doing multiple editions of one or two games, right? That's what usually happens. Now, I'm also close friends with Shane Hensley, who designed and created Savage Worlds. And I've talked to people. I know I have people that have written for me before, and they worked designing GURPS stuff. So the later on, after Kevin started doing this with one core system uniting all the different games, there are different game designers that came out with, hey, this is our generic role-playing system that and then if you want to play an action game, do this and this, or if you want to play a spy game, do this and this, or you want to play a magic game, do this and this.
But it has the same core.
Right, but usually they sell one core book too, and that's one of the things that we don't want to ever give up on, is the fact that you can buy one book and you can have a lot of fun with that, and it can be a great game from Palladium. Any Palladium core book you can run games with and have a lot of fun. And I mean I think that's pretty awesome that you don't have to go get like 3 books or so, as is standard sometimes expected, or a GM book and a player book separately. Now, the other thing is yeah, we are listening, and I know that stuff can be frustrating. So one of the things with the Redux edition of the Turtles was one of the core ideas was, hey, let's keep it the same game, because another complaint is, that it's clunky, or it's hard to use, or it's aged. And I think with, I know Max and Heathen Dog, y'all talk to people and you're like, well, tell me what specifically the problem is. And
it's always preference. It's never legit.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this so that Sean and Kevin don't
have
to or don't need to, whatever, because I don't even know how they feel about this. I'm just going to put out there, every single time I've asked this question, what's clunky about it? It's either presentation, which we've talked about before, or it's preference. And I don't care about your preference. There are different games for different people.
Right.
Preference doesn't matter.
Yeah,
what matters is the presentation. Can you read it and can you follow it?
Well, and that's the thing, is I think that
oh wow, we got $100 super chat. I gotta read that one.
Yeah, please read it, and then
I'll read that right now.
I'll make my comment as soon as that's done.
So, Law Dog, I will when Sean's talking, I will do the shot. It says it makes sense. The computer operation skills should be different in Beyond the Supernatural than in a world like Rifts, where 75% of the people can't even read. Also, Max, you look like you need a shot of morning whiskey. Thanks. Yeah, that's what I need here. I have not eaten breakfast, but you know what? Let's just start drinking.
This will probably be great.
This will probably be great. All right, Sean. Thank you very much.
No, but I mean, so one of the things that I've seen, and Kevin and I have talked a lot about this. For instance, people say, and I've had people say this. They say, "Oh, Savage Worlds is a simpler game than Palladium." Actually, it's much more complicated. And that, I don't mean to knock it in that way. It's if you look at the number of core rules for a lot of different things and how you make different rolls and the way the dice can explode and all this other stuff, it's not as, I think Palladium is pretty dead simple in a lot of good ways.
Yes.
But it's presented fantastically well. And I think that's one of the things to give to Shane Hensley and his team, and Clint Black, right, who helped co-design the Adventure Edition of Savage Worlds, the current edition. I work with those guys. They're always forefront of their mind is, how are people going to interpret what we're trying to say here, right? And so working with them on Rifts for Savage Worlds, it was one of these big exercises because I did the update to the second edition of those rules, and so I got a lot of experience of, okay, what worked, what didn't for the Rifts fan base that was coming to this. So a lot of them were new to Rifts, but a lot of them were old Palladium players too, that play Savage Rifts with one group and Palladium Rifts with their old school group, right? So that's one of the things that we really tried to do with the new Redux edition of the Turtles, is to make sure that a lot of gaming parlance and expectations have changed in 40 years. Surprise, surprise, 2 generations later, right? There are almost 3. There's different expectations and different phrasing and terminology that's more common. Like now, before it used to be roll, if you roll under this number, right? Now it's usually if you roll this number or higher, right? You want to hit this target number. So that's a big change that is in these new books. And so it's the same core game, but updated and rewritten to be a lot more clear to the modern audience, and hopefully anybody who reads it, right? And some of this also comes down to like things like page layouts, so that all your information is on one page or 2 facing pages, right? So that something important doesn't hop off onto the next line, or you don't, move something over here in this other section, or duplicate information in 2 sections, right? There's a lot of little things like that that
so
come,
I'll just say up front,
well.
that's a design philosophy you and I do not share. I believe in all the redundancy, because when you look it up, you might look it up here, you might look it up there.
Well, right, and then if you have an index, maybe you don't need to have it in both places. But one of the things that Kevin did, for instance, in Beyond the Supernatural, I'm not saying this is a bad thing. Usually with a weapon, it lists the damage for the weapon when it's given to you in your starting equipment. There is no big gear chapter.
Yeah.
Right? In Turtles originally, the rules for weapon proficiency bow were under the bow, not in the weapon proficiency section.
Right. I think
Right,
Palladium
so-
Fantasy was similar to, or was it Shield, the one that everybody complains
Yep.
about?
Shield, I had to track down shields because I added extensive shield rules to this game. So, but it's all in one section. And so when you go to the weapon proficiency section, it has all the proficiencies and all their data. When you go to the gear section and the ancient gear section, it has all the shield use and armor and everything right there. So some of this is about boiling this stuff down. And if I think reviews so far have been pretty positive. I know people are still sinking their teeth into the reading and stuff like that, but I think there is something to be said that it can feel that way if it has that old style of presentation. So we're really, really, really worked hard on this edition, and Kevin, this is the result of Kevin and I discussing things for like years now about how we wanted this stuff to be better presented for the players. And so we really hope that this new edition, the Redux edition, can be kind of that middle ground where you can go to and say, hey, let's try and find like a great place to see what the intent was for this or this if we misunderstand it.
The other thing I want to mention, just as sort of historical context more than anything else, Palladium Fantasy, Heroes Unlimited, Turtles, Robotech, Beyond the Supernatural, Ninjas and Super Spies. These were all created during the advent of the RPG industry. We were experimenting and trying new things all the time in these books. And the things that really worked, we kept, and some of the stuff that didn't work as well, we just either moved away from, or when we did a second edition,
altered it.
We altered or tweaked, or in some cases changed quite a bit. Beyond the Supernatural is a great example of that. The first edition BTS is very different than the second edition in a lot of ways, although there's a ton of similarities in the same basic game system, but how magic works and how the supernatural works is very different, and fun and cool. I mean, we were young and we were experimenting and we were learning our craft as we were doing it, and we actually set a lot of standards that came later that other people went, oh, how did Palladium do this? How can we do it? And how can we do it better? Which is flattering and awesome, and it was cool to be part of that. But I think people forget that when they pick up some of these books, that, oh, this was created in an era where this was frickin' cutting edge or truly unique. Like we were one of the very first people to use a D20 in any major capacity. And most people don't know that because when D&D did their D20 system, it was a big hype thing, and they had, but yeah, we were using D20s for combat resolution, since 1983, 4.
Well, no one really does combat resolution the way Palladium does.
No.
Because people think, oh, well, Palladium's just like Pathfinder. You roll D20 in combat. No. Because in Pathfinder or D&D, you're rolling against a target number, which is the target's armor class. Whereas in Palladium, you're rolling an opposed roll. You roll to strike, they roll to parry or dodge, right? And so that is a completely different dynamic on an information level, because really all the player needs to know is what's his bonus, what's my bonus, which one's better. They know who's the better fighter. They know who has the bigger chance of winning that face off, right? And it's more dynamic because you're rolling dice, and rolling dice is fun, and it's something active to do. It's not just, oh, I stand here and because I have my shield, I have an AC 19, and it's like, yeah, wake me up when a goblin stabs me, right? No, it feels much more dynamic. It's I parry him. Oh, they're shooting a ballista at me, I dodge,
And that was very deliberate, because I was into boxing, and I was always kind of interested in fencing. Not that I ever did it, but and I like that back and forth. I like it, keeps everyone involved, including the spectators, because they're like, "Ooh, what's going to happen?" And it's like, "Oh, I've said it before. There are times where you roll that 1 or 2 or 3, and you're like, oh, and then there's other times you roll that natural 20. And you're like, yes, and the whole group jumps up and screams yes.
And it's exciting.
You don't know what the outcome's going to be, and you've got that sense of fate.
Yes, and that's very different than if you have like a target number. And basically, if you ask a new player what their chance is to hit somebody with AC whatever, it basically becomes like a college prep question, right? Like a college prep math question. Whereas a 5-year-old gets, oh, I have a +8 to block, and the dragon's only got a +2 to swipe me with its claw. I'm going to try and block it. I need that shield. Yeah. It becomes very easy on an information level for the players to get into, and I think it's very dynamic. And people say, oh, it's a D20 system. Yeah, but no one does combat with all opposed rolls.
I want to keep diving into that. I'm going to read 2 super chats here, and then I'm going to dive into that because I'm going to play devil's advocate for a moment when we come back to this. Let me go back to this. There's one super chat up here. There we go. It says, I loved how Palladium can be any world, any genre, like Max Liao, coalition officer drinking on a Sunday morning. Why am I in the coalition? He's the coalition guy.
Hey, you're going to want to be on the winning side. All right. You're going to want to be on the winning side.
True story. And I think we said this to Kevin when he's here last time, but if not, well, then we didn't. I did an episode where we covered one of the Chaos Earth books. I'm now a huge Chaos Earth fan. It makes so much more sense to me than Rifts. I'm in. Oh, you sold me. I'm in on this one. Let's do this. The world's going to crap, but they're still acting like humans. Weird things are happening. Dude, I was like, I get everything that's going on here. The lieutenant general, whatever her name, Sullivan or whatever her name was. Sawyer, like her fears about DBs, and just like I was like, I'm in her mind. I get all this consolidating. Why the hell are you dumb butts over there in Chicago? Well, I guess you got to consolidate somewhere, and things are popping open everywhere. Yep, St. Louis is lost. Screw that place. Don't worry, I lived outside St. Louis. It's lost right now anyway. But I was in this, like, why does this make so much more sense to me than Rifts does? And I was like, I'm in. I've got thanks to Chris getting Christmas package for me. I think I have all the Chaos Earth stuff now, and you better hurry up with that first responders nonsense because I'm sold now.
No, it's shaping up to be a great book. Yeah, I can't wait till we show off the cover.
Oh yeah,
the cover is so good.
And then we got this one here. I don't like the change. Law Dog, you and I are going to disagree on this. I'm going to give you a reason why. Before Sean and Kevin speak up, because I want them to give the Palladium answer, but after I give my nonsense, just YouTuber answer. I don't like to change the AR where it's now meet or beat target number versus threshold number. To me, it violates Palladium's defender always wins tie rule. I like the original way where you had to roll higher than the AR. Here's the problem with that. People see, and I can tell you this from running the game all over the world at tables, people don't see that as a defender versus offender. They see it as a target number. And the target number should be what you need to roll to hit. I've always had issue. Now, it's not hard. I don't care. Personally, I literally don't care either way. I played Palladium forever. Don't have a problem with it being you have to roll over. But when people see it, whether it's the right way to see it or not, they see it as a target number to hit. AR 12, that means I need to roll 12 or better to hit them. Now, that's my generic schmuck answer. What's the Palladium answer?
The Palladium go ahead, Sean.
No, go ahead, Kev. I mean, you know.
I was going to say the easy answer for me was it's Risk. I was playing Risk, the board game, and I loved it. Defenders win ties, and it was a nice element. I really liked it. It made sense to me. And you know, the defender's kind of the underdog in the attack, and I really liked that mechanic, and I stole it from Risk.
And it's a cool mechanic, and it still applies whenever you have opposed rolls on D20s, right? Because the D20 combat system is built to be an opposed roll system in the Palladium, which is great, and that hasn't gone away, right? That's still the case. That's still how it functions. We still have that. But yeah, with AR, it is it's perceived more of as a target number, just like saving throws are perceived as a target number, right? So we trying to make sure with this new edition, and there's even a few places I've finishing up the errata for this that we'll be putting out, and that will be applying to all future print runs for the books. But there's a couple of places where we're clearing that up too, just to make sure it's crystal clear that it is consistently when you get a number like that, it's you roll that or higher, right? And just to make sure that that is the general expectation. And we want to make sure that even if you just think about it this way, well, A, it's not an opposed roll, so it's not about really the defender winning a tie. But B, we also want this language to be inclusive to anyone that's gaming. And the parlance, as you said, Max, I mean, that's the way people look at it when they come into the system.
Now, like I will agree with Law Dog on one thing, because he and I have talked about this behind the scenes.
Sure.
Is like, I probably will increase the AR of everything by 1.
If you want to, that's fine. If you want to increase the AR of everything by 1, that's fine. I did do some adjustments.
Just to keep it so it is the same as it was before.
Right.
Yeah.
In practice, you know, not in essence, not if
in
not
essence. Yeah, if you want to, that's I can totally see that. I don't think there's any problem with that, right? If you want to do that, if you think you need to do that.
AR 21, baby.
Yeah, but yeah, but it is one thing that's been confusing for people for a long time, especially the differences between different types of AR, from like natural AR or body armor, and so we tried to clarify all that in these books as well. But you know, part of this is about just trying to make sure that it flows easily for the modern gamer, and I don't know, because my daughter, I don't think, has ever played D&D, but phrasing like that has been easier for her to understand as well. So I it's something about how the language around games just is functioning these days. So you know, and you fight against that. What's the point in fighting against that? No, we want to have a modern intuitive game system, and you know, so we're trying to make sure we do the math on all this stuff right and everything, but at the same time, we want to make it clear for everybody that's coming into the genre.
Awesome. Well, I never did ask the first question, but you know, we have been talking about it, so I'm not going to directly ask it. But there is something that that I do want to kind of focus in on a little bit more as again a general question here. And
sure.
So the idea of Palladium being kind of a rulings over rule, or rulings first, however you want to look at that, as that framework, as I like to say, how has that philosophy shaped the way you guys run or play Palladium games? In terms of, like, you know, I'm not worried about, okay, is it supposed to be minus 20% or 25% for this control roll? Just keeping kind of the game going. So how do you use it as a framework yourself without being stuck to, I got to know all my rules constantly and get them perfectly right?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's a storytelling game. So you want the story to be fluid and strong and good. And, if you don't have time to look up a rule or, and a lot of people do, and I do, players are the natural enemy of a good story. Yeah, it can be.
Clip that.
Kevin said it.
Just you don't let him see Heathen Dog. Just see Kevin saying that. Players are the natural enemy of a good story.
I mean, to me, it's all about character and story. Mm-hmm. And the rules are the engine that helps drive the story. But it's, if something got fudged or there's a mistake made and the action in the story was epic and people had fun with it or it made sense. A better example of that to me is if range with a weapon. I actually had somebody who was like, well, you said it hit, but it's 10 feet short of the range. And I'm like, yeah, it's the effective range. In this case, the bullet kept going. It doesn't like hit 150 feet and stop and drop to the ground. It's like it kept going. And in this particular case, we have to make the assumption that it hit its target because the game master, said it did, and we rolled for damage, and that's what happened. I'm not going to be now. There are scenes in movies, even like one of my favorite movies is Lethal Weapon, the first one. And you have Riggs, who's like this, super expert special forces guy, and he's shooting at a helicopter with his automatic pistol. And I'm like, for God's sakes, if anyone knows that pistol will never hit that helicopter at that range, it's Riggs. But in that movie context, it was dramatic for him to run over and empty his clip, pop in a new one, and keep shooting. It's like, no, it's stupid.
Right?
No military guy would ever do that. But it made
they're really pissed.
Visual in the story. And I know people who love that scene, and it's like, okay, it just. I want players to have fun. Now, I'm not saying that you should fudge everything. I mean, it's there, but if something happens and you're focused on the action, and it's okay, especially if everyone is having fun. It's about character and story. The rules are help there to, well, again, it's a freaking framework. They're there to help set things up and keep things moving and give you a certain continuity. And so that, that's one of my beefs. And Eric was working hard on, diceless. But that's where I love dice and I love basic rules because it keeps you honest. As a game master, when you roll and you want you want the hero to win, you really are rooting for your players, and they roll like crap, and you roll natural 20. It's like, oh shoot, what am I going to do? And it's just, to me, again, that's part of the story, and it's part of it's fate stepping in, just like when the player rolls really high and defeats the bad guy. In two blows, when you thought this was going to be a 15-minute combat, and they kill the big bad guy in 2 seconds, and you're like, well, it was meant to be. Or as a game master, the challenge is when your player is going to die, it's like, because you roll a natural 20, you can either kill him or you can sit there and think fast. Is there some reason the bad guy wouldn't kill him? And so maybe instead he uses that natural 20 to knock his weapon down and push him down and belittle him instead of killing him. And now he's a prisoner or whatever.
Graze him on the head and knock him out, right?
It's go with the, kind of go with the flow. And that's part of the awesome storytelling. That's what makes role-playing amazing.
Yeah, so oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Max, we can't hear you.
Yep, your audio's out. Your audio's out. Yes, you.
Yes.
How about now?
Yes.
Yeah,
There you are.
That's weird. I had to mute and unmute to. Okay.
Huh.
Anyway, so the term we like to use here is emergent storytelling. So it emerges from the character's actions or the player's actions. It emerges from the dice rolls. So I don't like fudging dice rolls. But as you know, the story that everybody's heard here, I won't repeat it again. If there's something that is supposed to be really epic at the end and you kill it in one round, you know what? I'm still gonna try to make that fight epic. You know, like
it needs to have like a what is it, like a Super Saiyan mode or something?
Yeah, like so the example that I did here is I just ended up doubling its hit points or adding more hit points to it. They killed it in the first round. But to be very clear to folks out there who think that, oh, I'm screwing over the players, immediately in my head said it cannot kill any character. They had already won. But I'm going to show it that that this thing could beat the living tar out of you, and then as soon as somebody did enough damage, it's like, oh no, it died. But I don't do that often, and I have to have the right group for that. And Heathen Dog was in that group, but you kind of tailor it to the group. But that's the emergent side. But I don't fudge dice rolls. I don't believe in that nonsense.
Yeah, no, I mean, and so one of the things that I put when I was working on the game mastering section and updating it for the Redux edition of Turtles is it comes in, how to run a good game. And the first thing I talk about in there is story trumps rules.
Do you want me to show that now, or do you want to wait till later to kind of go through that just completely?
You can show that now if you want. Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is a great place to talk about it. Because you're actually talking about a few different things that are coming up right after this, and that like actually makes your point, right? We we broadly agree on this.
I have to find it. Unfortunately,
and one thing I'll say is that there are some people that they look at like, oh, well, I don't like storytelling games. I like more gritty, action-oriented games or something like that, and I just, don't take that the wrong way, because one of the things that Kevin and I have come to realize is when we're trying to make sure that we're making this game as inviting as possible, we want to lean on that already existing language that's kind of natural language for everybody, that especially people recognize from, say, cinema and stuff like that. So you'll notice there's a lot of that in these new Redux Edition books, and you'll see more of that moving forward. It's on page 94.
94? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you want to play a more action game or more heavy rules game, that's fine too. Again, that gets back to
right. Well, it's telling the kind of story your players want, right? That you and the players have agreed to.
Exactly. So if that's your style of gaming, that's okay.
I just know that for old school fans, maybe like saying story trumps rules, maybe some people will be a little bristle at that. But
yes,
yeah, but that's okay. But I'm explaining why we're using this language, and part of it is we want to make sure that we have very inviting language as we grow the hobby. I mean, the Turtles Redux Edition is definitely growing the hobby, right, for Palladium. So so story trumps rules. How do you run an enjoyable role-playing game? First, remember that the rules aren't perfect things being memorized and followed without further thought. They're here to help you and your players share a cinematic adventure experience. So, and one of the big things is don't bog down the action.
By the way, that's another term,
and keep the story rolling,
that I think is very important for Palladium fans. I will always sit here. This is a role-playing game. Game matters. Rules do matter to a point. But these rules are cinematic. And you have to treat them as cinematic, not a law book. I'm not playing a war game. I'm sorry, but I'm not playing an old war game. He said Risk, or he's over there now. He said Risk. I'm not playing Risk. I'm playing a role-playing game. Just as an example on here, and that means that sometimes the rules have to be a little bit flexible, and you have to make judgment calls because you're not going to either find it in the book or it just doesn't make sense at that time.
Well, hey, and if you want to go play, I have no problem. If you're, you enjoy the Turtles books and you want that experience, you go play Battle Lords of the 23rd Century or whatever, right? Like,
it's twice the games we mentioned today. Do I have to drink again?
Right. But my point is just, you can play super crunchy games and you can have, but Palladium, this is how Palladium is designed, right? This is the philosophy really encapsulated of Kevin and Sean, right?
Exactly. When you guys say, how does Kevin play his game? This is it.
Right. So, I mean,
do I need to scroll down here?
We can just go over the big points. You want to reward excellence, and you were doing that, for instance, you're talking about with your players. right? You are going to reward them really with not a letdown in their story. You were going to make sure no one died, and they were going to get rewarded for, they probably had a good plan and did some really cool stuff to get there. And then if you go down a little further, and you can, anybody who's gotten these books, or you want to order them now on the Palladium website, you can get these books, but also Dice or Destiny, right? So we really want to make sure that those roles are serious. And I'm not trying to dog on any other games, right? But if you're able to, if the roles don't have impact, and you can just immediately re-roll them all the time, then that's, that should be like being to re-roll someone's death, last coma saving throws. That's equivalent to like a wish or something, a powerful.
Well, to be fair,
spell.
Palladium does allow the 2 out of 3.
Yes.
Well, and that's built into the core system, right?
Yep.
And you can use 2 out of 3 every hour while you're in a coma.
He won't dog on a game, but I will, because I don't care. And any game that allows the player to bank some kind of chit to allow them to re-roll anything or allow anything to be re-rolled is a piece of crap game, in my opinion. I hate it.
I think it's okay to do it every once in a while. I think it's okay to do it every once in a while. But
well, so I think
it
what he's
leads
talking
to
about
a very different kind of feel for the game.
Yeah.
And I think that for Palladium, what we want is something that feels like the dice are fate, dice are destiny, and that there's a big impact there. And I know there's people that play, and the funny thing is that's why I kind of preface the story trumps rules, because there's a lot more narrative systems where that kind of rule is broken. But and that's why I'm just trying to like carefully move around these different terms, because that's how Kevin and I like to design games. So.
And it's our philosophy. That's the point of this conversation.
Right.
Is what is our philosophy?
And I'm not going to say anyone who doesn't agree with me is a dumbass. And
you're a bad gamer.
I'll do it.
You will, but I won't. And,
I get
because
it.
I've seen other games that I think are great.
It's because you got to work with these people, and I don't. So.
Well,
but
to be
doesn't
fair,
come down to any of that. I mean,
some of the games do overdo it, and I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think he's talking about. I'm just going to say it. I think he's talking about the Modifius system, the 2d20 system. I generally like the 2d20 system, but I do think that meta game in there of banking, like the momentum, doesn't bother me. I kind of like that concept, but the whole banking of it, and like he said, the banking of the chips, and you turn it into this me versus the game master, not as characters, but it's like, can I score more these momentum or what, and whatever the other one is. There's actually a second one in there, so that I can.
No, you're absolutely right. It turns it from my character versus the world to the player versus the game master.
Yes, because you're banking these points up to get the better rolls.
I'll actually say that because I mean I have no beef with Modifius, and my whole thing was actually playing Edge of the Empire. There were certain chits, the light and dark points, that would go back and forth between the game master and the players. I didn't like those. But for instance, when I'm playing Savage Worlds, I like the bennies. So I think that there's some room in there. But at the same time, we've also discussed, if you have bennies that players can re-roll rolls, it brings a different feeling to the game. So when you play,
can we not be
Savage
3-year-olds and actually call them benefits like a person? That's my I absolutely hate the term bennies. It's one of the things that keeps me away from Savage Worlds. But I know that is the official term, though.
It is. It's a common term out west. But yeah,
I would say you're not 3. Use your words. You can do it.
Well, the character's name was Benny in Fallout New Vegas for a reason, but it's anyways. But beyond the term that is your weird hang up, I think it's a cool game design decision.
Continue.
Sure, no problem. I think the core game design decision is an interesting decision, and I think it's a worthwhile decision. But it makes that's why Savage Worlds feels very pulp.
Sure.
Palladium
I mean, this is actually what's great about having all these different systems. We don't necessarily like the 2d20, but I love Free League. I really do love the Free League system. Him, not so much. I like it. I can't remember why he doesn't so much, but the thing is not every system's for every person.
Right, and so that's the thing that I think Kevin and I just want to put out there too, is this is our philosophy, and this discussion is about what is the Palladium philosophy.
Right.
But again, I just try and make sure it's not like, hey, because I say this, I don't like other games that use other approaches. Right. But for me, for our general system, I think this is like, I think it's great. and I think it works
Yeah.
really well.
No,
Now,
and this is why I don't understand why people poo-poo it on like, oh, it's so archaic. Again, we can talk about presentation and so forth either later.
well, I think
when you
that's.
want,
I mean, I
but
think that's the big deal.
but I hear so often, this is the dumbest thing ever. Even if you guys won't say it, you have to roll a d20 and percentile dice. Just pick a lane. It's like, what are you talking about? I love.
Actually,
first of all, I have an entire dice set. I want to use them all. Give me the d14, jerk.
Well, I don't know about that.
Right. Well, I think that it's like Goodman Games does that. I think it's really funny.
Zachi dice.
Yeah, but when it comes down to this, so this is something I did want to discuss, and I emailed you about it. And there's really something interesting. Just like we were talking about a minute ago, we were talking about when you roll opposed d20s with the bonuses as opposed to against some target number. I actually think that gamers, kids, any human naturally understands that kind of a competitive role and is excited about it. Just like Kevin said, he got the idea from playing Risk, because Risk is you're constantly making these rolls, right? And it should be ad nauseum, but you enjoy it. So that's one of the fantastic things about the opposed d20 roll. But part of it too is because if you study like information and information architecture and stuff like this, you'll find out that the user is perceiving the information very clearly in a very natural way. And I think the same thing goes for, Palladium uses the percentile dice when you're not generally making a roll opposed against another player. And that's why that also works extremely naturally. I have explained our role-playing system to a Japanese grandmother with someone translating in 5 minutes, and she got it. Because we did an opposed d20 roll. When I do a demo, Kevin's seen me do these demo games with like game store owners and stuff like that. And when I do it, I usually do it's like I put them into like the zombie apocalypse, the Night of the Living Dead kind of thing. So they're stopping late at night at a gas station, and then a zombie tries to attack them. So they make an opposed d20 roll to try and make sure they don't get bit by the zombie or scratched by the zombie. They run out to their car and they try and drive away. And then that's a percentile based roll. I give them some other options in between, but it's fast. It's dirty. And they understand the d20 opposed roll when the zombie's attacking them, and they get it when I say you have a 60% chance to drive out of this parking lot with all these zombies without hitting a zombie. If you want to run over the zombie that tried to scratch you, you can do it, but your roll will be more difficult. You'll only have a 50% chance of getting out without damaging your car.
Okay.
They get it. They immediately get it. And that's why the percentile skill system is so effective, because it's very clear to anyone, a Japanese grandma, a 10-year-old, they understand what a percentile is. Our society runs on percentiles, right? I understand percentiles way more than if you just start throwing a bunch of raw, large numbers at me. That's why we do graphs and all that other kind of stuff, pie charts. But from an information point of view, percentile, the player, when they look at their sheet at what they can do, they know how good they are. That's fantastic. When they look at their sheet and they see, and I'm not trying to dog on Dungeons and Dragons. I think it's great. I think it's a fantastic game system. I think what they did with 5th edition was genius on a lot of levels because of how they simplified the presentation. But one of the things is you look at, I have a plus whatever on my athletics checks. What does that mean? Because you never know what when you walk up to a cliff face, you don't know what the target number is. When you go to pick a lock, you don't know what the target number is.
Good.
And if you want to figure out your actual chance of success, it becomes a college prep math problem.
Nah,
right?
The Dungeon Master has it in his head. I don't know. Like I was on your side for all of this because I do love the Palladium system. But now you're starting to say there are a lot of roles that players shouldn't know the number to.
Well, but
you're
the
good.
Thing is,
you just need to try it and find out if it worked. If sometimes I will say I gave you a bonus or I didn't, but a lot of times it's like You've got a 37% chance. Do you want to risk it? Yes, you do. Oh man, I rolled a 40. Nope, you made it because there are conditions in your favor. Like, oh, thank God, on the flip
but
side,
that's different than you have a target number 16 and you have a +4. They don't know what their chance of success is.
Yeah,
like they literally
okay.
don't know what their chance of success is.
I hear what you're saying, but that is the type of player I do not want at my table. Somebody who's doing the math of the game is not somebody I want at my table. Freely does that as well. They literally put the odds of success for the dice rolls in there. I want to cut that little section out. Just play your character. What would your character do? You have the ability to drive the car. You're probably going to take the chance to drive the car. If you was between me and my wife, you want me driving. Okay, but she's every Japanese stereotype.
By the way, can you go to page 54 so we can cover this? I think this 54? Is a good time to talk about it. Yeah, 54.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, like there is something about a player having an idea.
Oh yeah. I get that. Yeah, it's going to be harder. And so, to be fair, I generally agree with what you're saying. I'm just trying to stop the extreme ends here.
Oh, sure. You don't want to drive to the extreme, and I actually 100% agree with what you're saying. And we included it very explicitly for the first time, I think this explicitly in the Palladium system. And Kevin's written about this stuff. I've read him talk about this stuff for years, right? Throughout various different books or source, like the original source book one, before it was revised, had a bunch of Kevin talking about the philosophy behind a bunch of different like skill rolls and stuff like that.
By the way, I love when the game designer goes in there and talks about things like that. I really do. I know some people don't care, but for me, it helps me get into like, oh, this is the concept he was going for. Because when I read the rules and the numbers, I wasn't seeing that, but now it makes better sense. The example has nothing to do with rules. The example for me is the juicer. I don't know why I never figured out. Well, I mean, I knew it, but like, okay, you're gonna die in 5 years. But I just thought he was a hyper adrenaline junkie that just wanted to be like, yeah, let's go do this. I never even kind of considered that he's like, I'm gonna be dead in 5 years, right? This sucks, But just adding that in there is like, how did I never see that before? So I absolutely love it when we get designer notes in games.
Cool. And the other thing is I know that some people will say, like, for instance, with this game, of course, your IQ bonus could really modify it. And there's a lot of stuff we're about to talk about that can modify it. But all the skills level up by 5% every time you level up after character creation. That some people would say, well, then just roll a D20. Well, no, because it's not about the D20. It's about the player's information and making sure that that's clear to the player. And I don't think, I've thought through it, Kevin, I've talked about it a lot. I don't think there's any more intuitive way to do it. If there is, probably some genius will develop it in 100 years and I'll be like, but where we are right now, I think this is a solid, fantastic system. So one of the things we talk about in this book is when to make skill checks. So roll skill checks only. I probably could have bolded that or italicized it. Under dangerous circumstances or when dramatically appropriate, not for mundane tasks. So for instance, this supersedes everything that comes after it. For instance, in Transdimensional Turtles, when it says, oh, make a skill check when you're landing or taking off with an aircraft in a dangerous circumstance. Not when you're just, if there's a storm, like here, a character shouldn't check their pilot automobile skill to drive to work most days.
Somebody watch our
The
live
exception
stream.
would be if something dangerous or dramatic takes place, a truck carrying toxic chemicals crashes right in front of them, or they accept the challenge to drag race another car at a stoplight, or inclement weather, right, if you're in a plane, or you're being traced by drug lords or whatever, right? Or you're being shot at. This makes it now suddenly a dangerous circumstance. This is now requiring a skill check. So that was one of the things that I wanted to talk about here. And then
so we word it a little differently the way we say it, but it's the same concept. Is if the result of the outcome is unknown and that result is meaningful. So if you don't know, don't know if it's success or failure, and does it really matter if you succeed or fail?
Right.
Then you roll. Other times, usually you just tell the players, okay. Sometimes you might be, no, you can't jump to the moon. Don't be dumb.
Right. And then the next thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The reason I was laughing is because in the examples you gave, the first one, the whole chemical thing, well, that's Daredevil, and then the next one was something else. But the last one, you're trying to drive to work, and well, you don't make a check unless you're being chased by the mob. I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to get to my assistant manager job at Target. What the fuck is the mob going for? Damn it. I mean, sure, the Black Friday sale was a lie, but come on, man. Sorry.
Yeah. So no. Well, then the second one is, in my mind, is Marty McFly in.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Back
That's
to
what
the
it was.
Future.
It was the whole like drag race the truck thing, and Marty McFly run into the limo. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the funny thing about the vehicle rules. you crash. Like someone's going to crash pretty fast, pretty soon. And that the way that their modifiers are. By the way, I was watching y'all stream. I did not.
Those modifiers are those modifiers are too
those
steep.
are OG. Those modifiers. Those are OG modifiers. So
are they?
This Redux is very loyal to the original numbers.
That's cool.
But
I never, and I
feedback,
honestly,
right?
even though I had the book right back there, I never went back to compare. But
no,
we were
those
like,
are-
because I watch a ton of police videos, Code Blue Cam, Midwest Safety, and so on and so forth. And I see people driving like complete fools, weaving in and out of traffic, running stop signs. Like, according to these rules, they wouldn't make it.
They would have died 5 minutes ago.
Right.
Some of them don't get very far, but the ones that you get on cam are the ones where they got really lucky, right? I mean, they don't post the boring
I don't know.
ones.
I have one on my dash cam. Oh, that happened on Highway 65 here, where Montgomery police were chasing down some fool. I was like, well, okay, got that one. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, then all you have to do in your game, make sure that crack cocaine gives you a plus 75% to drive skill, and you're fine.
The other thing is,
like real life.
Just add 30% to everybody. Just go like the prowl, in Ninja Turtles. Just add 20% to everybody's.
I like the fact that you were loyal. I do think that they're too much, and yes, I will house rule those to be probably half as much as what the penalties are, but that's kind of the freedom that you allow folks to have here. This wasn't like, oh my God, these rules are stupid.
Tell us what you think. Like, we want the feedback, right? But that's part of the reason why I'm like, hey, if we present this, Kevin and I, one of our goals was, let's take everything and present it really clearly, as clearly as we possibly can. Yeah. And that's why, for instance, by the way, the original Turtles books, only the After the Bomb had the vehicular combat.
Yeah, Roadhogs, yeah.
Roadhogs. So the original Turtles books only had the aerospace combat. And does High Seas have the water combat, Kevin?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. I got those from somewhere. So
is that Fleeting Fantasy?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's either that or but I actually had to kind of like stitch a bunch of different stuff together into this coherent narrative. And then some of them used handling or speed class, some of them didn't. So it was actually pretty challenging, but we wanted to present it all for people to have everything they needed, right? If you want Palladium explained clearly, here you go. Now give us feedback, right? So if you go down to this task difficulty, this is another thing that I think Kevin and I have done. I've done this since I was a kid, but it wasn't usually explained or stated explicitly. Especially the positive modifiers. The only time there were some games like, for instance, Dead Rain and stuff talking about some of the negative modifiers. But the game mastered sides of a task is easier than usual, say prowling on a foggy night, or more difficult, for instance, prowling through a freshly mowed field in broad daylight. In such cases, they may add a bonus of +5 to +20% to an easy skill check, or a penalty of -5 to -20% to a difficult one. So, and we were having sort of a discussion behind the scenes, right? Well, some people say, oh, well, right now, Palladium doesn't really have opposed skill rolls. So what if someone using night vision to try and guard a place while the characters are prowling at night? Well, you just don't give them a bonus for the nighttime, right? You don't have to necessarily do opposed skill rolls. A lot of this stuff can be factored into the task difficulty. The Turtles game is designed to be very straightforward and easy to use. And so we just stuck with that. We ran with it.
I also think that using that example, that some people want to overuse or over abuse the perception. I've seen this on other Discords. I've seen it on forums. Right. I've seen it. And now some people give me a little pushback on this. That apparently I've been around bad gamers, but these bad gamers, because this is mostly Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition, existed in multiple countries and in multiple states. So I just got them all apparently, which is fine. But what they do, and I'm oversimplifying, they kick in the door and say, okay, I'm rolling my spot check. What do I see? Like, no, I'm not giving you that. You need to tell me what you're doing. And then if something's out of place, I might have you roll a spot check. Or if you need to catch something out of the corner of your eye. So here are the 3 examples I quickly use that I think kind of make the point. That guard is in the back sleeping. Maybe you make a perception check to see if he's really sleeping. You kind of notice that, you know what? He's moving a little too eurythmically, or you can see his head turn a little bit as you do, or the eye blink, something. So I despise the idea of a perceived roll or perception roll. It's a pro, but you're digging through. You've got to run, and there's some stuff written on the board, magical formula, some crap like that, and we'll say you have some access there. Did you actually notice, because you were going so quickly, that the formula was there, or was it just chicken scratch? I'll probably have you roll for something like that, but it isn't for what do I see in the room.
Right. Well, and the other thing is hey, where you're playing investigative game, there's an important clue there. Don't have them roll perception. If they search the room, they find the clue.
Yes,
it's in the room. They're gonna find the lighter with the, the inscription from his lover on it or whatever. Like they're the.
You said you were searching the drawer. Guess what you find? The stuff that's in the drawer.
Yeah, I mean it's and that's why again it comes down to roll only when it's under dangerous circumstances or dramatically appropriate, not for mundane tasks. Not for standard tasks. It needs to be dramatic, and there needs to be a reason. If you need the players to see something, just tell them they see it. Yeah. The other thing is just because someone succeeds on a skill roll, doesn't mean you have to give them perfect information. If they're sitting there and they're, like you said, we were talking behind the scenes and we were talking about the prowl thing. So so the players succeed in their prowl roll, but then someone has like advanced smell, and they roll. Right. And so you say, oh, well, you smell the presence of a human. Right. Or a mutant animal. Where is it? Well, you don't know.
But you know it's close.
It's close. It's probably it smells like it's within 100 yards.
But the good news, the thing is that allows the character still time to prep. You're probably not going to be
and the players still succeeded on their prowl roll.
Right. Yes, exactly.
So
it's a win-win.
This is where the game master, Kevin and I have been, we bandied about these words and stuff. So we kind of like a movie director, the game director, right? That's where this is where you come in. This is your job is to thread this needle of how this story all comes together, and everything doesn't have to be absolute. And so we don't have to go through all the rest of this stuff here. But some of the other core concepts are required tools or materials. So yeah, maybe you can't fix your car unless you have some tools, or if you have materials to replace parts, stuff like that. I go into a whole bunch of examples of that. There can be physical or mental trauma. That happens a lot in games and is overlooked. If you've just saw your friend get executed, or your left arm's broken, or you've lost half your hit points.
Do you mind if I interject here for the flip side of that one? Heathen Dog just rolled a critical success, and everybody's like, yes. And if you get everybody at the table like, we got to push forward now, let's do this, right? Take that player interaction and add it to the characters a little bit. If the players are that excited, the characters, I mean, there's such a thing called momentum. It might be a bad term, but it is what it's called, momentum in football games or in combat or whatever.
Yes,
seize it. Give them a bonus.
Yes, absolutely. That's what the game master is there for. It's not always about just penalties.
Bonus and you're fine.
Yeah.
But we do have a $20.
Yeah, we got a couple of super chats that popped in.
I'm with Sean on this. If you have the skill, you should know the target number mostly, i.e. have a reasonable idea of whether or not a certain task is within or beyond your capability. But that's what I like about the percentile system.
Yes, that's my entire argument.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, you can look at your skill and know whether you are a novice, a journeyman, a master, or a grandmaster in your field by the base percentage. Like, if you have a 20% chance of sec, you suck.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're an amateur.
It is super amateur hour for you. And you're only going to reliably succeed if the stars align in your favor. Right. But if you have a 98% chance in something, you can go around telling everyone you are at the pinnacle of your field, because guess what? You are. And you can act like that. And no one's going to say, oh, he's a pompous dick. No, dude, he's got it. He's got it.
My caveat to that is when it comes to the modifiers, you should generally know as a player if what you're doing is setting yourself up for success. You're taking extra time, you're bracing yourself better, whatever. But I'm not going to tell you, well, I'm going to give you plus 20. You're just going to roll and tell me how much you either made it or quote unquote failed it by. I got a 55, I rolled a 65, failed it by 10. Yeah, but you know what? You were braced pretty well. You tied it around your waist. It gives you a little extra leverage. You're climbing, something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is something that I want to talk about, that is not, so we have made some things that were previously in the Palladium system explicit, which weren't as explicit, right? So the first couple of sections we just talked about. But one of the things I will say is that Kevin and I often in our games, if you only miss a check by a little bit, or if you succeed by a really big number or fail by a really big number, we do have kind of degrees of success and failure that we will bring into our game. Yeah. And so while that's not something that's explicitly in the book, we encourage people to use those kind of mechanics, and don't be surprised if you see something like that in a future Palladium product, because it's part of how Kevin and I run our games, and how we've seen a lot of great game masters run their games using the Palladium system. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that is totally a legit thing. And one of the things I will do is I'll say, if we know that there's a really difficult check that's about to come up, I've seen players get really creative, because I'll let one player assist another player. Like we had a ley line storm, and it was rifts, of course, and so they had a Techno Wizard flying boat, and there was a ley line storm. I think I told you about this the next morning after running the game, Kevin. And they were trying to do some repairs to the boat in the middle of a storm to get out of the storm, right? And so the Glitter Boy player jumps out, locks down his pylons, and I let him roll a piloting skill roll to try and steady the boat, the TK flying boat, while they were making the repairs and the preparation to try and escape the ley line storm. So, after that, depending on how he rolled, I gave a bonus or a penalty to the piloting skill check that happened after that, right? Other times, they had the basic tools they needed to complete a task, and then someone else went and got much more advanced tools.
But Sean, what's the
equipment.
percentage that I'm supposed to give in a situation like that?
And that's where that second paragraph, the task difficulty paragraph, comes up. +5 to +20, -5 to -20. And sometimes these things just start canceling out. Well, normally your skill roll will be this, but you're in a storm, so it's going to be -20%. But hey, this guy did this thing, and this guy did this thing, and now you've got a +10% from each of them. So it's a wash. You get your standard skill roll, right?
Which you shouldn't normally have. That's a pretty good roll. Have at it.
Right, exactly. So but the thing is if anyone can re-roll these rolls, that starts to take away the gravity of each one of those rolls. And the other thing I think from a game master standpoint is, again, I talk a lot about player information. You need to communicate this stuff as the game master up front to the player, so they have the information, so that if anyone else has any good ideas, they know to tell you now what they're doing to help or hinder or whatever, right? And I think that's a
part of
big
the
part of
teamwork and storytelling. I mean, that's
exactly.
If they're a team like the Ninja Turtles or the Avengers, and they're working as a team, they should get those bonuses. And it just it's totally perfect to do that. It makes total sense to do that. It creates that sense of camaraderie, especially when they succeed, because they just did this. Two guys jumped out and did whatever to mitigate the penalties. Yay. And you should applaud your players for that. Let them know that, the reward for that was you mitigated the penalties, and your, TK ship boat didn't get, swept away in this massive storm,
or whatever that is,
or destroyed.
Right. And another thing I'll throw out there is this is kind of baked into a few notes about skills. One of the first questions is, can you have a 100% or higher skill check? And the answer is no. No matter your skill percentage or bonuses, the maximum possible skill check is 95%. Rolls of 96 to 100 always fail. That's something that's a little new. It was always there in the fact that skills couldn't go above 98%, but I put this in here this way so that it catches, even if your character is like super high level, but you get a penalty to a skill check.
Okay.
Or if you get a bonus that, say you have an 80% and you get a +20% for some circumstances, you can always still fail on a 96 to a 100.
All right. I have a question. Why'd you change it from the base of 98 to this one 95? What was the thought on that?
Yeah, we chatted about it, and it was it's a 5% chance, just like on the D20 roll, it's a 5% chance. So
okay.
So I want to get some clarity out there so that people can know. You gotta get down. So that people can know this off the cuff. Can I, as a 10th level character, will say, have a 105% skill in automobile, just on the paper, 105%.
Technically, if you're a 10th level or 15th level or whatever character in the TMNT Redux, you can.
Okay, but no matter what.
But no matter what.
A 96, so it still goes above. So really all that does is mitigate penalties.
Mitigate modifiers, yeah.
No, but there are people who say literally, no, it can't go above 95. You're capped. You even when you level up, you're done. I've seen that before. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, and the thing is this is a change. This is a clarification for how Kevin and I want to apply this stuff and see how it works, see how the fans like it. But it's right here, the way it's phrased here. So if you see people say that in other Palladium, in previous Palladium books, that would be true, right? That was a very absolute based on just the skill system number. But the problem is if we introduce, hey, you can freely give bonuses, there still needs to be some chance of failure, right? So if you have a really high level character and they get bonuses or have really great tools or some fancy schmancy toolkit or something, there's still, otherwise there's no drama. If you roll and you can't fail, there's no drama. So that's why this is introduced here, to make sure that you retain the drama, even if someone earns a whole bunch of great bonuses.
And I've had this discussion for years where, let's face it, most players want their characters to succeed. So it's like, oh, I've got 129% chance of success. And it's like, I don't care how good you are, you make mistakes. You see that in sports all the time. You got a quarterback who's kicking ass and he's like hotter than hell. And then he has a game where he throws 4 interceptions. Mm-hmm. And it's like, what the hell happened? Well, he's having a bad day.
Stop talking about my Vikings like that.
Well, and some of these numbers too are just, it's a 5% is easier to remember than a 2%, right? And it's just a little greater chance that it's going to come up.
But that's going to lead more into the whole, see, why don't we just roll a D20 thing? I'm just saying.
Well, no, and that's why I addressed that very, very directly, why that's never going to change, because it's not actually about the actual math.
Yep.
It's about player and game master information.
Right.
And their ability to understand what's going on in the game intuitively. That's what it's about.
There's something you wanted to jump in with, right?
Sorry.
I thought you wanted to jump in.
I was going to talk about Heroes Unlimited and the
operator?
what do you call it? The geniuses, the mechanical. They're the only ones that I saw in all of Palladium that can have a percentage above 98. And it's still they still have a 2% chance of failure in that game, because in that game 99 and 100 is always a failure, but they're the only ones who can go above 98% and then get that brought down by mitigating bad situations.
Right, which is basically we're doing the same thing here.
Yeah,
we're applying
the same thing here, but
right.
Yeah.
So most of the stuff that's happening here is it's in a Palladium product somewhere. Mm-hmm. Right, just like I talked about when you come to the physical or mental trauma. I mean, that's there's a whole section on it in Dead Rain, I believe it is. So, but we're trying to make sure that we have kind of like all these bases covered succinctly for the TMNT Redux.
I'm going to hit a couple of super chats real quickly. One, because I'm scared I'll miss at some point here if I don't do this. For $5, Law Dog says, you're almost there, Legion Myth. Once you buy into Chaos Earth, you'll start to understand and love Rifts more. No, so just to be clear, I've never disliked Rifts in terms of lore. It's just too much for me. What everybody else loves about that kitchen sink, I don't. I like more.
Well, and to be fair,
but that's just taste. To be
well, but
go ahead.
To be fair, if I had discovered it after Rifts had been out for 15, 20 years, I discovered it with the first book. Mm-hmm. And then for me, all this stuff incrementally came out and was a part of my
Here's
gaming
1990.
experience,
The
right?
guy's name is Tom Harmon. He comes flying into the physics lab. So I'm a senior in high school. And he's like, look what I just found. Oh my God, I can't wait to do this. And everybody's drooling over this book. I'm like, what the hell? Dragon hatchlings? No.
So even at just the first book, it was too much for you.
Yeah.
But I can see, I mean, we have 90 books out now, right? So,
I was also a little jaded because we just tried Cinnabar too. But, so if you all know the horror story behind that one. Now, Law Dog also pops in with $20 and says, don't like it. Keep it 98%. It's all just 5% increments. Why not just use a D20 for skills? Sean, would you like to
Yeah, well,
you can rewind the video.
Yeah, you
and
rewind the
listen to
video.
us
He already
explain
answered
it.
that. I mean, I like the 98 too, but do I like it because that's how it was, or do I like it for some specific reason that makes it better than 95? I haven't thought about it, so at the moment, I couldn't tell you. So I'll have to think about that for a bit.
Well, one of the reasons we went with 95 is because in the new TMNT book, all skills go up by increments of 5.
Of 5%. Yeah.
And so it makes sense
that was part of it too.
to stop at 95. Again, just for kind of continuity and
we really tried to do a lot of round numbers, just like if you fall and you roll with impact, it's a 10. Right?
All right, you two have to stop making sense of my irrational anger. Stop it.
The funny thing is, Kevin and I have been talking about this for years. We literally talked about it before he even asked me to be his business partner. We would talk about game design and theory a lot, and because I was working on my own stuff and I had questions.
And Kevin got free work out of you. Good job, Kevin.
Well, I wouldn't call that free work. I mean, but it's funny because people did say that Kevin was getting all this free work out of me, all the great stuff I was writing for Savage Rifts, and Kevin gets to keep it. And now that I'm his business partner, I own all the stuff I created under contract, which is pretty hilarious when you think
let him put that in the contract, Kevin. Come on, man. You're supposed to rob your employees at every point possible.
Not an employee.
Well, that's why he has other employees now. The hobos that he's whip cracking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to have some minions. You can only have 2 chiefs in this operation.
All right, fine.
So
I would like to actually keep on this page here, and this is something I don't think that you and I had an argument over, but we definitely looked at it a little bit differently. In terms of, I'm going to use my term because I still believe it, and I've looked at it enough, and I'm going to go with it, that these are everyman skills. Now, you use fallback, but I don't actually disagree with that either. They're just everyman skills that people fall back to when and if. We can look at all of them, but I want to harp on the perception one when we get there. But if you don't mind, basic academics. How does somebody use basic academics, especially when I've already seen this happen? Somebody tried to utilize that to mimic a skill.
go ahead. So that they didn't have?
Yes. That other characters did have and was more appropriate. And I don't think you could do this without having the actual skill.
Well, and then in that case, you shouldn't let them use basic academics for it. Because this is the ability to count, do simple math like hands, right? Speak and read their native language, usually the common local language. This also includes basic understanding of history, like we're talking grade school level, geography, pop culture. Notice that.
I don't know. I've seen those interviews where college students don't even know who
scientific concepts. Oh, I know. They're failing their basic academics checks. And look, the other point is it's only 25%. And unless you have some education bonus,
it's a bad skill.
It's a bad skill. And the thing is with the basic athletics, yes, basic athletics covers climb, prowl, swim, balance, a bunch of other stuff that other skills do way better. But
the example I used for prowl was this. Tell me as kids, you didn't, when you had a brother or sister or whatever, you weren't sneaking through the house trying to, or dad was sleeping and you wanted to go, that you didn't try to prowl. Everybody has the chance to prowl.
So the idea with these skills was they're much lower starting percentages, but it's there so that, a kid has a chance to sneak away from the monster, right?
Yeah.
A kid has a chance of remembering what Rome is, right? Or counting how many bad guys, monsters he saw, right? I mean, that's it. That's what this is. It's not supposed to cover, and that's one of the things we also talked about was like, and Kevin and I talked about this, but also Max, you and I talked about it, like, the mathematics, the basic mathematics skills still called basic mathematics. But it's way higher level than what this basic academics does because it doesn't really.
Yeah, I think I suggested fundamental mathematics.
Yeah, so sometimes like there's a few things where we went back and forth and we ended up changing things that we might change in the future just so that there's no conflict because don't think that basic academics and basic athletics is like basic mechanics.
Basic athletics basically meant you had 7th grade gym class at one point.
Right. That's it. Or you ran around outside as a kid. You know how to walk and talk and fart.
Yeah. Now for this, the skill levels are so low. I mean, I'm going to use this example, which is an improper example, but it'll show more clearly what I'm talking about. Like anyone can pick up a gun, having seen someone use it, pull the trigger, and have it work.
Right.
But there's a difference between that and being trained.
I'm going to piggyback on his example. Perfect piggyback. That's a good one, Heathen Dog. My wife, I took her to the range a couple years ago. She's never fired a gun in her life. She's from Japan. I put that P365 in her hands. She pulled the trigger. She shot the dude in the dick. Okay?
Which is technically a hit.
It's a critical hit.
I mean, it's a dick move, literally.
I see what you did. But the next 5 to 6 rounds that she fired, the RSO and I are still trying to figure out where the hell they went.
Where they landed. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you have a 15, 25% chance of doing something that is technically simple, but to do it effectively takes either training or practice or both.
And the game master could impose penalties.
Yeah.
Well, it even says like -6 for shooting wild and all that already is like a baseline.
Well, I mean, just with these basic common skills.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right. A game master might give you a penalty to your basic athletics check. Right. Say, well, everybody's getting a -10% to prowl. If you don't actually have prowl, you're pretty hosed. Right.
or to even climb, it's I'm a big fan of the Conan novels, especially the Robert E. Howard stuff. And, because of where he was raised and stuff, he can practically climb a sheer cliff or a sheer wall. But that's because he was trained in that. If you or I try to climb a sheer anything, we're falling on our ass.
Yeah.
I fall off a ladder. What are you talking about?
Me too. So, yeah, again, game masters have to think about, okay, it's a brick wall, or he's climbing up a tree that's got a lot of branches and stuff that's easy, no problem. But it's a sheer wall. Yeah, no, it's a -30% or something. It's.
And at some point you could say, like, look, yeah, the whoever in the party's got that high climb skill for whatever reason, took it, just trained in it, military, whatever. He's got 65, 70%. He's got the -30. Well, what is it over your base? So we'll say -20. You don't even get to try. I don't care that technically you have a 5% chance. That's a sheer cliff. You know how to grab a rope and start climbing it. You can't do this. Like you have to have
just let it roll when they roll a 50.
Let it roll when they're halfway up.
Yeah, so you're like when they're halfway up, they roll, and exactly. No, you had a 5% chance to succeed. Now you fall, and maybe you hit somebody on your way down. I mean, stupid actions have consequences.
You broke his arm. You feel like a douchebag. The other guy says you are a douchebag. This is what happens now.
At that point, though, I kind of think like you have 5% chance. I'm saving the player from himself, and I know that might be that's Heathen Dog's player agency thing. But I'm like, look, no, you look at that, you're not going to be able to do it. Get some pitons in there or something.
Well, you can. Then I think that's the game master. That's part of the game master's role, right, is to communicate these things. John Wick, the game designer, we chatted. One of the things that he thinks is really important is he calls it mortal danger. So if a player starts to do something that would put their character in mortal danger and they don't realize it for whatever reason, he's like, whoa, hey, mortal danger. Let me just put this out there for you. If you try and make this climbing check with a 5% chance to succeed, and you guys don't even have like good climbing gear or whatever in this really hairy situation, you're probably going to kill yourself and maybe other players, right? And so
I do the same thing. I
think it's
dude. Are you insane?
I don't.
Yep.
I don't do that.
He's like, no,
I don't do that. No, but I will say in World of Darkness, there
I was about to get you on that one, but you caught it. Good job.
For brand new players, there was a talent or whatever a boon.
You gave it as a skill. Common sense.
Yeah. It was called, what was it called?
Common sense.
Common sense. That's what it was called. So it specifically allows the game master to go, whoa, what you're doing right now is probably stupid, but they can still push forward,
and they can still fail the roll
and die and bring everyone else down with them. But you are allowed to tell them that is dumb. There's the whole Jiminy Cricket guy on your shoulder saying, dude, that's stupid. Don't do
Right.
that.
Yeah,
I
you
make
got a
new
bad
players
feeling
take
about
that
this.
so I
Yeah.
can do that.
And by the way, I do want to throw something out there because a lot of this stuff we talk about, hey, you can apply this to all the Palladium games. But for instance, if you're playing Rifts, you basic academics, no one went to fucking school.
No.
Right? So this
No.
almost you're going to remove most of what this is. There is no
Yep.
basic academics
Yep.
unless you were raised in the CS or Laszlo or something like that. Even so, you probably don't know how to read.
Yeah.
You don't really, under basic understanding of what they told you was history and the geography they know.
Yeah,
right?
the only time this chart really is 100% usable is if you are in a current day setting, like
Yes, for a
Ninja
modern
Super Spies or
you
Heroes
need
Unlimited,
to,
or
you need to flavor to the
yeah,
others.
exactly, where everyone had a certain level of schooling and a certain level of experience, like everyone had that. Like for Palladium Fantasy, not everyone's going to be able to do math. That's for merchants.
We're muggers.
Exactly.
Or muggers,
Exactly.
merchants and muggers.
Right. It might cover counting. It might not. It probably wouldn't
Right.
cover
You can
addition or
count to
subtraction.
three.
Or
It's
definitely
1, 2,
not
3 more.
multiplication.
That's it. You might have that, but if you're in Heroes Unlimited or Ninja and Super Spies or Robotech or whatever, you had a standardized schooling system. Everyone learned. Everyone had gym class. Everyone had math up to basic level, multiplication, division. Everyone can do that. Stuff like that. So these are more appropriate. But for all the OJT Palladium games like Rifts or Palladium Fantasy or whatever, where the only thing you're taught is your job by a mentor, a lot of the superficial stuff is going to fall by the wayside. Not everyone can swim because you didn't have gym class. Not everyone can add because your dad wasn't a merchant, stuff like that. So yeah, this is much more appropriate in modern day games with a schooling system. Yeah.
Right.
You'll have to pick it apart for different games. Like, okay, you won't get this, but you will get.
Well, yeah. Don't be surprised if some of these, if you see some of these common skills, right, percolate throughout other settings. You're still gonna. I mean, even if we ever came up with like the skill list, there might be notes in one game versus another about what engineering means. In fantasy, that's going to mean something completely different than a modern game, right?
And in Palladium Fantasy, your basic skill could be building a fire or trapping or hunting because everyone has to do that.
Because everyone knows how to do that, right?
Exactly. Your village
Scan
taught
an animal,
you that.
right?
Yeah, so it'll be different depending on the setting. Yeah,
exactly. Even if the skills have the same name. So, and that's where, again, I think that's the right thing to do. I don't think it's that's more goes back to sort of the framework idea. Even if we make a lot of these things very common between our different settings, which is moving forward something we'd like to do. But this is the prototype of it. But dialed in for turtles. Right. And the turtles setting,
for this setting.
Settings.
Yeah. I mean, in turtles, there is a school system, I mean, okay, you're mutant.
Well, you might want to read those origins, not always.
but unless you're feral or whatever, then
but I mean, even if unless you're feral, and it does kind of cover that, right? Because but if you're, the other thing is this is interesting because the basic academics, you do add your character's education bonus.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if your character hasn't it and it is formally educated, then you'll get a bonus to that. And that might be, pretty cool. That character's gonna be much more likely to know basic history or geography concepts than the feral character. And it works.
So I would, we'll come back to that later. No, since you mentioned it, I do want to ask a question about the skill list because I definitely want to talk about perception here in just a second. One of the things I have seen, again, on forums and Discords and Facebooks and whatever else out there, is people talk like, oh my God, all their skills are throughout all these books and you can't remember where they all are, yada, yada. My mentality has always been, but you don't need that skill. Like that skill belongs in that setting. The one we joke about all the time is mime, right? Like, who the hell wants mime? But that's actually a social skill in that book. You don't need to carry that over to every world. You don't need, well, what about all these different wilderness survival stuff? Well, you don't need all of that. That's poignant to that book because there are different types of characters that need to have differences in there. And I think Kevin said at one point, a lot of that stuff was also developed just for NPCs that just kind of needed the skill right up in there for a bit more focus or whatever. but when I see players, and I did it myself, I got to be honest, I did it myself in the 90s where it's like, hold on. There's a skill for that. Dude, just take wilderness survival. No. There's an actual skill for this. It's like, it's completely unnecessary. You can play with the skills in the game, but if you want to bring them over, you can. But if you become so hyper-focused on these skills, you're going to find out that your character is such a one-trick pony. He's literally only good at one thing in one situation, and after that, he's like, well, I had wilderness survival, but now it's only tundra and on Thursdays.
Well, and the thing is in the reason that Kevin does this, and other writers and authors have done this in general, where I think it's a good game design concept, is you need those skills because you're going to use that skill a lot. So then you have these, you break out the variations of the skill because that's going to be part of the theme of a lot of campaigns in that area. Whereas someone else, you wouldn't want to penalize them when they're probably only going to check their wilderness survival skill once or twice in an entire Ninja Turtles campaign. Right? So that's another thing where it comes down to what benefit is a player really getting out of that? And the game master is building in that depth where the game needs the depth because it focuses on these certain themes, right? Just like New West for Rifts has all the cowboy skills and herding cattle. Well, who cares about herding cattle?
Okay, that's in Rifts Ultimate Edition as well. I'm just saying. Right,
because it was in New West. Yeah. But my point is if your character isn't going to be in New West, you probably don't need the cattle herding skill. So it's probably never going to come up in your campaign. That's my point.
But it makes for some great water cooler talk.
It can. So that's the kind of idea with these sort of skills is to give depth where it's needed.
Right, and I think that's a very important distinction.
Yeah. Well, for instance, I was working on, there's a number of authors, actually quite a few numbers of hands that have touched the Chaos Earth First Responders manuscript. So I don't want to name names or out anybody, but when I got the manuscript, which has been around for a bit, someone had gone through every skill in every Palladium modern game that wasn't in Chaos Earth was now being added to the game in this book, plus other new skills. It literally would have doubled the number of skills in Chaos Earth.
Wow.
There's no point. There was none of them were necessary. Anything that was necessary for some of the first responder, doctors, engineer, wizard type characters, there were already skills that covered that general concept. So we just doubled down on those. Kevin and I talked about it. And it was I was like, wow, someone did a lot of work, but this misses, and I'm not trying to, and again, not trying to dog anybody, so I'm not giving any names, but it's like, hey, this flies in the face of the game design concept of why you add the new skills, right? And so that, just keep that in mind. I'm not trying to be negative on anybody that's like, oh, I want to go grab skills from that game or this game. But if you go and you're adding 50, 60 skills because you want to have every modern Palladium skill in your modern Beyond the Supernatural game, so you go through Dead Rain and Nightbane and Chaos Earth, and that's not the core idea, right?
I found that happens the most with professionals in a field. For example, we have conversations on the Discord behind the scenes, and you somebody who's a competition shooter because, oh my God, will they have rules for shooting? One of the examples that Heathen Dog and I had in our games is there's a guy who works on equipment that includes MRIs and radiation and so forth. And when it came to lasers, it wasn't just pew pew laser, which is what I want to do. But I need
what color is the laser? Yeah, if it's green, it does this. If it's red, it does that.
Is it a light laser or a chemical laser?
Dude, it's not that deep. All right. It's not that deep. It's a freaking laser beam.
And it goes pew pew. That's all you need to know.
That's it. That's all you need to know.
Right.
But I need to know if it's green, it has a different penetration from metal. Dude, no. See, you're underwater. Come to the surface with all of us. All right.
And I get the point, because the person's like, I know how to counter this, and let me show some cool stuff out there. And I like to grant the player having, we'll just say, being able to do something unique and special. But at some point, it's just game. It's just a game. Move on here. So.
Yeah, and
so much. People often say, "What's the most difficult part of running a business or designing a game?" And my answer is almost always deciding what not to do, what doesn't go into game, what bogs it down, what information should go in, what information should go out. You know, and again, from a basic philosophy of gaming, I see it over and over and over where people get caught up in the minutia of skills or rules or whatever. And I sit back and I always say, what's fun? What makes it fun? And what doesn't bog it down? What makes it go fast? What makes it feel intuitive? What makes it fun for the player and the game master?
Mm-hmm.
And I think people lose sight of that. And there were games, you know, even back in my day, Chivalry and Sorcery was a great example where they tried to, I think they approached, and again, when you sit down to design a game, you have to think about what is it that I'm trying to put forth? Is it cinematic? Is it simulation? If you're trying to do a simulation game, you're probably going to have a lot more details, but then it's easy to get bogged down in details. Mm-hmm. And Chivalry and Sorcery is a great game where, example of every possible thing. How much is this metal mug? What does it cost? How much is the wooden mug? How much is the you know, ceramic mug? And it's like, do we really freaking care? It's a freaking mug. You know, it's like maybe the size, the amount it can hold is different, but do we really need to know the difference between a wood and a copper and a this and a that? And it's like, no, you're killing me. And they had like an equipment section that was like the size of riffs, you know. It just, but that's what they wanted. They really wanted that simulation, and so they had gazillions of skills and gazillions of equipment. And for me, I looked at it and said, this is a great resource. Mm-hmm. You know, I'm going to pick the coolest things that I missed and put them in my game. But I'm not playing this piece of, I mean, again, not to slam Chivalry and Sorcery, because a lot of people played it and loved it. It was a big game for a few years. But for me, it was too much. I'm not trying to simulate medieval life. I want to fight dragons and mages and wizards and monsters. You know,
there's nothing wrong with people that want more of those details. We're just explaining this is the Palladium philosophy.
Right, and this goes back to that
stuff,
cinematic thing that we said at the beginning.
Well, and the other thing is to understand why. So I think that a lot of people, they understand why Beyond the Supernatural might have different skill lists than Dead Rain.
Let's be honest, we've all been around them.
Some of it's fun, like the game designer skill, but some of it's for legit reason.
We've all been around those people who are, we'll just say, Monday morning historians that can be really convincing in how they talk and don't actually know what they're saying. I'm sure I know I've even done it in the past, like, no, this is the way it was, blah, blah, blah. And come to find out, no, that isn't how it was at all. That's just the way it's kind of been perpetuated over time. And man, if you get the more pedantic the rules are, the more pedantic the player will be about, you know, arguing about, well, that was only in the 14th through the 15th century. That isn't really how it was in the 12th century. They do it with armor all the time in Dungeons and Dragons. You know?
So and to be fair, I did a lot of this with the transdimensional and other TMNT books in this collection. So if you go look at the original transdimensional and some of the other expanded material after the original RPG, there were all these different various weapons. Now there's just one weapon proficiency black powder.
Yep.
The same thing. There was a whole bunch of different languages like Old French, and I pared a lot of it down to make it more manageable for the kind of game that people expect from a Ninja Turtles tabletop RPG. So you know, and to Eric's defense, when he wrote this, the Turtles were much more niche and much more geared for adults and college students and stuff like this. But I think that paring it down makes it more accessible for, you know, the casual gamers and everybody. And I mean, that was one of the remits. And so I don't think, and in the end, I think that actually all the detail he had in there is still there, and it's really cool. And so it's really fun and really interesting. And I feel like you can read through the black powder section and see the evolution of from the arquebus and stuff on where the black powder weapons. It's still super duper cool. It's super fun. It was super fun to work on. But it's if you actually go look at the original material, there's a lot of things that have been pared down and you know, just made more fluid and easy to use. So
gotcha. Well, let's hit this last one here, because I think this is the one that I think most people, probably myself included, need the most clarity on. And I'm going to read this one and kind of throw some comments in here of what I've already seen with folks. So the ability to use the 5 senses, vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste, to notice something. It includes situational awareness, threat detection, and attention to detail. Example, searching room, standing watch, etc. Advanced senses provide a bonus, which if you take those mutations, it tells you in there generally is plus 20%. Here's not the issue I have with the write-up, but the visual that I've already talked to folks about. Remember, we already talked about the idea of like, I don't, or at least we did for the stream. I don't like the idea of opposed roll for prowl. I think you're punishing the player if you do that. But it says in here, situational awareness and threat detection. Why wouldn't I use this for that? And I've already had that argument with a couple of folks out there. If that's what this is for, that's literally situational awareness and threat detection. I should be able to counter the roll with prowl. I disagree, but
I disagree too. So, I put situational awareness and threat detection. Those are more military and professional security type terms. And situational awareness, if you know anybody who's situational aware, it's not about if there's a couple of guys walking down the street, the problem isn't that they're prowling. It's that most people aren't going to notice that they could have their hands are in their pockets and they could have guns in their overcoats. Right. And it's 2 males and maybe other details of their dress. I mean, this becomes like some ways like the Sherlock Holmes skill. It's about countering or rolling up against prowl. It's about, is your character aware of what's going on around them? Are they spotting visual details? When it comes to standing watch, for instance, it's not about, do you see the guy that's prowling? Did you notice everything that happened while you were standing watch that could be significant? Did you notice that the wolves seem to be moving closer in their howls? Or did you notice that the crickets stopped chirping in the woods, right? And the woods went silent while you were on watch.
What about that white car that's been there for 3 days, and that's kind of unusual across the street?
Right, exactly. So this isn't about opposed rolls or getting rid of the prowl skill or something about like that. This is literally about, like you kind of said, did your character notice this thing? And maybe I could even see someone saying, roll perception, and you're going to try and see if you notice something when you walked by this place yesterday. Do you remember this detail or something? The game master can use it a lot of different ways, but it's not supposed to be canceling out prowl or anything like that. And the other thing is all the mutant animals, most of the mutant animals have a lot of them have advanced senses. And so that becomes sort of a superpower when combined, but it's hard. How do you use that? Because it's not an opposed roll. So turning it into a percentile based skill means that it's a lot easier for the game master and the player to understand what their chance of using that advanced sense is, at least at some basic level.
Yeah, I think the skill was very much designed with mutant animals in mind, and that they would have a higher perception. Now, the problem is, since it's a common skill,
it's for everybody.
Joe Blow, everybody, right? And personally,
it's too high.
I think the base skill is way too high. And it's partly simply because I've known people who have no perception, and I love Julius and great Julius, and Alex. I used to call Julius the oblivious man, because unless it stuck its foot out and tripped him, he didn't notice it. And I call Alex Oblivious Man Jr. because he's almost as bad, not quite. And this is a guy who was a martial arts freaking master. He was like a 3rd or 4th degree, black belt in Aikido, but he wouldn't notice a gun sitting on his desk if there was one. I mean, he just was like, totally oblivious. It'd be like, Jules, you didn't notice the door was open? Oh, no. Let alone unlocked. Or where's the package I came in today? It's sitting on his freaking desk and he's looking around. What package?
It was pretty amazing.
Pocket. I love the keys in the pocket trying to look for them.
No, hang on. Most people don't see what's there. They see what they think should be there. And that's the difference between trained and untrained. A trained observer looks for differences, looks for things that are out of place, whereas your average person only looks for things that are supposed to be there.
And that's the difference between the forensic skill and perception.
Well, and the other thing is or detect ambush, detect concealment.
In defense of this skill roll here, and I think, looking at it some more and thinking about it, we may adjust it in a future book.
Well, I was going to make the same
for
point.
animals.
For mutant animals who are
mutant animal,
run.
Yes, for a mutant animal, 40% is a good base.
That's
Definitely.
exactly what I was going to say. The thing is, and the other thing is, we could have had basic perception, and then we could have had like a situational awareness skill,
or human perception and animal perception.
We have basic perception or whatever, or someone who's trained, trained in situational awareness, right? Or you could give if we had OCCs or classes, you could give bonuses to martial characters who went through formal military training, because that's the part of basic training, is being trained to have better situational awareness, threat detection, attention to detail. That's basically half of what they're drilling into you all the time. The thing is, though, just like the prowl skill starts out higher in this game, because you're playing mutant animals that are hiding from society, the perception is higher. If we put this perception skill in Dead Rain, it probably wouldn't start at 40%. It'd probably be like 25%, like the other basic skills. And if we wanted to reflect the game that also had people that had military training and stuff like that, maybe the other skills, or there could be another skill, or the other skills could give a bonus to perception. Like, hey, maybe if you have detect ambush, you get a plus 10% to perception.
Yeah, fair.
Right? Because some of the skills in here also get bonuses if you have other skills.
Yeah.
But
yes.
This is more like a simple solution without going fucking crazy, that is still loyal to the original game, if that makes sense. Because I'm very tempted to it's like Kevin said, it's like sometimes you want to do all this shit. It's like, what do I not do? How do we solve this problem at the most basic level? But having it percentile as opposed to a D20, like in some other Palladium games, it means it plays nice with a lot of the other abilities and stuff.
Yeah. The least amount of rules to make it work.
Yes. And by the way, I just want to point out that the discussion we are having, the four of us, about this right now, this is part of game design. This is what we do when we sit down and say, how should perception work? And what should that skill percentage be? And we have all these kind of different discussions about it. And sometimes things slip through, and you look back at it later and say, oh, yeah, I wish I didn't do that. But for the most part, you try to talk it through and work it out and then present what your final solution was. And this is part of game design. And if you think about it, this is why not everyone can do it, because there's so much to it. And
Everybody
you really
has opinions about it, though.
Well, and everyone has, right. So,
Opinions and
it's yeah, exactly.
But I'll be honest, I did not like that 40%, but you guys have convinced me. No, actually,
an animal, it makes sense.
Well, this is the character facing percentage. If you were going to do an NPC, I think the game, because the NPCs they don't use the character building rules, right? So if you have a ditzy character or a dummy, the perception should be lower. If they're like if it's Shredder. And we have most of these we didn't even list, right? It's just supposed to be common to most characters. But if I'm a game master and I'm like, oh shit, what's the perception for Shredder? It's going to be high.
Oh yeah.
Well, but also, but doesn't that increases per level? He's already high level.
He's already high level too, but I mean, still.
Yeah, I mean this mutant animal spider has 18 eyes. Perception's going to be higher.
There are options like that, right? There are absolutely options like that in the mutant animals.
But also,
because
in reality, if you want to call it that, animals, unlike humans, animals tend to have that either predator or prey. I actually looked up after the bomb to see if the predator and prey rules incorporated perception. It doesn't, but that's fine. So instantly, a human, maybe humans do start at 20%, but animals, because they're raised from that wolf who has to hunt or that squirrel who has to not be hunted, just has that 40%.
Yeah, undomesticated animals almost never relax.
Yeah.
Right.
They're always looking around for danger.
And that's the conceit of this game. All the characters are hunted.
Yeah, all the characters are always in peril. In their minds, or in their instincts. They're always in peril.
Exactly. That's exactly right. So Kathy, my sweet Kathy, she was taking care of a bunch of feral cats. I mean, they're fixed and everything, but and I've inherited them since she's passed. And these things, you would think they would know you and go, oh, hey, it's Kev coming to feed me. Oh boy. But no, there's a few that are kind of bold, but you can tell they're always watching. And if you move too fast, boom, they're out that door. And it's like, dude, when have I ever even done anything to even remotely suggest I'm like,
I've been feeding you for 4 years.
Yeah.
I'm bringing you food right now, and you're running out the door like a lunatic.
All pink skins are the same.
Exactly.
That's funny.
That's exactly right, though. And so they're very cautious, and their perception is up there. They're gonna, the slightest move that might be a threat, they're reacting to it. But how do you incorporate it in what level? And we could debate that 40%, for ages. But
well, you convinced me now. I actually think it makes sense.
Yeah. For an animal, it makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing is like basic athletics. If the character's in a wheelchair, it's not 25%, man. Maybe they can't even do the climbing or whatever. I don't know the swimming or balancing. So it's just, again, this is common, and this is basically to be applied so that we're trying to fill in the gaps of what people can do and what people expect from modern role-playing games, so that you have something to fall back on. But what's that?
I'm going to put you a little on the spot with perception. Just for folks out there, again, people watch this later, maybe I'll even make a clip of it or something. Can you give me 2 good examples of using perception in the game and 2 bad examples how you prefer it not to be used? Obviously, game masters can do whatever they want at a table.
Yeah, I think the one that we've talked about in a Teenage Mutant Ninja Animal game is definitely don't use perception to override something like prowl or other creative high-level skill uses. And I think that another one is, I know that one of the examples here is searching a room, but don't make that a mindless task. And we can talk about, how big is the room, right? Or what do they know what they're looking for?
Well, and
there's all kinds of things you can
each
go
item and look at it. That was the thing too.
Right.
You can't use perception to, like, I'm standing in the doorway and, oh, you know what? I think there's a secret panel over in the left corner.
Right.
No,
so it's not
moving along the wall and patting it and knocking
and taking the time,
searching for a secret passage to find the freaking secret door and the secret package.
Right. And I think great uses of the senses, especially with mutant animals. I mean, especially if they've got one of these advanced senses, which I think is where this is going to most commonly come up in gaming with this game. Is this is kind of their superpower, right? So if the guy playing a chicken, the mutant chicken, one of the few things he's got is that he's got UV vision. He's got ultraviolet vision. Let him use it with his perception rolls, right? And maybe there is something that most characters would never see, but he can see this laser tripwire because of his ultraviolet vision or something, right?
If he says, I'm looking around and do I see anything with my
if his character's just blindly walking into some facility, absolutely not. But if he's role playing and he's carefully moving through and looking out for stuff, maybe he'll see something like that. Exactly, Kevin. And so that's the right way to use perception. And so I think those are good examples.
Yeah, no, so do I. I just wanted to put
one more thing.
Yep, go ahead.
I also believe that this is just me how I would play it, but these common skills will never beat an actual trained skill. For example, if someone has the skill of concealing, of hiding stuff, and you successfully roll it and you hide the diamond using your skill of hiding things, a common skill will never find it, even in success,
right? Because there's detect concealment.
Trained to look for something that well hidden.
I agree. The only pushback I'd have for that is if someone, for instance, is hiding like food in their pocket, and then a character has and not just normal smell for the perception. If someone has advanced smell, and so that's I agree with you. I would just say, count those advanced senses as like
I had cat
specializing
treats
a
in my
skill.
pocket.
Right.
A neighbor's dog escaped and got into our yard. It started sniffing my pocket.
Perfect example.
Like,
The neighbor wouldn't do that. He's never going to roll
think
perception to smell the cat treats in your pocket.
In your pocket
I would. That's never going to happen.
all right. I don't want to beat that dead horse anymore. I think that's some good information. We've got a few chats,
That's a
super
great
chats
discussion.
here.
This is the intent that this stuff that Kevin and I, when we worked on this stuff, this is the intent we had, and we've actually talked about some of these weird things that you're talking about. They're coming into discussion. These are things that we've actually gone over for. So it's really cool to see that people are getting it and accepting it, kind of internalizing it the way it was intended to be. I'm glad to see that.
Okay, let me figure out where we ended on the super chats here.
This one.
Did that is that the last one? Oh, yeah, it was. Okay. So CPK says, is Chaos Earth a Christmas movie?
Well,
like Die Hard.
Happen around Christmas, right? So technically it's the worst Christmas story ever.
Yeah, the apocalypse, yeah.
Yeah, the apocalypse Christmas story. No. Oh.
No, so it actually it's a game version of Christmas at Ground Zero.
Well, I run Kevin at the Palladium Open House, and I've run into a bunch of other cons. I actually have a Chaos Earth intro game where everyone just jumps in and they're part of NEMA, and they're like the guys that got left behind at the base, and then the whole thing happens, and it's like Merry Christmas, 2098. So it is kind of funny to throw that in there because it really is right at Christmas when the crap really hits the fan.
there was a guy who told me he ran a Chaos Earth campaign from the beginning of the apocalypse, but Santa was real, and Santa was on Earth when the rifts opened up, and then he became a supernatural creature.
I love it.
And he was stuck there. So, but because he's Santa, he was helping all the good little children, defending them from the evil other DBs, and Santa was like a demigod, he had that story. I'm like, that sounds pretty.
That's when you need to corrupt him like Futurama.
That sounds pretty cool. Like the opposite of Futurama Santa. Yeah.
Okay, there are a few chats. I just want to let folks know because we're already way over time, but it is a really good discussion here. We haven't hit a lot of the chats that aren't super chats. We're not trying to be jerks about that, but we do want to keep this going. But with that in mind, we're going to go through some now that aren't super chats. I think we got all the super chats at this point. And then we'll come back, see if there's anything left with this discussion. And so way back in the day, Gen X Gamer says, I appreciate that Palladium can be adjusted to meet each table. It allows for creative juices to flow. And I love that comment.
Me too. That's exactly right. And that's the idea. That's the way the games are designed.
And it really frustrates me. And I think Sean saw in my response to a couple people out there, depending on how many of the comments he read, it's clunky and it's bad. How? Well, okay, you basically told me nothing. I don't have patience for people. So unlike you guys that have to be, nice to your customers, I don't. And I pretty much that's stupid. What you're doing is you're trying to either make this game into the game it's not, like you just want it to be Dungeons and Dragons and it's not, or you're looking at that's just perception, or that's just your preference, not perception. It's just your preference. You have a preference of rolling just a D20. I have a preference of rolling dice pools. You know what Palladium isn't? It isn't dice pool either. I don't get to roll all the clickety-clack math rocks, but I still absolutely love it because it works for what it is. It's like, well, you can't find anything. Well, that's fine. If you actually read the books, you're going to find all the stuff there eventually. Or if you read the entire book, you'll find everything there. And what you don't find, I love this. I'll post a question on our Discord. Like, hey guys, what do you think about, what's this rule? Where do you think about it? And they always come back with something out of Rifts. And I respond back, right. I don't care what Rift says. I want it out of Heroes Unlimited because that's the book I look at first. Because I'm more of an SDC guy. That doesn't mean that Rift is wrong or bad or otherwise, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, I don't care what Rift says. If it doesn't say it in Heroes Unlimited, then I'm going to come up with what I want, though I may use Rifts as a guide. And why is it Rifts and not over here? Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, the one of the cool things is this new Redux edition. So take a look at it. Read stuff that you think, this isn't just a reprint. I went over every paragraph, every page, right? So the take a look at the education and skills section. It's one facing page. That's how you do skills, right? The combat section is 2 facing pages, and that's only because as art, it's barely more than a page. And then, yeah, sure, we have actual lists for the various skills. It's a few pages long. We have lists for the combat terms, which is a few pages long. But it's actually, this is a dead simple, really easy, intuitive, fun game. And I think the main thing that was holding back in the past was a lot of the presentation, and the terminology is, harder for people to get. So if that's that, I think that was one of the core issues. And everything has been put together in a way that should be as slick to be present as possible. So this we're really trying to enter the modern era of gaming with this, and make sure that there's nothing else that's holding back the Palladium system. So I challenge people to look at this new TMNT Redux and have those same issues.
Okay,
it should be eminently usable.
That brings us to the next starred comment from Reagan Wright. Shadowrun coming out with new rules and mechanics with each new edition every 5 or 6 years is so annoying, and I agree. Now, these technically are new rules, but
they're way new. They're nothing like what we know.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the TMNT. Some of these rules are different, but they're based on the system that already exists.
Familiar.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what I hate is when games actually change but keep the same name, like AD&D Second Edition to Third Edition. It's a completely different game. The whole system mechanic is completely changed. It feels different. It works different. It is different. Shadowrun, they First Edition, Second Edition, Third, Fourth, Fifth, Eighth, 15th, whatever they're up to now. At around Third or Fourth Edition, it completely changed the game. It's a completely different system. It doesn't even feel the same.
Right.
Now, all of these changes are based on the original, or the current and still original system. Sure, they may look a little different. They may have a different percentage thing, like instead of 98 is your max, now it's 95, stuff like that. But it's still based on the percentage skill system. It's still based on, you gain every level, you gain percentage in all skills, stuff like that. It's the same game. The rules aren't changed, they're tweaked.
Yeah, it's mostly about cleaning up the presentation and just making sure that it's as intuitive as possible. And sometimes we make decisions, like Kevin said. Sometimes we make decisions and we're like, I wonder how that's going to play out. And there's already some stuff that we've got. I'm working on errata, which we'll be putting out really soon, because some of the stuff that I've seen that you guys have run into when you're reading through things and discussing it. Just want to make sure that the language is as clear as possible. But you're right. This should play. 99% of the stuff you're going to do at the table should be exactly like if you were playing this game 40 years ago.
Oh yeah.
So it's it could be completely new explanation of the same rules is the idea.
Yep.
I forgot what I was going to say. I hate it when I do that. No, I was going to say. So you guys used the example of Dungeons and Dragons, Heathen Dog, just a moment ago. Palladium. Let's use old TSR Dungeons and Dragons. Basic. Yeah, it had races class, but generally the same mechanics throughout. AD&D First Edition, okay, we now had race and class differences, but still generally the same gameplay. AD&D Second Edition, generally the same gameplay, whether things
now you
change.
have proficiencies.
What's that?
Now you have non-weapon proficiencies now.
Right. Well, that actually came in First Edition. It's just it was in a later book. I forget which one, Wilderness Survival Guide, or I don't know, Unearthed Arcana something. But if you had a module for one edition of the game, it worked in another edition of the game.
Right.
You might have to tweak it a little bit. This is where I go to Palladium. Palladium, at least for the books that I've got. Now, to be fair, I have not dug through First Edition Palladium Fantasy hardcore. And I know there's some, I only do First Edition Palladium Fantasy. I hate all the riftification of whatever. That's fine. I cannot speak to that. But I can tell you that the game I played in 1985, whether it was Robotech or TMNT first, but all at that time, between the late 80s and now, it's still Palladium, even with the changes. Even if things are either riftified or now turtlefied or whatever we're going to call this, reduxed.
Yeah.
It's still the same basic game. All my first edition or all my earlier edition books that I have are fully compatible with this game. Maybe I have to look at, they tweaked that by a couple % or something, and that's it. It's still freaking compatible. And for somebody like me, who's always an IP purist, that is absolutely important. And I can't complain about that aspect of what has happened with Turtles.
Cool.
Thanks.
And then our next one,
I got it,
is Timothy Farrelly. My wife says that she likes Palladium because Kevin has ADHD and so does she. She can follow the rule system very easily. Well, it's good to know that because of Kevin's apparent disability, that he has made from the beginning his game more easy to understand for those who are disabled in a like way. That's amazing, Kevin. You were progressive before it was cool.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Everyone golf clap for Kevin. There we go.
And then the last one. Did Fugitoid make it in? If so, did the Fugitoid? If so, who did the Fugitoid write up? Fugitoid forever. Great background, Sean. It's in Transdimensional, isn't it? I thought I saw it in Transdimensional.
It's in Transdimensional. Yeah. I did virtually everything. So I did it. The write up. Jeff from Paramount, he's also in the credits. He double checked the lore. And it's technically a different IP, so it's really cool that Paramount let us use that IP and include it, because he was pictured in the original TMNT Guide to the Galaxy, but he wasn't. He didn't have stats, and so now he does under the Utrom section for the TCR aliens. He's included there. So I hope you guys enjoy. That was an awesome thing that we added as a stretch goal as part of the Kickstarter.
Nice.
So did you want to add anything else? Because I don't think any of this other stuff changed really much. But the term
Not
did,
really.
Some secondary skills is now amateur skills. I actually like that change.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot, actually.
No, wait. I didn't read this section. There's other precedent where if you take a skill twice, it just means it goes from amateur to professional level quality.
Yeah, like cooking. So the domestic skills were like that
like the domestic, like if you take cooking twice as a secondary skill or a what do you call it?
Yeah, we don't that came later.
Yeah,
in the Palladium evolution,
right?
And that is not here. But that is not here.
Oh, it's not here. Oh, okay. No. I wish it was, because if you have amateur and professional, if you double down as an amateur, you can get professional level. I think that's cool. The
main difference in this game, the starting percentage doesn't change. It's more about if it's professional skill and your character gets an education bonus, you get to apply that education bonus to the skill. Because the majority of skills are available as amateur skills as well.
Yeah.
So it's more about whether or not you get the education bonus.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
Right, but if you take cooking for your character, and you go up in levels, you'll be a great cook, But we want to be, true to the original game, and so we didn't have taking a skill more than once. Okay. It's not a bad concept, I think, kind of like you were talking about that amateur, journeyman, expert, master kind of progression. I think that's super cool, right? But we didn't shoehorn that into Turtles or something.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to change tone here just a little bit because we got to have a little conflict.
Goody! We'll
bring it back.
Let's do it.
Starting stuff just to start.
Starting stuff just to do it. No, it's honestly something that you and I we didn't have a long discussion on it, but we talked about just a touch behind the scenes.
Sure.
And let's actually start with what you guys were just talking about. Hey, hold on here. I'm used to Palladium doing this thing where I could take two skills. Or take the amateur skill twice and now make it professional. Now, I'm not talking about, game masters can do whatever they want. We already know that. I'm kind of talking more of like the old time 25, 35, 40, whatever year Palladium fan that is just used to some things and has looked at that 95%. No, now you took away the concept of the taking the skill twice. No, that armor class. These changes, come on, you don't need to make these changes. So that some people, and I'm not even going to say it's a majority at all, but there are going to be some people, usually loud voices, even if they're minority, I'd be like, okay, wait, stop, nope, I'm done with Palladium. They've done too much with this. So, do you want to address that a little bit? Basically, us grognards. What are you going to tell us grognards who don't like new things?
If you want to say "suck it, chump," blink twice. There you go. Okay, got it. All right.
But no. The whole thing is actually we sent this out to a lot of people to preview. And I mean, this is stuff that Kevin and I have been talking about for a long time. So I don't personally, that's what I really care about is what was Kevin's intent? What was Eric's intent? How did they want people to experience this game? Right. And I think that I never met Eric personally. It's interesting working on stuff that he designed as a designer and just realizing the genius and the character he had. And it's really interesting. So I feel like I know him in a way. And then Kevin talks about him, and everybody at Palladium talks about him in just such wonderful ways. But they neither of them, I get the impression, would ever feel like their work was perfect or done and couldn't have an edit in the future. And so I would say that to the gamers that might be stuck on something like that, just understand that we make changes because we think it's making it a better game for everyone. And that's the intention. If you really hate something, sorry, we're going to keep moving forward with Palladium. We're going to improve how intuitive it is. We're going to improve the rules presentation the best we can every step of the way forward. The art, the hardcover, the indexes, the page layouts. Like we put blood, sweat, and tears into these books. A lot of people I've seen online are just blown away. They're like, I can't believe this is a Palladium book. Yeah, it's not. It's unlike any Palladium book you've gotten before. And if you haven't seen the past couple of books like Titan Robotics and stuff, where we include, some of the what was it, Yinslav Expeditions, right? The revised and updated version. Yeah, so you may not even realize we're putting in indexes, right? And we started to put in indexes, and we've been updating the layouts to be more airy. Like the original Yinslav Jungle's first edition, when Kevin did the hand layout. It's funny, we're going back to that kind of approach.
Yeah, more
and
airy.
A lot of people, Max is going to notice that, and maybe y'all will notice the difference. A lot of people, they won't even be able to put their finger on it, right? They just might say, "Oh, it's easier to read. I like the book." But the whole point is we are going to push everything we can forward, and it's not because we're trying to leave anybody behind. It's just we're trying to make the best game we can that can be enjoyed by everybody, as many people as possible, and as intuitively as possible. So, I that's not. I don't know if that's really an apology.
No, but it's an explanation, and that's an explanation. I think it's good.
And I hope you come along with us, and I hope you look at this stuff, play it, and think about it, and give it a shot, right? Just like Max said earlier, it's like give it a shot. It's interesting. I remember I was watching you guys were talking about the vehicle combat section. And you're like, oh wow, this is really tough, especially if you only have 2 actions. Well, in Turtles, you always only had 2 actions, basically.
But that's going to be my next comment. You ready for this one?
Yes, Control. I was wondering when you get to that. We were reading the whole land. Land vehicles and water and air. We were reading all that, and one thing kept popping up. One thing that we were not clear on when we were reading the rules, and we couldn't find that clarification.
Oh, that's right. We had that disagreement.
Yes, Max, what is it?
I don't remember. I just know we had the disagreement.
Every time that the situation changes, it calls for a control roll by either the initiating party or everyone involved. Does that cost an action?
No, and that's one of the things I do have in the clarification.
That's what I hope.
Yeah, you take an action to do your
rules, and in a single melee action round, whatever, I could be called to make 3 control rolls. Dude, I only got 2 actions, man. What are you doing?
No. It's not like a dodge where if someone else is making you perform a control roll to keep your dog tail or something, right?
Right. So here's my disagreement with that. And again, if you guys have designed it where he's right, that's fine.
Well, it says it. It says it in there but I've got the language update because it obviously wasn't clear enough. So I've got. It's just funny because you can just a couple of words difference can make like this massive difference in perceptions. But the concept is when I take my action to make my vehicle maneuver, and you can make 1 vehicle maneuver each vehicle can make 1 per round, then you immediately resolve all the rolls necessary for that.
Right. No, that part I agree. So, but my issue is this: anything that you have to focus on should cost an action. You're not just driving willy nilly. You're focusing on your driving. You're making that control. Crap! I got to get in and out and in and out. To me,
oh sure.
And now here's why I say that though, because it goes into the crux of my next issue. Because I may agree on in a different circumstance, and I'm going to use how I said it. Though I've heard other people say this as well. The Pathfinder, like the game now feels like Pathfinder to me. Now, I want to be very clear to folks out there at this moment, even though I ran the game on Friday, somehow we didn't have combat. I have only run combat for myself. Like I just put some character sheets down and I tested out. What happens if we run? What happens if we hide behind
You're talking about between the number of moves in the action economy, or are you talking about some of the vehicles?
Yeah, well, yes, because this is how
I don't understand how vehicles could feel like
No, not vehicles. We're just talking right now.
Oh, okay. I was getting really confused.
No. I was doing the vehicle thing. That was my big thing. Was
okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm talking about
just making sure these are separate. I was starting to get like, where are we going?
Sorry.
That's my bad. I did change topic. I'm talking about especially now that movement is clarified. I understand people have been clamoring for decades, and we've argued it on our Discord. We've had it in past videos. We've done it in like so forth that people have always wanted the movement clarified. I'm just gonna be upfront. I don't like it. Okay, but with that said, and here's a couple of reasons why I don't like it. Number one,
and I will challenge you the same way I challenge all the grognards that don't want to move forward. Right?
That's fine. I got 15 seconds to do a whole 2 things. Wow. I can move 12 yards if I have a decent speed and dodge. No. Now, here's this is the Pathfinder side of it. This is how you play Pathfinder. Well, for my first action, I'm going to attack. Oh, no, I'm going to lift up my shield. For my second action, I'm going to attack. And for my third bonus action, I'm going to do this thing. And it really felt like that comparatively. Now, with the movement that you have, and if you were to have the 4 actions per round, I actually think, and I know, I 100% know Original Turtles didn't have 4 actions per round, neither does Ninjas and Super Spies. I completely get that. But this is why I believe that movement has to be much more flexible than the way it is mentioned in Turtles. Because it really,
it's not
to
mentioned.
me,
it's a system.
It got bogged down with the full round move, the basic action move and so forth. It's like, wow, I can get this far and that's it. Take a swipe, now I'm done.
Well, if you're in the middle of a sword fight, I mean, so basically, one thing I want to come out with first is say is well, that's how I've played Palladium Fantasy with Kevin, and moving is an action, and it doesn't feel like Pathfinder at all to me. So I think some of this is armchair quarterbacking, and then the other thing I'll say is the movement is assumed, and I'm actually clarifying some of the text just to make sure it's clearer. Is the movement is within a combat without opening yourself up to attack, right? So that's part of why it's not about how far can I run just in a straight line in this time frame.
Sure.
It's I'm navigating a
battlefield,
a melee,
literal battlefield,
a deadly melee. Right. Exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think that's very Pathfinder, because the big thing.
Well, again, it was about how the actions were expended.
No. But let me. Well, right, and that's my point. And I think that you haven't actually played through it, and it might feel different when you play it on the table, because in Pathfinder, D&D, you basically do 3 things at once.
Sure, yeah.
Right? There's no chance. In D&D, the orc runs across the room, draws their weapon, and stabs you. Right? In Palladium, the orc has their axe and they're running across the room. Now you get to take an action. You could run away, you could draw your weapon, you could try and tackle him, right? But you get to do one thing, and it's an interspersed experience. So to me, I don't understand how that's anything like Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder. Yeah, it has movement on a tabletop, which is similar movement distances to a lot of other tabletop games.
If I have a speed of like 24, Palladium. I should be able to access more of that speed. That's always been my mentality.
So you think that it's just you just need to move an extra space if you have a speed of 24?
Well, but again, I don't use battle maps. I'm theater of the mind. You can take that battle map stuff, and so.
Well, but it's a breakdown. It's a pretty decent breakdown. If you're not in a full sprint and you're moving tactically through a battle, I think it's a pretty decent movement distance. So. Yeah,
So
I don't know.
12 yards in 15 seconds?
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, if people are trying to kill you with swords, yeah.
Well, no.
You're not, if you're not,
that is
because we also
understandable.
have a full round run where you can just run for the
Right.
15 seconds.
Right,
And so if you
but-
just do the full round run, you have an action for that. When you say, well, I can only go 12 yards in 15 seconds, if you want to do that and be able to attack and parry and make sure your buddy's not getting ganged up on, yeah. If you just want to sprint, well, there's another action for that.
I don't know. With 2 actions per round, once I get it, once again, I have done it on the table with actual dice, but it was just with me. I get that.
I mean, it's the way I've been playing for a long time. It's the way Kevin runs it, and so I don't know. Maybe
most of the tables that I've been at are actually even more liberal than me when it comes to movement. I've done it differently because there was no clarity on that necessarily. Where I'm like, if you move up to half your movement, it doesn't cost an action. After you go half your movement, it costs 1 action per. That's 1 action. That's it. That's how I've always done it. Some people broke it down by, well, this is your speed. So you're divided by, you have 5 actions per round. Let's just say it's 100 yards. We like easy numbers here. Okay, so once you move 20, that's 1 action. Once you move another 20, it's another action. And so I've seen it that way. Although I think that screws over people that are faster.
Well, but that's why there's a full round run. So again, if you keep ignoring that mechanic, then you're going to have a
full round run doesn't allow you to do anything.
It allows you to run.
Because all you're doing is running and then reacting. You can parry and dodge and roll with impact. So you can do other things. You just can't attack. So you might want to read it more carefully.
No, I've read it again. Okay, well, I do fire, and I know you and I have this disagreement here. I'm more into the firearms. I get it. It's a ninja game, but I'm going to shoot a ninja. Like that's just the way.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, it's got guns in it for a reason. There's plenty of the adventures. Plenty of the enemies are armed with weapons, right? Firearms and stuff. I don't think that's bad.
And that becomes very limiting to walking fire, running fire, things like that, where I would just give a penalty to the roll and not say, "Whoop, you're out of actions. Can't do crap."
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've been through military training too. I mean, and I think it's pretty good, but I mean,
I'm not explaining it clearly. That's fine because I don't. I'm not the only one who's felt this way, but
no one's played it.
Well, people have their books. Actually, they've been showing off their books constantly on our Discord.
Yeah, well, I've heard the complaint I've heard has all been from no one playing it. I mean, you haven't played it yet either. So, but I don't know, Kevin. What do you think? I mean, you've always run it that way.
Well, I've never had real clearly defined mathematical.
No mathematical.
And I've never played Pathfinder, so I'm not sure exactly what the comparisons are. But yeah,
I don't get the Pathfinder comparison at all.
Okay, for my first action, I stand up. For my second action, I move 12 yards. Since I don't have a third one, I'm basically done unless I have boxing.
Yeah, you were knocked down though, right? I mean,
yeah. If someone trip attacked you and you're a first level character, then getting up and moving within the melee without opening yourself up might be your melee round. That's
I'm changing all melee rounds to 5 seconds now. There's no way I'm gonna
go ahead.
If that's what you need to sleep at night. I mean, the thing is Palladium's always had that. There's always been trip attacks.
Right. No, I
Palladium where you have to stand up as an action from being swept.
Yep. Fully understand. But because there were no defined movement stuff, we'd rule it at the table. Like, yeah, you can get from here to the wall while you're going around the corner, shoot. Or let's just say there's somebody there. Yeah, that person's going to be able to attack you, parry, dodge, whatever. But yes, you can get a swipe on him as you're trying to get your back to that cover over there. Well, now I'm out of actions.
You can still do that. I mean,
not really.
Well, the thing is, it's an interspersed action system. So I don't know how you're playing Palladium if you're not doing the interspersed action system. But yes, when movement becomes an action, then it is going to be interspersed in that. You can't do more than one thing at once. So if people are used to constantly having their characters move and perform an action, an attack, that's going to feel different. But I don't think that was the way. I don't think that significant amounts of movement were ever the intention to be paired with all combat attacks.
The tables I played at, I thought they actually went the other way and had too much movement to do anything. What do you mean you're sprinting and you're firing without having a penalty? But so I get, but I've actually seen more movement personally in my experience playing than the other side. And I was actually considered kind of the limiting one.
Except for you still haven't experienced the system yet.
Well, okay. First of all, no. I can play test a game by myself and get a pretty darn good feel for how it's going to work at the table.
Okay.
It isn't 100%
Okay, well, so
guaranteed.
you're actually like literally saying the exact opposite of what you said earlier in the broadcast.
No. Well,
right?
I'm just saying out there that, hey, I haven't done it, so maybe there is a change, because there is the possibility that when there are people there. But I play tested a ton of games, and I can get a pretty good feel for how it plays. And I've heard the same thing that other folks have said, man, this is very Pathfindery. We use the term Pathfindery just to say that type of action system. You can say D&D 3rd edition. You can find some other game that works very similar, and it has felt that way.
I don't know.
And that scares me because I can't stand that style.
Well, I don't feel like it's that style at all. I mean,
That's fair.
It's completely different.
Now to change tack just a little bit. Every time, Sean, every time you said moving without opening yourself to an attack, the lizard brain in me went, no attacks opportunity. And then Per's Play said, I am so very thankful that Palladium doesn't have attacks of opportunity. Talk about a mechanic that slows combat down.
Right.
And
exactly.
I am in 100% agreement with that. Yep. I hate attacks opportunity. I hate it. Hate it.
Yep.
It's
that's the core of the Palladium action system. Is you don't need attacks of opportunity because it's very cinematic. You see someone draw their gun, you see someone running across the room, and the other players have a chance to have meaningful impact hopefully before they get to do whatever they want to do. Usually they're trying to kill somebody, right? That you care about, or when you're allies or whatever, right? And so that's the whole thing. You don't need attacks of opportunity because the Palladium system is granular enough that you get to make those decisions, and it's very engaging. A combat round is, I've always thought, in Palladium, is way more engaging than any other system I've played. And I think that a lot of this stuff, it sounds one way if you've got two characters fighting one-on-one and you're playtesting, but when you have like 4 or 5 heroes fighting a dozen ninjas, I don't think it feels the same.
Okay. Another question.
I think it's very engaging, the back and forth, the opposed roles, right?
Also about combat. And I don't know intros because I didn't get the book, but is there something similar like a power attack or a jump kick that takes all or multiple actions to complete?
Yeah, leap attack. It's all leap attack now.
You have to do it first, and it takes all your actions or 2 actions or whatever.
And it's a critical.
Now, since starting with initiative, this guy goes, then this guy goes, then this guy goes, then this guy goes, and it goes around until everyone's out of actions. If you are doing something that takes 2 actions, that first action, it doesn't happen yet. It only happens when it comes around to you again, right? Now, during that time where you're in the air performing your jump kick, but before it lands, can you dodge and parry? This is just me.
So you need to read the leap attack. You can dodge.
Well, like I said, I didn't have the book, so
it doesn't delay. It doesn't delay your attack. It's a really powerful maneuver. You immediately do it, and that's why it's really powerful. If you have leap attack, you can start out by leaping across the entire combat and hitting somebody with a crit, or maybe adjacent opponents with a critical hit with either your unarmed, like kicks and punches, or weapons.
So the philosophy behind the it takes multiple attacks isn't so much the wind up and the execution, it's more the recovery.
I don't know if I'm following.
Okay. Here's an example. Here's an example. In my view, before you clarified it, I was like the whole jump attack, the extra action was taken up in the wind up and the actual time in the air. That was my view of it. But hang on. But for everyone listening, yeah, you got it. But for everyone listening, your view is more the recovery action. Like the wind up and the time in the air is not the extra action you lose. It's after you hit and land. Maybe you have to do a roll. Maybe you have to recover. That's where you lose your second action. That's where it takes that second action.
I'm going to add some clarity to this because I don't think they're getting one thing that you're trying to say, Heath. Like, you literally, when we go around the table, when it comes to the next action, you say skip because you're recovering from.
Or you lose an action at the end, maybe. It depends on how the game master wants to do it.
Well, that's how I did it, but you kept telling me that was wrong.
Yeah, because I always thought that that a power attack is the wind up. You know, you're doing a double fisted wind up, raising up and coming down, boom. Because visually, that's how it works in my head. That's where you lose.
No, if you use multiple actions in Palladium, it comes off the top of the stack is generally the intent.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. It
comes off the top of the stack. So if you do a power punch, the power punch lands immediately. You lose an action off the top of your number of melee attacks.
Okay.
Right. So for leap attack, it's more like you get all the punch right at the beginning of a combat round. So you're putting all of your energy into that big attack, and you get to do it first, right? So that's why it's better than moving and then making an attack and then making another attack, for instance, right? Because you're doing double damage. So even if you have 3 actions, it's worth it. It comes out in the wash to be worth it. Even if you have 4 actions, it might be really worth it because you get that hit in first at the very beginning of the combat and the movement, right? So there's a lot of advantages to the leap attack. Yeah.
And I want to point out your character isn't helpless after that. It's not like he's just standing there or crouching and getting the shit kicked out of him.
Right.
He can parry and dodge. But yeah, he put all of his effort into that one big power attack that costs extra. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so leap attacking can use up 2 of the character's actions, and the remaining actions can only be used to parry, dodge, roll with impact, or change posture.
Okay, yeah. The way I always did it, because to me it was more cinematic, was if you do an attack that takes more than 1 action, you initiate it on your first action, say. So you do a power attack, and and you are winding up. While everyone else is taking their actions, you're winding up, ready to land that big hit. And when your second one comes around, that's when it lands.
Gotcha.
That's what I always did.
And I've seen people run it the exact opposite too, which is you do it now, but you now have to recover because of the follow through or something.
Yeah, you do it now, but your next action is skip because you are recovering your balance, you're recovering your stance,
I'm charging my
all
laser.
that stuff. Yeah, it's I've seen it done both ways.
The way I do it was just, look, you took your actions, you just have 1 less for the rest of the round. I don't care.
And then there's that one. But that one never made any cinematic sense to me. So I I never used it. But it's the right one.
So
it sucks.
So yeah, I mean, and again, if you have a base 4 action economy, then leap attack doesn't make any sense. I mean, you're giving up a lot to get that kind of like first strike capability, right? But in a 2 base action economy with the Ninja Turtles, it makes a lot of sense because you're moving a long distance and getting a really heavy strike in. And you don't just, and by the way, not everybody can just do a leap attack. We've been very explicit in this edition of the game of what maneuvers you have at basic level, right? You can tackle, you can try and put people in hold. I mean, anyone can try and like hold somebody, right? You can punt, do an unarmed attack like a punch or a kick or something. But a lot of this stuff is, like leap attack. You have to take the combat training to unlock the maneuver. Because, you could describe someone, taking a move action across a combat and then their next action kicking. Yeah, maybe they took a little run and jump kicked, but that's not the same as the leap attack, right? So this is an advanced maneuver that gives you the ability to do all this really quickly. And that's why it isn't interspersed, right? Because someone could do similar actions and it would be more, this action is the movement, this action is the attack, right? But this is all at once, and that's part of the power of it.
All right, so go ahead. The reason I did the whole leap kick, you spend your first action in the air, and only until you come back around initiative to your second action does it land, is because in so many movies and cartoons, when someone does a giant leap kick, someone else comes behind and kicks up into their groin while they're in the air. I always thought that was cool.
No, that's cool. That's cool. And I'm not going to say that we have, in this edition, I mean, these things have always been here. Palladium's a very reactive combat system, right? and really fun. And we've been unlocking, we've added a lot of things that you can unlock as a reaction. So, maybe we'll have the dick kick as a reaction that we can add to some martial art in the future. Yeah, right. Sure you can. Yeah.
That's the counter, but it also takes up 2 of your attacks.
Right. I mean, whatever. But I mean,
well,
so
theoretically, couldn't you use that as a body tackle or whatever a reaction?
Yeah, you could, and some of the ones now they can react with a throw. So if you say, oh well, getting kicked in the dick, and then you land on the floor and you're prone, it's kind of like a throw, right? It's kind of like an unarmed throw, essentially, because the end result, because we did, Kevin and I talk about this a lot. We went away from like, naming certain strikes like snap kicks or, a leg sweep or something like that.
Yeah, because people only use the one that gave the highest damage die roll.
Right. And so, that way, if you can throw, and that means that my character is a ninja, I do a leg sweep. Another character, he's a wrestler. He just grabs the guy by the shoulder and throws him on the ground, right? Yeah. Like a lot of martial artists are trained to do. Mm-hmm. So, it opens up how you can describe the procession of the combat without saying, talking about like this kind of like meta game of which maneuvers deal more damage. It's more built in, and you can describe that combat in a lot of different ways. And that's a great point, because you don't need the dick kick maneuver. We already have it, right?
Well, because you already have it now,
right? Because someone can react to a leap attack with a throw.
Yeah,
right?
But here's the thing: you don't have to write the rules because chat's doing it for you. Where is it? Oh, like wow! Look at that fighter sailing oh so slowly through the air to kick that guy. It'd be a shame if someone punched him in the balls.
Right, exactly. Like, right.
Dick hit, which is in capitals, which means it's an actual maneuver now. So here you go. Needs to include loss of initiative. Well, that's what a throw does. You're
prone and you lose initiative.
So brilliant, you got it. So the rules. So 3rd edition TMNT can have dick hit.
So yeah, I mean, I guess that's the cool thing. I do think that there's something really cool about this, without making it like as complicated and in depth as the original Ninjas and Super Spies could be. Now that we've clarified a lot of this, which was always the intent that was there, but now that it's a lot clearer, I think people are going to understand the ebb and flow of these kind of reaction maneuvers and how they can turn the tide of combat. And that's why they're cool, right? That's why reactions are cool, because it makes the combat much more interactive. It's not just, did he hit my AC? And again, I'm not trying to dog on anything, but what type of game I like is where you're doing something now, you're doing something now, what do you do now, what do you do now, and it just goes around, and everyone sees this kind of slow motion train wreck or melee ensue, and they're trying to, I'm maneuvering over this guy, I want to protect him with my shield. Okay, I'm going to move over here. I'm going to draw my weapon next as my next action. Okay, cool. And then you just keep going. Okay, now I draw my weapon. Okay, cool. You can parry with it, right? So that's the idea of making all these things actions. Is that there's a lot more intentionality, and yeah, it is gritty. It's the comic. The original Turtles comic was gritty. It's not a superhero. It's not Superman versus the Flash and Cyborg, right?
The real defense to having only 2 actions per round and having normal movement, take an action, the actual defense, which I was hoping you say it, but I'll say it for you because I'm a nice guy, is that because everyone only has 2 or 3 actions per round, the rounds end much faster.
I was just about to say that.
They end much faster, and you get to your next thing. So yeah, sure, you only have 2 or 3 acts per round, but everyone's round is over, and half the time it takes in like Heroes
But it
Unlimited.
doesn't matter. You're not re-rolling initiative anymore.
Exactly.
Well, that's a youth.
Oh, but time is passing, and I mean, if you watch, I
do want to say that's exactly right. The rounds go by a lot quicker because everyone has fewer actions, and it actually works out well. I think the problem that Max is having and some other people, and by the way, I think it's if I recall correctly, because I've been thinking about this since we had that conversation, why I went to 4 attacks is that, 15 seconds seems like it's a long time to just have
two things.
2 attacks. If you get hung up on the 15 seconds.
Yeah,
but
maybe we need to go to 10-second rounds. I don't know.
seconds go. 15 seconds works really well. A lot of other things.
Yeah.
Because 4 of them is 1 minute, and it works really nicely. My problem was when I went to 4 attacks, and then as you get more attacks with experience levels
and robot piloting and
the combat attacks, I kind of wish I had never done that, because you have rounds where everyone's got 6 attacks, and it makes sense in 15 seconds, but in gameplay it just takes kind of longer.
Each round takes seemingly a whole lot of time because everyone's got to go around the table 6, 8, 10 times.
You got it. And so when Sean said, let's go back to the shorter attacks that was in the original Palladium Fantasy and in the original TMNT, and actually probably the original Heroes Unlimited, I said, yeah, let's do that. I think that'll be nicer. Right? It'll be because the rounds go faster, so you still have that sense of, everything's happening.
Yeah, combat seems faster.
Yes, it's actually, ironically, it's even faster. And yes, like if you're pulling your weapon, that's 1 melee attack. I guess I was thrown off a little bit with it feels like a Pathfinder because
the way it's stated. And again, I've only done a couple of read throughs with folks that I know either have the books or they're waiting on them. Where in fact one of my coworkers has his books and I don't. But it's like we were reading through it, and it's a matter of so for my first action, I do this, and he's already talking in that mode. I'm like, see, that's what I was afraid of. But I was hoping to get to combat on Friday, and these guys were so paranoid of fighting that they stayed away from. By the time that we were okay, this is about to start. Crap! It was lunchtime, and then it was the end of the.
That does mean they're really engaged, which is good, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they absolutely were, and I told them that this was. I don't even care that there wasn't combat for me personally. And if we were running a campaign where I'm doing like an 8-hour session, we're coming back next week, whatever, dude, I was having the greatest time of my life, and they said that they were having fun. But I was also there because I wanted to test the combat system. Just to jump in real quickly here, just because I brought up a character sheet while I was here. This is my issue with the movement, folks. It isn't that I'm thinking that everybody should be running. Oh my God, so this character right here has 110 yards per round. In 15 seconds, he can run 110 yards, but he can only move 12 yards, and that costs him an action. And now he's got one other thing he can do. I call BS on that. I should be able to probably run 30 yards and still be able to do something effectively.
What's his speed?
His speed is 22. The basic move action is 12 yards for him.
Okay.
That 12 yards, and that's basically half of everything I can do in that 15-second round in order to be effective. That's the part that I'm stuck on.
Okay, hang on. What if you had a speed of 10?
I don't have the book in front of me. I think that's
Sean
8. I think that's 8, but
it's 10.
Is it 10?
It's 10. So the guy with double the speed attribute can only go 2 more yards.
4 more yards.
4 more yards.
So it is 8 then, because I've got 12. My speed was 22. What is that? Did I write it down wrong?
Is that
22? And then what compared to a Sky with speed what?
10.
10. So it's a little more than double, but yeah. No, it's only 2. It's only it's 10 and 12. It's
10 and 12. See, that one doesn't reconcile in my head immediately. This is, of course, like you said, without playing it.
Right.
Someone who is naturally twice as fast only gets a 5 or 10% bonus to the amount of yards he can go per round per action.
Well, okay, so no, this is a good question. So this comes down to game design when you want to use tabletop.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going completely theater of the mind, which a lot of people do,
which is what I do.
Which I would try not to get too hung up on exactly how many yards this is.
But we are trying to play it rules as written first for the testing purposes and seeing how.
No. I understand that, but the point is when you have human equivalent characters moving, or even just 2 fair, like 22 is like a really good human runner.
It's fast,
right? I mean,
yeah.
that's
That's
fast, right? But if someone rolls well and then takes running and takes all the other stuff, their speed could be way higher than that in Palladium, right? And so this is truncated to make sure that you can have some sort of comparable movement. This stuff can get really out of control.
Oh, okay. I see. You want to make sure that you can't have a Joe Schmo versus Flash situation where
it doesn't even have to be the Flash. I mean,
well, no,
I'm
exaggerating to clarify.
And you've got a character that can walk 2 inches or 4 yards, and then another guy is moving 4 times as far.
Yeah. Where he can hit you, leave, and you have no chance.
Right, it becomes the Flash because speed isn't instant velocity. And that's one of the things about the speed attribute that I think people really need to get through their head.
You go. Okay. No. I see it now. It's the same thing in pilot world where there's quick and then there's fast. An airplane can be fast, can go up to Mach 2, but it's not quick. It won't get there quickly. If you're quick and fast, you go Mach 2 and get there in a hurry.
So if you watch someone sprinting, right, they're trying to get up to speed for a few seconds.
Yeah.
So that's what's built into the full round run. That's why I keep going back to the full round run. If you want to see how far someone can actually run, they need to do a full round run, which is only 2 actions.
Yeah.
For a base character, right? So the point is that the if you want to get that full speed attribute, but if you're just moving inside of a combat, that's where the basic move action comes in.
Okay.
And it is not a mathematical division of their top speed. Right? We're not going to build in acceleration.
We always fought against that anyway because we found weaknesses to that.
So. I understand it now.
Do you is this
your speed attribute is not how quick you can get to max speed. It is how high is your max speed.
Right.
If you think of it like that, then someone with a 10 can accelerate as fast as someone with a 22, but never reach the top speed, which is obviously the 22 is much
and you don't
faster.
And unless you're taking a full round run, you're
not going to get there.
Get up to.
Yes, you have to accelerate through that entire 15 seconds to reach your top speed. If you're only
you're not changing direction, you're not maneuvering, right? You're just
I understand where you're coming from better now. I get it now. Okay.
Well, I mean, and it's thank you. That's all I'm saying then.
I'm not saying you're right. Shut up. I'm just saying I understand where you're coming from.
but I get what Max is saying too, because that's I would play it the same way. Theater of the mind. If the guy's got a speed of 10 and the guy's got a speed of 24, the guy with 24 is going to get there first.
Well, if they and they both will.
If they took it full action, the way Sean wrote it.
If they take the full round run,
if you want a real race with their top speed, you have to take the full action. Then you can reach your top speed.
Right. So that still happens because you just take your speed and multiply it by 2.5, and that's how many yards you ran. Well, the point is the speed is a linear difference, right? And you get to enjoy that if you spend your 15 seconds running. But if you only spent a portion of it because you're maneuvering and attacking and things like that, more tactically, that's why you have much shorter move distances.
And
if you go watch HEMA, that's what happens, right? If some guy starts to sprint through the middle of the match, he's probably going to have a hard time. But that's the only way he's going to get all the way across the field. Most of those guys, as they move, are going to be moving much more slowly, even if they're faster than this other guy.
Yeah,
right. It's all relative.
I get it. In this game, everyone has this because it's a game, and there has to be some kind of rule set for this. Everyone has the same acceleration factor. Everyone can accelerate to their top speed if they blow the entire round running.
Right.
You get to your top speed. Okay, great.
Right.
But if you take one action, you can only move this far because you don't have the time to accelerate to take advantage of your speed attribute.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, so it's basically combat movement and non-combat movement. You blow all your actions to run full speed. That's your non-combat movement, basically. Of course, we don't have those terms in this game like that.
Now, for instance,
if you want to think of it that way, you can.
The cheetah has a quick run ability.
Okay.
For 10 BioE for quick run once per minute per 4 combat rounds, the mutant can lightning dash up to double the distance normally allowed by their speed as a move action.
Yeah, that is not increasing your max speed.
And gain +2 to initiative and dodge for the rest of the round. So it is more about acceleration.
Yeah, at that point, because it's a special ability.
Right. And they also get a bonus to their speed attribute. But
but that's different from what we're talking about.
That's different, right? So if you want to look at it as like your ability to accelerate, everyone, it takes them a minute to accelerate up to their full speed.
Yeah.
And within combat, that's much less pronounced.
You don't have that time
as you're maneuvering, right?
Yeah. If you want to do something else, you don't have time to really pump your legs up to get them as fast as you can.
Yeah, unless people are like defending themselves from deadly attack, and trying to use cover or stuff like that. Don't make them take the basic move action. Let them do a full round run. The rules tell you to do that, right? So you've got it right there.
All right, so I'm going to put this back up on the screen for just a second here. So just to answer, the simple answer is yes, but he says, Immediate says, wait, we now have move actions defined now? Used to play it a little looser, allowing movement plus action for cinematic gameplay. Agree completely.
Yep, and that's the thing is everybody...
And you still can.
And you still can. And the thing is everybody... it's like one of these things we talked about is the concept that, if something wasn't defined, everyone was kind of house ruling it. Mm-hmm. Right? And so no matter what we do, it's going to be different than what most people were doing. Right?
I don't see the thing for me. I don't have an issue actually with the concept of it. In fact, I'm kind of glad it was defined. I just look at this here. I got a 15-second round. Wow, I get to move a whole 12 yards, and that took an action, and I can dodge now. Oh yay! Great round.
Well,
but
no, because you can move way further than that if you take the move round. If you just take the full round run action. You can move way further.
Yeah, A don't need to or B don't want to.
Well, yeah, but
then why are you doing it?
Well, no, the idea is that if you take a full round movement, you won't have to dodge because no one's going to be able to catch you and attack you.
Well, again, I use firearms
unless
in my
they're
game,
shooting
so.
you, I suppose.
Yeah.
Ninja stars fly, So.
Yeah. I mean,
So
but that's why you can still dodge.
Yeah.
Or parry.
You can still use that or roll with the
I'm out of
impact
actions.
of a grenade.
I have no actions left.
No, you do. You can use them to do those other things.
But did you say full round action was 2 actions, wasn't it?
No, it's what I said. What he said was move and dodge and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's sort of like the jump attack, the leap attack, right? So it uses up the first action that round, and the remaining actions can only be used to parry, dodge, roll with impact, or change posture.
I missed the first part. How many actions does it take?
It uses up their first action.
Okay, got it.
So the full round run takes up your first action in the round.
So,
and it has to be the first.
I'll see when I play it. Maybe I'm proven wrong. I'm not convinced yet, but that's because I like a more fluid game. That's just it. And if I'm wrong, well then I will happily come back and say I was wrong about that. It actually works pretty darn well. But conceptually, I'm on board. I think the math that I've seen on this, and I don't dive into math too much either, but I was just like, wow, that is going to make games really compact. Or people are either going to be running and never attacking, or one person's going to attack and everybody else is going to die.
Well, I mean, a fist fight can turn into a chase real quick. But if you do have multiple people standing around, you get a melee brawl, and that's I think that's what's going to be reflected when you actually try it out. Yeah,
okay. That's fair.
Well, we have Poly Robotics here. He's a member for 14 months. Thank you, Polly. So, Kevin, should we remove 2 attacks from the game for all other settings of Palladium books? I'm gonna say no. Don't play it like the rule book says. But if you want to do the work to retrofit a game to fit these Redux rules, I suppose you can. If you want.
Well, I mean, so for instance, the original Rifts book was based on a 2-action economy. Right now, quickly juice. Yeah.
I swear that we didn't play 2 actions in the 90s, Heathen Dog.
Yeah, I think that's when I might have. That's when I incorporated the 4. I think.
That's
no,
when 4 happened.
I mean, I can open it right now.
Because my Borg had 4 attacks, and the stupid crazy had 5, and that was always
first edition Heroes Unlimited had the 2 attacks. The first ones of Heroes Unlimited, and then when second edition came along, it came up to you get 2 for just being alive, and then and then stuff like that. So you got 4. But no, if you want to do it, the game will allow it. The rules will still work if you take away 2 attacks from everybody across the board.
Sure,
the game will work. It'll work 100%. So you can do that. I don't see why you'd want to, but if you want to, do it. Just make sure that it'll work throughout the entire game, and you do it across the board. PCs, NPCs, everybody. Just make sure you do it right, and it should work fine. But I don't think you should do it. You could do it. You could.
Right. Because we're again, I'm kind of looking at each setting as its own unique setting.
Yeah.
And again, you can you can incorporate 4 rules into TMNT if that's what you prefer. I mean, again,
there you go. The 4 action economy was in revised Beyond the Supernatural and Rifts. That's when it. Yes. Okay. Fair enough.
Look, I'm always going to say whatever works at your table. The only reason we're having this discussion here, because a couple people have been saying in chat, just do what you want. Just do what you want. We absolutely understand that. Everybody said that. That's
everybody can do what you want. I mean, that's great.
80% of this whole discussion has been do what you want. But now we're kind of wrapping in a few things, like I said, that I've heard. I've talked with some folks behind the scenes. Some agree with me on things. Some like, dude, no, like this is awesome,
no,
or I don't like this.
Rifts was hand-to-hand basic, 2 attacks per melee. Hand-to-hand expert, 2 attacks per melee.
Well, I know we were playing in the 90s before Rue. How did we have 5 and 6 attacks? Because I didn't have boxing.
A lot of those characters
everyone started with 2
bonus actions.
Yeah, everyone started with 2, whether you're skilled or unskilled.
But you put on a Samus. No. You put on a Samus, you get bonus actions. You're a juicer, you get bonus actions. You're a combat cyborg, you usually get bonus actions.
Had like 6 or 7. It was nuts.
Well,
no, not in Ultimate Edition. Yeah.
No,
but before that,
no. In the original Rifts that we played in the 90s, we played it like Heroes Unlimited. Everyone gets 2 actions for being alive, and then your hand-to-hand combat gave you more.
Gave you 2 additional attacks.
2 additional.
Yeah, that's not what it says. It just says 2 attacks per melee. So
it ends up being 4.
It's not that important for me to look up or whatever, but if somebody out there either wants to correct Heathen Dog and me or wants to correct Sean, it doesn't matter to me that much, like when it happened. I actually don't even care about the 2 attacks. I think that grittiness of TMNT is awesome. My concern is of just having the combat locked. And if that doesn't happen, awesome. If it does happen, I'm just going to go back to the way I used to do it, and I'm just going to keep going. And I hope you enjoy the book and the game, and and so forth. We've had a couple people in comments say, "Ooh, I don't know if I like that." We've had most people say, "No, this is awesome. This is a great change." So or update. So that's just the way gamers are.
Well, because we have a lot of well, first of all, you can never satisfy everybody, and again, role playing is personal. Use whatever works best for you. What you think, maybe try it one way and try it the other way and see which way you and your players prefer. Just to clarify, on page 35 of the original Rifts book, combat terms under attacks per melee, characters with no hand-to-hand attack. Come on, who has no hand-to-hand? But anyways, Farmer Brown, maybe.
Yeah.
With no hand-to-hand combat training, get 1 attack per melee at levels 1, 6, and 12.
Yep.
But they still get and they have no automatic parry. Each attempt counts as 1 melee action. Characters with hand-to-hand, let's face it, that's virtually
most player character. Yeah.
Characters with hand-to-hand combat training automatically get 2 attacks plus those acquired from their hand-to-hand combat skills.
Does that one give anything at level 1?
Most of the combat skills give you two attacks per melee. Not all of them. Like Assassin, you don't get two.
That's right, because assassin always started with one
but-
attack less. It had
Right.
Well,
So,
I was just saw it as having three.
the thing is, and I can prove it too. If you go to page 256 of the very last page of Rift's original edition, the typical Coalition Samus pilot has hand-to-hand expert plus elite power armor combat training, 4 total attacks per melee. The typical Coalition Grunt has 2 attacks per melee. The typical high-tech Bandit has 2 attacks per melee.
Okay, so the
so it did change, but right after that is when the second edition of Heroes Unlimited happened, and then that's okay, right? But the original Rifts, when it released, was 2 base actions for combat trained characters, 1 if you were untrained, but every character quickly stacks on tons more actions, whether you're a juicer, combat cyborg, crazy. And then you add an automatic dodge, right? But no, there's a lot of people that, the other thing is the magic makes a lot more sense, right? When you can only do so many spells.
Only do 2 because in the original Rift you could only do 2 spells per round,
right?
And that would be your 2 actions. Right.
So the original Rifts was compatible with was more comparable to. You had more of a dichotomy where you had some characters that were kind of like Ninja Turtles or Palladium fantasy characters, and then other characters that were more like a Heroes Unlimited character because they had all these extra actions and bonuses and stuff like that.
It's fun. Chat is funny to me because chat's partially agreeing with us, partially agreeing with you. It's like that's the weird thing. This whole clarity thing that Turtles is doing. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of comments out there blast me. Oh my God, Max, shut up, blah blah blah. But I'm doing this intentionally. 1, because I'm not the only person that said this, and 2, because this clarity, it's kind of showing that whether I like it or not, the clarity is still dang important.
Speaking of clarity, now this is the clarity thing, not the actions per round thing. But why do guns do SDC damage over hit point damage? That is not true. Think of it like squares and rectangles. Okay. All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares, something like that, where all gun damage is SDC damage, but it's also hit point damage, but not all hit point damage is also SDC damage. The reason being is there are some psychic abilities, some magic abilities that do damage that is only hit point damage, bypassing SDC altogether. But
there's also
SDC damage is also hit point damage when you get through the SDC.
Yes.
Right. And there's also death blow and poisons that can also
that go direct hit points, stuff like that.
So and the way to think of it is Kevin's described it a lot of ways, but I think that like if people have played like the old D20 Star Wars with Vitality, it's the ability to take really dangerous attacks and turn them into glancing blows or grazes and stuff like that, because you are still maneuvering within that, like to use the boxing term. But also, if you see someone pull a gun, do you turn to the side, right, to try and maybe it just grazes your shoulder instead of like going straight through your chest?
Yeah. The problem on the player side, and I don't agree with the player on this one, but the problem on the player side is they're like, dude, I just rolled a 17 plus 4 to hit. I got a 21. And now you're telling me, ooh, look, I got a glancing blow. It's like, and you have to kind of convince him of the cinematic nature of it. It's like, first of all, the same happens to you, doofus.
Right.
when you've got that, 35 SDC going on, and you roll the damage. Wow, that dude had you dead to rights. You're like, oh crap. You didn't even have to roll a dodge. You simply just took 8 points of damage, not anything lethal, to the graze to the arm or into somewhere insubstantial.
Or dude, you're fighting a giant robot. You have a 9mm. You shot it. You dented it. Is it going to stop? No. Well, why didn't it stop? I rolled a 21. Yeah, you rolled a 21 against a giant 24-foot walking tank. The hell do you think?
Its natural AR might be 17. So good job. It didn't just get deflected by the natural armor, right?
Damage.
Yeah,
so
it absorbs some of the damage. That's where SDC comes in.
Yeah.
And also it's the classic John Wick, John Wayne.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's just a flush room. There's a hole in his fucking arm.
Yeah. But he's still using it like
it's all right,
big
man.
deal.
And then, you're right. In real life, you'd be falling on your ass in
crying
shock.
like a baby, going, "Mama!"
Right. Yeah.
I'm not trying to get political here, but a good example is that I watched the what's his name, Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and the dude who got shot in his bicep. Basically, it was like there was like that's it. That's a normal person. You're playing a cinematic character.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be a movie. I won't say hero necessarily, but you're supposed to be that movie.
You're Stallone, Schwarzenegger, Van Damme. You're all that. You're a player character. You are that level. You can get shot in the arm and still use your arm.
You ain't got time to bleed.
Most people get stabbed with a sword.
Right.
And
I
they're
have time to
you're
bleed.
done.
That's
You just
a great
stab with a
line.
sword. You're like, okay, I'm out.
Right. I mean, most people, you take a battle axe, you're done.
You're
but
done. Yeah, it's over.
you're like, retreat, give me medical attention now,
If you can retreat, you're just on the ground writhing and bleeding out.
Right.
That's basically what you're going to be doing.
Exactly. You roll for coma,
Yeah.
So
all right, the last thing that I want to talk, like I said, we want to end this on a happy note. I don't think this has been crazy confrontational or anything, but
No,
look,
not at all.
This has been one of those that I know I've been talking with folks behind the scenes. I've been hearing mostly good things, like this is freaking awesome. But there are a couple quibbles, and a couple of them I've brought up to Sean. A couple of them like I don't agree with that quibble, but whatever. Let's kind of air the dirty laundry, so to speak, so that when you get it, you kind of know what to expect. Like that one guy asked, like our meaty bits right there is like, wait, there's clarity in the movement. Yep. There's clarity in the movement in the game now. Let's see how you like it. Go ahead and use it. But
Right.
the last I'm going to ask the full question here because it's got a context in here. I really want.
Well,
from you guys.
real quick, if you think someone's going to just run away from a combat, there is no just attacks of opportunity. You need to get them in a hold. You need to throw them on the ground. You need to take these actions so they can't just get away, because then you're going to turn into a chase.
So the question goes, so what do you see as the core benefit and real risks of Palladium's ruling over rules approach for long-term campaigns? Here's the part that I'm more hung up on. And how do you balance fast cinematic decisions with the need for consistency, trust, and clear expectations for the players who want to know what the system will do for them?
Yeah, I didn't get all that either.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the point of using a system that has a flexible side to its design?
Basically, how do you control the rules layers? Like you got the cinematic play, but then you're going to want people, and I actually ran into this on Friday. They want to know, wait, what's exactly everything I can do here, and how can I do it? They're worried about the math, so to speak. So how do you balance that and give them that consistency instead of like, where did you get that bonus? Well, I just kind of figured that you're standing on solid ground. I'd give you a +10 to this. Like, but over there you were running and you're going through a hedgerow. So I wanted to give you a -15. Like, well, there seems to be no rhyme or reason to this, and I got to know what I'm doing more. I've run into those players. I'm sure other people have as well. Whether they're rules lawyers or they're just like, hold on, I got to squeeze every % out of this that I can. They want to know how the system will work for them more so than just playing a character. So how do you balance that cinematic aspect with the system play?
Well, I mean, I kind of balance it just by the example that you did. I explained why the bonus or the penalty applied, and I'll often explain it before. I'll say, well, they'll be like, oh, I want to shoot this guy, or from here, and it's like, okay, but you're in a fog, all you see is shadows, you're not even sure if that's the same guy. Go ahead and shoot. And again, it's kind of theater of the mind and trying to be logical. But the straightforward, super obvious rules come into play when it's like, okay, you're standing in a field and it's a sunny day, and so you ranges this and you got a plus to that, and there it goes. It just
on that heathen dog.
You just kind of have to I mean, that's where I guess the real consistency is. And then when there's other variations, when the game master makes certain judgments, that's where the game master is the universe, and that's where the game master needs to be fair. He can't be a jerk. And you for one thing, and that's where I think all of us are in agreement on this. I think all of us game in a similar way, where it's not the game master versus the player. It's the game master acting as a director, storyteller, who's helping the story to go along. And most of the time when the flexibility applies, it's because, okay, there's this unusual circumstance, or I need to point out to you that, the environmental aspects of this mean, this guy can jump behind cover, and because he has cover, you don't have a clear shot, and so your bonus may not apply or whatever. And you explain all that to them. And then the flexibility comes in where, you want your players to succeed. I don't know I do know about you guys. You want your players to have fun and succeed. Yeah. They're the freaking heroes.
I want them to be challenged because, man, when you beat that challenge, that feels extra special.
Exactly. You don't be flexible in the point where, oh, well, yeah, you automatically win. I mean, I've had characters die left and right. I've had, there have been situations where I'm sitting back, and I've told that story. My most famous one was with the Defilers, where they got themselves made so many bad decisions. They're in this situation where they're in freaking hell, and the angels and the demons are trying to stop them. And I'm like, they're dead. They're just dead meat. My brain is racing as a game master of how can I give them some options, some out? How are they going to survive this? And I'm thinking, that's it. They're done. I wiped out my entire group that we've been gaming with for 3.5 years. They're these epic heroes, and holy shit, they're going to die. I don't know what to do. And thankfully, one of the players came up with this great solution. And that's what made it epic, was that this player said, I want to do this, and this. Can I pull this off? And it's like, let's see. And he did, and it was great. And, every Defile, I think, talks about it to this day, because it was just this super dramatic moment where we're all going to die. Kind of thing. And this guy came up with this amazing solution. And that's sort of the beauty of role playing. I think the big defense about flexibility is, if you want rigid rules, great, pull out your board game and play.
I said that the other day and got yelled at.
Sorry, guys, that's the way it is. This is role playing. It's a storytelling game. It's not a fast and hard. These are always the rules and super rigid. At least not the way I game. Most of the people on this.
I wish you would have been on the podcast that I was on the other night, because I really made somebody angry by basically saying what you said right there.
Well, and again, role playing is very personal. If that's the way you want to play, then that's the way you should run your game, or that's the game you need to look for as a guy who's going to be, a rules lawyer, and every freaking thing is exactly precisely what's in the freaking rule book. That's okay if that's the way you want to play it. That's not the way we play it, and it's not the way we recommend you play it. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a
No, I wanted to hear more of that. That was good, because
we don't have time.
Well, but Heathen Dog, you put this up. I actually, I was going to put it up as well.
I meant to star it, but I missed it by like a millimeter.
So here's the thing. We can say this. Now, Sean is trying to, we've talked about this. Sean is trying to bring this to a modern audience. And now somebody also said this. Francois says, these are players too biased in D20 systems, yada, yada, right? We want to bring them to Palladium. So there is that balance there. Like, I know some people, I got a couple comments already, don't even like the idea of these movements being defined. I get it. But these folks, as game, even if I disagree with that, because I absolutely disagree with modern game design in some respect. But that's what they're expecting. They already have us, folks. like to get the people out, to get those min-maxers out there, to get the D20 biased people out there. Why don't we present them more information? I bet you, Sean, tell me if you think I'm wrong in this one. You wrote this Turtles game. I've read it. We've had some long back. We got about 33 emails or something like that back and forth, right? If I decide that I'm going to institute my big table of cover and concealment rules that I've always used in Palladium, are you going to tell me to never talk about your game again? like we've been arguing a little bit about rules as written because it's new. These are changes, and some of you guys have been talking about, but ultimately, this is to reach a new audience. Ultimately, this is to grab some of those folks who actually do want that, while we still recognize everything that's in the game.
Well, a lot of people have been clamoring for these things, right?
Yeah.
So we're providing it, right? And I mean, we hear it all the time. I mean, I hear it multiple times at every Gen Con. Wow, I wish you had clearer rules on how to do movement. Yep. And yeah, maybe since you're not used to that, I'm glad that Heathen Dog seems to have kind of jived onto what I'm going on with here. With you just don't move automatically to your full maximum.
Yeah, he's just
possible speed.
rationalizing.
Well, but I mean, the gaming is rationalization, right? So,
Yeah.
so that's that's where it can't be perfect. We just want verisimilitude, right? And so that's where I think that the system. I wouldn't have designed it if I didn't think it was pretty cool, and I think people will like it. And it's very close to how Kevin runs things, right? So now he doesn't usually measure out distances on a tabletop or anything, but a lot of people want this so that they can use this stuff on virtual tabletops. And since they're, I don't like attacks of opportunity either. So again, if you don't want somebody to run, you're playing cops now. They're going to run unless you stop them by putting them in a hold, tripping them on the ground, right? So just think about that. When you,
sorry.
Right. I mean, so just take that for what you will. But I think it's a great system, and I think it's just getting better. And we're trying to provide everything we can for everybody. Not everybody's gonna like everything, but that's fine. The thing is, I think this question was more asked from a game design standpoint. And so, a lot of it, some of this is more of like game master advice, and some of it is like, how do we do this from a game design standpoint, right?
Yeah, how do you use the system? Right, it's actually that blending. I think you got on. It's that blending between you created the system, but what does that mean for you guys at the table? Because
so for instance, I made a mistake in Transdimensional Turtles. So Turtles, TMNT Other Strangeness Redux does not have called shots. Palladium, I don't know if Palladium didn't have called shots at that point or what. There's not really any called shot mechanics.
No, we didn't have it.
And then later in Transdimensional, I said that when you're shooting at a vehicle, you need to call your target.
Oh,
yeah, we had a problem with that.
We talked about that a lot.
And so that literal phrasing, and so I'm literally going to update it to say something like, you need to declare your target.
Declare where
and then
you're
if you don't declare it, it hits the hull or the fuselage.
Yes.
Right? Because holes on ground vehicles
that's actually what he
cover the engines and other stuff. That was the intent of that, but I'm going to make sure it's crystal clear to everybody, right? Because what we also run into a lot of times is it actually comes down to like semantics.
Yeah.
Right. And that's really important. But that's important, right? And we're trying to speak to both new players and old players alike. So that's why, like, for instance, story trumps rules, right? Some people could take that the totally wrong way if they're into one type of gaming or view different types of role-playing games one way or another. But Kevin and I use that term because, or terms like that, because we're really focused on newly arrived and natural language, right? Not the language that's built up around gaming.
Sean.
No, I want this one. I want this one. One of the reasons we had a problem with that called shot thing for vehicle combat was that in one paragraph you put called shot, capital C, capital S, and in Palladium, when that happens, that is a specific game term.
Right. Exactly. I put that later on at the table. In the table for the random hit locations, right?
Yeah,
so
like,
you got to realize
that's a called shot. You mean every single attack on a vehicle has to be a called shot?
Right.
What?
And so you're thinking, and I'm trying to refer to this other thing from and it says from the vehicle, whatever attacking section. So it's just funny that we,
what if I just want to hit main body? What if I just want to hit main body?
Exactly. And so, and again, right. In this game, it's hull or fuselage, right? So it's just kind of funny how we use these terms. And so, there's the kind of this thing is a lot of this stuff is just the updates and clarifications we're going to have for the errata, and it's going to be included in all future print runs. Is it's funny because nothing's big is change. It's not like anything big is changing. It's just clarifying how we state what we stated to make sure it's not confusing to anybody. Right. So, but when it comes to this stuff, you want to give a framework for what's necessary. I would have no problem putting together a whole set of cover, concealment, and all types of like terrain modifiers and stuff. But I don't think it belongs in Ninja Turtles.
Right.
I think it belongs in maybe a new recon game or something. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, it belongs in my After the Bomb games, believe me.
Or if you're after the bomb game, if you're going really gun nut, which I like.
Well,
right?
Two things. But before we read that, Heathen Dog, two things. So, Kevin, you look like you wanted to say something a moment ago. I want to make sure you get to say that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say too. This is why. So, first of all, whenever we design our games, we try to design them for a wide audience. And that considers, the guys who know Turtles only from comics, and the guys only know Turtles from the cartoons, and the guys only know, et cetera, et cetera. And we try to hit a broad range of games. But it's also why we keep saying, and I know you guys do too, and it's not a cop out. If you don't like the rule, change it to what you like, or take a rule from one of the other books and put it in your game. It's okay. Or create house rules.
And tell us what it was. Tell us your experience.
Yes.
We'd love to hear it.
Yes. I mean, we're open to suggestions all the time. I mean, someone may come up with something, we go back, why didn't we think of that? And we'll put it in the damn game, or consider it for future games. Role playing, the whole concept of role playing for us is to unleash your imagination, and that by definition is being flexible to do what is going to be fun and cool because it's a game, and to really have fun with your imaginations. So we're giving you these frameworks, these rules to use as you deem fit. And yeah, the reason Sean defined the movement is that was probably one of the number one questions we've been getting for 20 freaking years.
Yeah. We've had many videos on that. No, we do agree.
And do I think it's perfect? I'm sure we'll probably adjust it going down the line. There will be something that we adjust, right? And we ended up with, this edition of the game, some things we wanted to define and clarify, but mostly we just wanted to clarify it and it be the original kind of game. And so that's why, Kevin and I talked about going to like a base 3 action economy or whatever. We ended up just saying 2, and that's what it originally was. And the game was fun, so try not to get too hung up on how many punches you can swing. And,
we only had like a million people play it, it's
right. Yeah. So, it's fun, and let's bring it back. Let's bring back the beloved game. And if we didn't do that, if we, it's a tight rope, right, and thread the needle kind of situation. But if we didn't do that, I don't think it would have been the right move. So, but we're also listening, and I think that these books show that we're listening.
Yeah, and don't
we want full color, we want hardcovers, we want indexes, we want modern language and presentation, we want things cleaned up, we want things, concise. You got it.
And with the color, I mean, we sat back and said, one of the things I say all the time and have forever, because we've wanted to do color books for many years, and it's costly, and the book's way more, which means it costs more to ship and blah, blah, blah. But when we did color in these books, like one of the things that's blown people's minds is that the color is fantastic. Even though Sean's been saying for a year now, the color quality you see on the cover, that's throughout the book.
I said it before. You sent me images, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. I wonder how it's going to look like on the book. I'm expecting a little fading. The books look better than the images they sent me. Like, what the hell is up with that?
It looks better in print. We actually, that's intentionally when we do the InDesign files, because there's always an increase in saturation and darkness.
But we're not always going to satisfy everyone by trying to solve a problem or answer what the majority of people want. There'll be some minority that doesn't like it, or some majority that doesn't like it. And we need your feedback so we know, hey, this was a success. This maybe we need to readdress. We need that. And don't take a rules change or some detail as a personal affront. I've been playing it like this for 30 years, and now they're telling me it's like this.
Dare you betray me?
No, I literally read "Screw you, Max" in there.
Yeah, that's
all
it
says.
Oh, I thought I put that in there.
Stand for a pox on your family.
Right.
That's what this rule says. No, but speaking of the rules, Meaty Bit says, I believe that excess consistency is overrated. The more you put rules and the more you handcuff the system, you put it in chains. And Sean had a little bit of this idea in there because he codified in the rules that the game master gets to make a ±5 to 20% depending on situation. Therefore, you don't need an excess of rules if you give the game master leeway in how he can adjudicate each role.
That's exactly right.
And just like a game master, if the player gives you a super kick-ass description of how they're going to snap kick this guy in the middle of his chest, give him a +2 to strike. Yep. Because that was super cool.
Or +10 or whatever the hell you think it should
do whatever
be.
You want.
and that's where the flexibility comes in. And again, this is a role-playing game. So that's a beautiful example, Sean, where the guy comes up, some player comes up with this genius thing. Although sometimes they come up with a genius thing, and I say, man, I'd really like to let you do that because that was brilliant, but it doesn't work. Sorry, you can't do it.
No.
But
Sometimes you have to say no.
Really genius, and in the situation, and it's like, hell yes, the crowd rise up on your side and takes down the tyrant, or whatever the case may be. It's like, that's what role playing's about. So don't lose sight of that. It's a different
understand
kind of game. I'm sorry, Max. What?
No. I didn't let you finish. That's my bad. But as we had this discussion today, people don't agree with me when it comes, or necessarily agree with me, or they kind of take, I think, somewhat out of context, but it's fine. On the movement stuff, I'm asking questions here and I'm giving, my perception of it. Doesn't mean that everything about it is horrible. Heathen Dog runs his actions differently than I do. No, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, I was right about this, wrong about that. You were right about this, wrong about that. The thing is people do interpret this stuff a little differently for how they run their tables. So even if it's clear, like it's hold on, I got to put this up here, and you do actually write it in there as a personal affront to me when somebody reads into the cryptology of this. Did you take the cryptography skill?
I worked at the NSA. I worked in cryptography.
Yeah,
I was
that's actually accurate. He did that.
I was literally a cryptologic linguist.
Lawdog, you didn't have to super chat that because Heathen Dog actually has it started.
You didn't have to super chat it.
But we'll go with the super chat now.
We'll go to the super chat, but Nerdy Ogre, I already starred your comment asking the same thing. How do you pronounce this, Kevin?
Lord Coke.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yes, we were right.
Now, the only I thought maybe it was Coak. The only reason being is because Coke is either Coke, obviously, or the Koch brothers, Koch, whatever, stuff like that. And this one is different than both those. So okay, maybe he's being a smart.
You got to pronounce it with a Minnesota accent. Oh, he's Lord Coke.
Well, and I do want to say that. So Lord Coke was actually of one of the Defilers. One of my players came up with that character.
Oh, nice.
And I liked it a lot, and I asked him if I can incorporate it into my games, and he said, absolutely, my printed published games. He said yes, and that's how he spelled it. And I just kind of went with it. It makes sense, but I could see how you could think it's Coac or Coac.
I've seen it before, so I knew it was pronounced Coke. But when people kept asking the question, it was like, wait, why are we having a question about? Is there another way to pronounce that?
Oh, by the way, I saw someone in the chat say, where do I download the rules update?
Polyrobotic.
It's not done yet. I'm writing it. Right, I'm working on it.
Will it be on the Palladium website though?
Absolutely, just like the character sheet. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we'll send it out to everybody. We'll do an update. So
we've been at this for over 4 hours now.
Yeah.
Unless Kevin and Sean really want to have more to tell us, and I can sit here all day because our live stream isn't supposed to start for another 40 minutes.
But
and now that I'm finally awake, the caffeine kicked
for somebody.
In.
It's 2:20.
Yeah, for Sean, it's
2:20 in the morning for somebody.
Yeah.
We'll bring Jeremy back. What people don't know is Jeremy was actually here.
I thought,
yes.
Jeremy, he's like, what do you think of this?
It's like, Jeremy, what are your thoughts? For those who missed the last live stream. But no, is there anything, Kevin and Sean, that you think it's important that we address in terms of the Palladium philosophy, or, because I know you've been heavily focusing this on turtles for good reason, but want to knock out about the Palladium philosophy, or have we pretty much covered everything? Basically your final words, and you want to address.
Yeah, and just by the way, just before I'll let Kevin say what he wants to say, and I'll think about my response. But I just wanted to throw out there, it's not really part of the response, but just that part of the reason we're referring to turtles is the Turtles Redux edition we've used as a vehicle to show people and try and more clearly articulate a lot of the Palladium philosophy.
Yes.
So that's part of the reason why we keep going back to turtles, because this is our first big chance to kind of show off our new presentation of, I think, what's always been the Palladium ideals.
Yeah, I agree. And so we obviously, and sometimes you really succeed and sometimes you don't. We want playability. We want our games to be intuitive. Whenever we design games, we want it to be fun. So many people, like I started to say earlier, at some point, they lose sight of the fun. We think, and they lose sight of their audience. We're always thinking about what does our audience want and what do we want as role players? What's fun for us, and then what's fun for other people. And then we're always trying to do things a little different. We experiment a lot. And we're always looking for wow factor. We want to wow you. We want to surprise you. We want you to look at this book and go, wow, the art's amazing. Wow, what a cool idea. Oh, wow, what a cool super ability. What a cool mutant animal. Wow, wow, wow. We want to create something that's exciting and dynamic and fun. Whenever you're designing a game, just like the differences in gaming styles, you think about what is it you're trying to convey. What do you want to deliver to people? People always talk about our lore is the best and our settings are the best, because we really think about it. And again, what's the wow factor? What's going to make people go, I want to play in this world? And it's all about the fun, the characters, and that means you, the players. We want to give you characters that you're going to remember and talk about 20 years later. Man, my juicer, or man, my mutant squirrel, whatever it is, you're going to have these fond memories of it because, man, you had this great gaming experience and you loved that character and you loved that adventure and you loved your fellow players. And that's what it's all about. It's just the fun and the camaraderie. And when we design our games, we're always trying to hit that. So again, even when there's a rule that you go, what the hell? What were they thinking? We were thinking, how can we make this a more fun experience or a more clear experience or a more intuitive experience? And sometimes we succeed and sometimes we don't, because, as much as we'd like to be superheroes and superhuman, or at least mutants, we're not. We're human, and sometimes we succeed and sometimes we don't. But we're always thinking of you guys. And you guys heard the original Ninja Turtle story where a different writer turned in the first manuscript, and I was just bummed because he just missed all the marks, and the guy who got it was Eric. And I'm like, Eric, we got to have mutant animals, we got to have this, and we got to have that, and all of it was designed with the intent of what would be fun. And Eric was great at that. He sat down and said, when he told me his bio-e ideas and for building characters and the growth tables and all this stuff, and I'm like, holy shit, Eric, this is fantastic. This is exactly what this game needs to be. And because we love what we're doing, he gets all excited about that because, like, oh, Kev, he loves it, he gets it, and the gamers are going to get it. And it's like, yeah. And the next thing you know, because he was only supposed to write little parts of it because he had his own project he was working on. And it's like, yeah, Kev, let me work on this part. And they're like, okay. And then it's like, Eric, that's brilliant. It's like, and you can see him getting all pumped up, and he's like, yeah, let me do this thing too. And the next thing you know, he's written 90% of the freaking book, and it's fantastic. Because we have fun, and we're having fun because we're getting excited, because in the play test, the players are going crazy about it, and 40 years later, we're getting excited because we're hearing people who discovered it long ago. And some of these people are famous, like Cyril Naeli and Sophie Campbell. And we're hearing from all these guys like, yeah, even when I couldn't find players, I would build these mutant animal characters because it was so much fun. And for us, that's success, because it's about creating fun things that inspire you and excite you. And that's part of what we're trying to do with every game that we do, every source book that we do, is how is this going to improve your gaming experience? How is this going to inspire you to create your own wonderful adventures and heroes and villains and monsters. And for us, that's what it's all about. And that's a big part of the philosophy, is just fun and imagination, man. And you guys get it, and we love you, and we appreciate your support and your patience and understanding when things go sideways and things are delayed. But yeah, man, that's a big part of it.
Yeah, plus,
Awesome.
a Scrooge McDuck amount of money would be nice too. But other than that, yeah.
Well, that's always nice.
And trust me, no one is more disappointed by delays than me and Kevin. I'll just be straight up on that. It's for so many reasons. But yeah, I really want all this stuff to be shipped before Gen Con this year.
Yeah, for sure.
That was. I mean, I worked really hard to try and make that happen, and then it was a few different things happened, and it was just like
China.
And no, it was. I'm not going to name names or anything, but there was multiple things that happened behind the scenes that it was like, there's no way. We got this from 3 different directions. This is going to be delayed. So it wasn't like we could just.
No, and there was gnashing of teeth and yelling and screaming at points where we were so frustrated and angry, and it's like,
yeah, that's why I'm like, this stuff is shipping a week. We're shipping to fans a week before this other stuff was delivered because this timeline's not getting hit what they told us. I'm like, oh, it's a week. For me, it's like, oh, it's a week or 2. Okay. Because it's I've seen things go so much worse. So I guess that's part of the reason why I'm like, yeah, but I mean, I also just literally found out that they're having the sickness and staffing issues. So,
yes.
But a few days ago I was in a much more positive place about it.
Yep.
But yeah, and that's part of why we made that decision. We didn't know that they were going to start having those issues.
No.
But yeah, when it comes to Palladium, I mean, for me, a big consideration for me is what was Kevin trying to do the whole time? What was the story and the setting and the experience like? What were the primary things? I mean, Kevin, when he started this, the art was killer. The writing was killer. The worlds were awesome. The rules were very revolutionary. At the beginning, this is just Palladium Fantasy and Turtles and stuff came out at the very beginning of role playing, and I think it really is a testament that they hold up so well. And the even the affordability aspect of the perfect bound books. Now, a lot of these things have changed in the decades since. Gaming terminology and expectations have changed. People want certain things because they're using totally different methods of gaming, like virtual tabletops, or miniatures are way more prevalent, right? Because most people are coming to, we're a subset generally of tabletop gaming. And so many people, that's such a huge umbrella now because everyone's a gamer on their phone. My mom is a gamer on her phone. It's crazy. My mom hates games, right? But because I swear it's got to be because of these stupid app games or whatever that she was willing to try out Savage Rifts and Palladium. So, that's crazy, right? So something I thought never would have happened. So part of this is, staying true to the Palladium legacy, but in a completely modernized format. And since joining Kevin asked me to join at Palladium, and we've worked very hard. And a lot of the stuff you're starting to see is actually a result of changes and updated processes and software and all types of setups that we've started implementing 3, 4, 5 years ago, right? And now you're seeing the end benefit of it in the Turtles book, right? And so there's kind of this delayed response. And so we're so proud to be able to show these books off. People have asked, is this like a hint at what can come? Yeah, this is like a flagship product.
Absolutely.
And we're going to continue to do the traditional a lot of traditional source books, especially ones that are already in development and in the pipeline. But we're going to look for opportunities where we can do really killer stuff like this too in the future. So we hope that everyone's enjoying this. We hope that you understand that this is a lot of the decisions that were made here for this update to the Redux edition is because it was being true to the original Redux edition and not, we wanted to bring the books back for the fans. Mm-hmm. And one of the things with this is, and sorry, again, I know it's not about the general, but you can apply this to a lot of things I do. A lot of stuff that I put in here, the extra animals, the extra vehicles, the extra gear and equipment. My whole goal was, I hope if someone hasn't played the game in like 30 years and they look at this book, they won't be sure if I added it. Right? They might think that it was originally in there. Obviously, they might.
I don't remember there being a shark.
Yeah.
No, the first
but I don't
thing
think there was a hot air
does is
balloon.
they go check the weasel. That's what they all do. I've seen it actually on a couple other Discords. They're like, I had to go see if they fixed the weasel. They didn't fix the weasel. They broke. No, I actually like the fixes for the weasel. The original one was broken as hell.
But yeah, but that's my goal with anything we do is, I want, just like when I worked on Titan Robotics, it was like, I want this to be, a celebration of everything that came before, not something completely different or unrelated. And there's stuff that I'm excited about doing in the future that will be completely new. And people will be like, whoa, this isn't connected to Rifts or Beyond the Supernatural or whatever. It's this completely new thing. So there's a lot of things I want to do down the road like that as well. But when we're dealing with these established, and I don't want to give up what makes a Palladium game, the great cover art, the great interior art, the great writing, the great setting. And then it's, the other stuff, it's like, hey, same core game, but updated for the new generation. So that when people pick this up, that we can hear like, hey, this feels like a modern game. Because it's a great game and it always was. And it's still that same game. So that's the goal. What we try and do, we try and make a lot of it as seamless as possible so that there's less of stumbling blocks for people and stuff. But and at the same time, we want to respond to fan requests. So a lot of fans ask about bringing back the turtles. A lot of fans ask for movement. A lot of fans ask for indexes. All right, got it. So, but that's what we want to do. We want to fulfill the wildest dreams of the fans, and that's, for instance, that's why you got the black, white, and red edition. Yeah, we really broke the bank on that because when we were getting that done, we did not know how successful those books were going to be.
Or how much art you're going to have to add to it.
I mean, it was how much the cost is.
Because those are all redone. I mean, you colorized the one stuff, but you had to literally colorize those separately.
Yes.
And as art keeps getting thrown in, you're like...
And it wasn't, originally our concept was to do one process color red, which means if you see black, white, and red comics, it's like they have a white sheet of paper, they print black on it, and then, for instance, the original Turtles covers would have like red or blue or green. So it wasn't like CMYK, so you get full color. It was just like, and they do it because it's cheaper, right? Mm-hmm. And so with the black, white, and red comics that have gotten popular, though, it's just red, like one process color of red.
Not always, but mostly, yeah.
Yeah, the vast majority. But these, when we asked Jeremy Colwell to do it, not to be confused with Jeremy Colantonio, but he's the colorist that works with Freddie Williams II. And we showed, and he was like, well, do you mean like this? And we're like, no, but yes. But he did the black and white inks, the grayscale inks, and put in yellows, oranges, reds. It's beautiful. The black, white, and red editions are beautiful. And we knew it was going to be a vast extra expense, but we really wanted to wow the fans. And that's why we did it. And fortunately, it paid off. We're worried that it was going to have a higher retail price. Yeah. But it was popular enough in the Kickstarter that we were able to normalize its price to the same as the two core books. Yeah. So
okay. All right. Well, Heathen Dog, before we read super chats here.
I know. We got to stop because so many super chats are coming in, and you're never going to be able to leave.
I want you to give kind of your final piece here on everything before we go into super chats. About today's live stream.
And I'm fine. Tomorrow is going to be a loss, but I'm fine just till we get done.
I don't know what you want from me, man.
No. It's basically your final words of wisdom, so to speak. What your thoughts on today and what we've covered.
Words of wisdom. All right. So These rules are not new. These rules are old rules that are updated in their language. I don't want you to look at these and go, oh God. I want you to look at these and go, I'll give it a shot. Then give it a shot.
A real shot, not one die roll.
No, just like Max said, play it rules as written. Play it straight in the beginning. See if it works. If it works, great. That means it's a good rule. But also see if you like it better than the old way. If you like it better than the old way, then you can then change and everyone's happy. If you don't like it better than the old way, then go back to the old way. But I want you to have in your head, the new rule works. It's just not for me. And that's fine. That's 100% fine. Yep. But when someone asks you, you say it like that. Yeah, the new rule works, but it's not for me. Okay. That's fine. Do that. Now, if you don't think the new rule works at all, well, then I want you to go to the Palladium website and in all caps, just tell them this rule sucks. But it is a squirrel up my butt and I don't like it. It's chewing. I know that's very descriptive and I shouldn't have gone there, but I did. and then maybe, you know, if enough people say that, maybe in the future it'll be dealt with. But if it's just you and some guy from Florida named Cletus, well, I want you to understand that you and Cletus might be wrong. Just throw it out there. Okay. But hey, do it. That's it.
Okay, well, for me, I got a couple. Actually, I'm going to start backward order here because you said something I just want to piggyback on. I do have some issues with the Turtles books, but I've learned very quickly. Apparently, I'm the only person, and we're not talking about the movement thing. There's things I'm not bringing up at all. I've talked with enough people who already have the book and their thoughts and so forth, and apparently, I'm the only person that feels that way. So you know what?
You and Cletus.
Yeah, me and Cletus, and I'm okay with that. I don't know who Cletus is, but you know what? I will go have a beer with him, probably moonshine. Yeah. I don't know.
He's Florida man. He'll spike your drink, dude. You don't want
Okefenokee, swamp water, something. But that's the thing. Sometimes we get locked in our groups. This is why, you know, I've had people say, you know, you don't have to keep telling people that you play all over the world. We get it. You didn't. But I say that so people know that I'm not just giving one anecdote. I'm giving multiple anecdotes. But you know what they still are? Anecdotes. Right. So, and I recognize that. I'm not trying to act like, you know, I'm the master. If I was a master game designer, they would be interviewing me. I wouldn't be interviewing them, right? like so. But to me, the Palladium system, there's only one type of player, and if they disagree with me, they're welcome to interrupt me. It's one type of player. It's not for, and that's for, I would say, the old school grognard wargamer who wants to play chainmail. That's the way I see it.
Kevin definitely diverged on that evolutionary path.
Right. I would say that this falls within what, on the D&D terms, we talk about is the Hickman Manifesto. I'm all on board with that. It could have just been called the Siembieda Manifesto, but he didn't write it apparently, or at least not first, because it's very similar, and I'm fully on board with that. Every time they say story game, I cringe a little bit, but then they explain where they're coming from. Like, yeah, that's exactly right. Because, you know, like Sean was saying, modern or older gamers don't like the term story game because it has a connotation with it. But they're right, which is why I use cinematic or emergent storytelling or both. If you are not that,
I love those terms too, right?
Yeah. And I'm glad you guys have embraced the framework thing. I never thought that was. I thought that was just a me thing, but you guys have embraced it. I love that. Absolutely. Like, oh, you know, but. But other than that, I don't care if it's a D&D 5e player. I don't care if it's somebody who just LARPs. I don't care if it's, you know, whatever gaming niche they're in. They're just Magic the Gathering players that keep looking over at that, man, those role players look weird, but I kind of want to try it out. There's nothing in Palladium that should stop them from doing it. And while, you know, some of the terminology sounds like we did this for new people. We made these updates to clarify for people that might not need or want the clarification. But you know what? There is a new audience they have to reach. I'm 52 years old. Oh, I'm around for another 40 years, folks. Going by my family history, I'm at least 40 years, if not more.
And unlike other people in your family, you haven't been imbibing rubbing alcohol.
Well, I don't know. Today they got me. But yeah, you're right. So to kind of bring this to an end here, let me make sure I said that. Yeah, I think that that this way forward, as a grognard purist, I've got some gritted teeth, but I don't think that they're doing anything wrong. And Kevin and Sean, I don't think will ever be like, well, since you have house rules for your game, we don't want to come to your show. Although, tell me afterwards if you actually and they understand Kevin's terms. Role playing is personal, and you saw Walter MC put it in there. I got to check now the first letter of every paragraph to see what Sean's saying about me. I know it's in there. They attacked me personally in this game because you think they attacked you personally. Well, you're wrong. Wrap that up is the fact it's just a game, guys. It's just a game. If you can read it, if you can understand it. Play it, have fun, change it. And I think Palladium is actually moving in the right direction when it comes to this, even with my, I don't know. Now, with that said, I'm going to let chat, I'm going to give chat like 1 minute. So you got to get on your keyboards now. Well, I'm kind of rambling. So you get to the keyboards, get on your keyboards now and get ready to type. The people who are watching the TV, the 27% of you who watch on your TV, find that keyboard or get ready to scroll through those letters. We made way more than enough to do the giveaway today. But I don't want to hold them longer, and I still need to talk to them after the stream a little bit. I only have 4 names. Actually, it's 5 names now because I have 4 names on the giveaway. That's it. 3 of you are already members. Are you going to be upset if we don't do the giveaway today and just kind of move it to next week or maybe members only streamers? I think you're all members anyway. Let me know in the chat. Because I don't think it actually affects anybody like to not do it now. In the meantime, we also have, while you're doing that, we have 2 super chats, don't we?
Yes,
3?
we do. We have this. Oh, that's not the one of them.
No. Hey, look, Hungar the Starvarian
it's $1.
gave us $1.
But he only did it to get in on the giveaway at the end because he did the math in his head.
He wanted smooches from me. Hey, baby,
how
you doing?
All right, that's fine. That's fine.
Good to see you, Hungar.
That not on stream. Don't do it on stream. But this one, Kevin Sullivan says, late again, but still here. Love TMNT. Really enjoy Palladium in general. I hope my TMNT is waiting for meow, dude. Hurry up somewhere else, brother.
He does that everywhere.
Else when I get home. All right, but the most important question in chat, the second most important question in chat today is, so when are you guys launching Robotech Redux? Now, no, hang on. Before you answer, I want Law Dog to understand that this question is insulting because of the way you phrased it. I don't care what you've said that this entire episode. You've been on for like 18 hours so far. Sean it's 2:30 in the morning where he is. Screw him.
Wow.
Where's my money? That's what this is. So you're a dick, but we're gonna answer it anyway. So when are you guys launching Robotech Redux?
I don't know, Kevin.
You never know what the future might hold. I can tell you it won't be anytime soon.
You deserve that answer, Law Dog. You deserve it.
But did you notice that they gave hope? Because when Kevin goes, you never know. That's when everybody's like, oh, it's happening. And then he's like, no time soon.
That's the read between the lines, wink, wink type thing. Yeah.
And then he drops it off the cliff. Like, okay, I see what it is there.
It's rigged anyway, so it can wait. Okay.
Yeah, well, no. So the thing, I saw a couple comments in there, or at least one comment on there about the giveaway. It only goes to members and super chatters anyway. So I think there's only one super chatter wasn't a member.
Browning wants Robotech Dedux, which is better than Redux in every way.
So, all right. I'll try to make a note. Else, I know you guys will remind me at some point. We'll do it next time. We do have to end the stream here. Kevin and Sean, I kind of knew that with Sean coming back on here, I actually thought Jeremy's going to be here too, that this was probably going to go a little long because there was a lot that Sean sends me this email. I'm like, crap, how am I going to cram all that in? But you know what? That was good. I mean, you did. You crammed it all in. Good job there. Did we miss anything?
No, I think we got everything. And I mean, I appreciate you guys switching up the time. I appreciate the viewers being
I'm not doing this again.
at the time. So 9 a.m. is killing you.
No, 8 a.m. for me because I'm central, but also
it's also a Sunday, so
it's also a Sunday.
He usually sleeps in, but so do I. I usually woke up 3 hours ago, so there we go.
And we've been streaming for 4.5.
Well, I just want to say Jeremy's not here because he recently had to move back to Las Vegas, and that's why when we said, "Hey, do you really need me on the show? I said no, because I know he's still unpacking. And
yeah, I just didn't want him to feel like we were like, yeah, we don't need you, go away. Like he could have stayed. We've been happy with him to say so.
Yeah, he's got some family stuff.
I love every time when I say, so Jeremy, what do you think about that?
Before Kevin even gets to talk.
Yeah. I love doing that. It's just fun.
All right, everybody, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the super chats, and we will take care of that very soon, next stream or something like that. Maybe a members only stream, whatever. Back Turtles, get your Christmas packages. 13 days left. Now, Kevin might extend it, but don't hold on to that because somebody there might trip over the setting that turns the Christmas package on, and oops, now it's off, and you just leave it off till next year now. So get those Christmas packages now, and yeah, and there's also still a big, I don't know how they do this. Hey, there's a big sale going on, and get your Christmas packages. Is that like sale on top of sale on top of sale? Like, can you have at least one book at full price so we can kind of see what the normal price is for these dumb things are?
We can tell how much.
Sorry, it's inconvenient you.
Right.
Sorry to inconvenience you with these deals, Max.
Yeah, right? To check them out, get them quickly for your loved ones. And look, believe it or not, I even sold some Dead Rain. Do you believe that crap?
No,
I convinced somebody to go get Dead Rain.
It's a popular game.
It's a great game.
Yeah, but no. But it's him.
Yeah,
he hates zombie games.
Yeah,
he hates them passionately.
Well, thank you, Max.
But she's like, I want to get into Palladium. And I'm like, I was told Dead Rain probably has the best concise combat system that you can get because before the Turtles thing went live, you should probably. Everybody tells me that is where it is. That's the sweet spot of how you want to get into Palladium. So go do that. And he's like, I ordered it now. All right, cool. Well, there you go.
Cool.
So with that, everybody, you all have a great week. GMI, Game Master Insight. This is our last stream for the year. When it comes to this, we'll have a members only stream at the end of the year. Game Master Insight is actually the next live stream back on 2 January. The panel's already built. We got some great topics coming up. We even have a full-on debate. I made the background all red and everything, so hopefully they punch each other. I don't know. We'll have all that going on starting next year. And Ethan Dog and I, we have no clue what games we're covering next year. I'm still debating. Nope. I have this stuff normally programmed 6 months out, and I still don't know what the first game we're going to cover next year is because I'm torn. But with that, I hope each and every one of you has a wonderful week.